affected him because he had some cash he could give out people. A country whereby he has doing an election and he said it's 80% very good. So this is what I'm going to say. If you have a child that is about 24 years old and cannot recite ABCD properly, there's a big problem. And Nigeria is in a real big problem because we are celebrating democracy for 24 years. We've not learned how to conduct a free and fair election. We gave one idiot 300 billion taxpayers money to conduct free and fair election. He came forth to tell us that whatever and however he conducts that election, they have the right. No modus operandi to run something systematically. So if I'm going to say it, I want to say, yeah, it doesn't hold water because Nigerians are not yet ready. How do I agree with the criminal? If someone comes to us and rob you and does whatever thing he wants to do you, the next day you will see him and he's speaking, you will tell him, yes, I agree to what he's saying. I cannot agree with the verdict being presented by the Supreme Court. Was the election free and fair? And one human being, someone that says is an adult, says that this is the second best election after 1993 election. 1993, we never had technology. We used option A4, whereby everybody comes out. When you do your secret balloting system, you come out, they count you. They know everything how it is. And the reason why I brought technology is because technology is meant to fight corruption. Technology is meant to curb stealing. Technology is meant to curb some woo-woo. But he came out here now. We saw the technology that we went to go and get into this system. It was being shut down. And we are here celebrating that the bet are being given to someone, whoever the person is. Nigerians, we need to be ashamed of ourselves, because even me, I'm ashamed of myself. I'm sorry to say this. If our judicial system is now flawed, where does a common man runs to? The judicial system, if it's flawed, a president that is sending lawyers to go to a school to go and fight for him, to defend him. A president sending lawyers to go to a school in Diaspora to go and fight for him. They could not bring his full persons. A year that he graduated from, we could not see the calendar here, and we are happy. He doesn't hold water, so, but are we ready for a better country? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Are we ready to a better country? A lot of us are here, we're in diaspora speaking garbage, but we are forgetting that one of our family members is in Nigeria here. It will hit everybody. Everybody, in everybody's family, there's a common man there. Nobody is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. We all have the same right. The election that was being conducted, that people were being disenfranchised, they shut down the thing, and you are celebrating victory. You are saying it's 80% good. Thunder will kill that person's mouth. 80% good, my foot. Is that what we are talking about here right now? People lost their lives in the election. Core members were being maimed. You create panic on citizens of the country, and you are happy? Haba, we've lost our sanity, a lot of us. That's why I said it doesn't hold waters, because as it stands now, they're giving their verdicts. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will keep you doing his presidency there for another 4 years. Maybe in the next 4 years, if he leads up to another 4 years, good for him. If he doesn't, good for him. But we're talking about Nigerians, not one individual. The poor men are, masses are hungry. You don't have petrol. You are buying, we are paying for subsidy. I think there's no subsidy. Foods are expensive. Insecurity galore. And we are happy. Haba. I will give my passing shot with what Awolowo said. He said the reason why he's fighting for this country is fighting for the common man, whereby his chef or his gate man's children or child will not go and serve his own child. That's my passing shot. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you. I'm going to take Dr. Femi now. Dr. Femi Yakini, are you with us, sir?
Yes, I'm with you. Good evening.
Awesome. Yeah, really wanted, because you're not just a lawyer, you also advocate for electoral reforms, and I wanted to just ask you, some specific questions, right? Like, of course, the obvious one, if you agree or disagree with the verdicts, and just uh, what you think the implications of the Supreme Court verdicts is for Nigeria.
All right. Thank you very much, Dotun. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for having me. Um, you see, before I even talk about the legal implications quickly, I think even a layman or somebody without an education, will find it a little bit difficult to disagree with a position where, virtually about 14 justices are unanimous. So the entire justices, the judges of the PEPC, the tribunal, gave a unanimous decision. And right now, we also have a unanimous decision from the Supreme Court. You don't really need to go to school or be a lawyer to understand or to see if this is a tenable decision or not. Forget all these arguments of all this, jargons they're saying about, criminals, you're bribing this. I mean, how many people do you want to bribe, for God's sake? So let me go into the legal argument right now. Look, the funny part is that lawyers on both sides, they already know the Supreme Court is not a court of first instance where you are going to come and argue a lot of stuff. What you just want to do there is, okay, I disagree with this judgment on what basis? They know you cannot bring a new evidence. They know. And, but I mean, the good part is that now some of these issues have been litigated. And so we know for sure now, when you want to come up with your election petitions, you don't come up with such jargons to say you want to introduce a new evidence at this level of the Supreme Court. It's never done. There are plethora of cases and law towards that. And the Supreme Court just said it right, just affirmed it again today. It is very, very difficult to pick holes in the judgment of the Supreme Court because it's so vivid, even to the blind to see. You know, if we had maybe like two dissenting opinion, for example, at the PEPC, that may be a ground for, okay, maybe the Supreme Court is going to, there was no dissent. They all agreed unanimously. In fact, and they were able to point out, they were able to even school the lawyers that, look at what you said. You are complaining of something, but you did not bring the evidence. And I was telling my friends, I have, friends from all over Atiku, Obi, all of us, we work together and we're talking. And I was advising them because I remember an interview that Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the former vice president, gave when he was talking about when they were fighting, when they were, doing an election petition, and they had to bring handwriting, like they had to come together, bring a lot of handwriting experts from the UK, the number that's never been seen before, just to prove an election case. How far did these people go to prove their case? You said, okay, there was fraud, there was this, but you never proved it. If not that you asked me the specifics of maybe the legal whatever, I'm not even Nigerians, we should know when to stop. Apart from our leaders being the problem, we too sometimes we may be the problem. We should know when to stop. The Supreme Court is the major, the greatest court of the land. They've given their decision. It's now time for us. What I really want to see now is constructive criticism. We have to, help this government to grow. That we are speaking the truth doesn't mean that we support the government. I don't identify as a member of any of the party, but we must be able to say the truth, no matter whose ox is God. And these arguments, it's just so bad. Like when the other speaker was speaking, I just feel so very terrible when you use a word such as criminal for a variety of people, such as the Supreme Court justices, some of which you cannot even lose their shoes. It's not everybody that is a criminal. Like you said, okay, criminal this, criminal that. The same thing that was said about if all the judges of the Court of Appeal are criminals, all the judges of the Supreme Court, are they also criminals? I mean, for God's sake, these things do not augur well. These things do not augur well for. We should know when to stop. I am not sure there's any politician in this country that can bribe everybody. It's not possible. If it's so, then if it's possible to bribe everybody, then you're saying Peter will be also bribed in the two instances that he went to Supreme Court and he got justice. The same Supreme Court gave him justice. The same Supreme Court has given Article justice some time ago too. So it's what you bring before the court, before the Supreme, that is what is going to be adjudicated on. Like, one of the justices said at the Court of Appeal that the court is not going to go and bring up evidence for you in the market. You have to bring the evidence yourself. You allege that this was done, that was done, and you could not even articulate a good number of polling agent units that will come and say, yes, so in this my polling unit, so this is what this person scored, this is what we found on the IREV, and so on and so forth. So, but I think the time to stop is now. The time to stop and move forward is now. The Supreme Court, there's no other court we want to go to. The time to stop is now and come together, and move forward. That's what I think. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Femi and Dr. Femi. I'm going to take Chidility now.
Yeah, reporter, once again, thanks for this opportunity. My friend that spoke last, I want to prove you nobody is going to stop. Nobody should come and tell Nigerians to stop. A lot was put in place into this election, and so don't tell us to stop. If you're a good Nigerian, you have the interest at heart. Most of us are just going around to show we support APC, we love it. No, please, brothers, speak from your heart openly. I'm not.
Hey.
I think the last today is the daily and then come up with.
Kanan and Jazzy, don't waste your time.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Samuel.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor.
Pardon?
You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, and SAR reporters. I'm happy to be here. I've listened to a lot of people speak. Do I agree with the Supreme Court verdict? Yes. Like the other speaker spoke earlier on, the court or the Supreme Court is not a place where cases will be decided on emotions. And I would like to say that I actually watched the court proceedings from the beginning to the very end, and I even listened when the is it Justice Okoro, or, yeah, was telling um, the um, the applicants or the people who were litigating that it's very wrong for supporters or appellants to go on calling conferences and misleading people, believing, oh, I have this evidence, and you're already preempting the court, saying this is how a case should go. And they gave, like the lawyer who just spoke now, they gave instances of uh, different occasion where they could not actually prove beyond reasonable doubt that there was either a fraud or there was 25 case of 25%. They could not also prove the double nomination. These are cases that were all struck out. Now, as a nation, the Supreme Court is the highest court in the land, and we need to respect our institution. I'm so sorry. I see a lot of Nigerians, especially a lot of people in the diaspora, because they believe they're in diaspora, they believe they can tarnish the image of Nigeria, or they can talk Nigeria down. Either you like it or not, you still identify as a Nigerian. And wherever you go to, you are still going to be identified as a Nigerian. So whether you call your president a drug lord or you call him a forger, it makes no difference. They are still going to treat you the same way you portray your leaders. And for instance, for the sake of this election, I was telling people, even if the president forged his papers, leave it to the court to decide. Oh, Mr. Tinubu, you forged these papers, then you leave. But for you to be able to actually prove that the president did that, you must go beyond reasonable doubt by providing evidence. And for me, I think Atiku should have just stopped when CSU said, yes, this person came to our school. Two people came out to say this person attended the same school with me. Those are the place, because we watching our dirty linear internationally also has impact on us, especially those people in the diaspora. Then, for the sake of the supporters, I understand the place of loyalty to your party or to a particular person in whom you believe, but at the same time, you should look beyond the personality or the party and look at Nigeria as a whole. So if you going out calling the justices names and saying they've been bribed or they are dirty, it's very wrong to accept that. And I also want to plead with you, we should try to caution our utterances, especially when we are on public spaces. Because I don't know, person that spoke some time ago was calling somebody a criminal, the justice a criminal. It's very wrong. You don't say that. You don't, because maybe your favorite, or maybe your candidate didn't get a favorable judgment, does not mean you should call somebody a criminal. And like they reiterated before, same Supreme Court gave Obi victory 2 times in the court. So why are we trying to tarnish the image of the institution of Nigeria? It's very wrong. At this stage, I would like to appeal to everybody, both articulate, both obedient, both batified. All we want as a nation is for Nigeria to move forward. We should have a country we call home as Nigeria. Let's all come together, irrespective of our differences. We are still going to criticize, constructive criticism. We are still going to talk when the government is wrong, but we should not do it out of hatred and out of stupidity. So I will beg all of us, now they've given their verdict, let us come together and let's govern, let's criticize, let us do it in a way and manner that is going to be beneficial to all of us. Thank you so much. God bless.
All right. Thank you. We're going to take quotes. That's the only thing on your account. So if you can hear us, you have the floor.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, thank you very much, Dotsu, Oyetu, and then Sarah reports. Very good conversation, and I can't believe what I'm hearing with regards to the case. And I'll just go straight to the topic. Do I agree with the Supreme Court's verdicts? My honest answer would be no, not quite. Because those saying that you cannot include fresh evidence when it comes to the Supreme Courts, that is actually quite subjective. As per the rule of the bench, if what you are actually bringing in relates to your actual case, and then the evidence is so weighty that it might actually overturn that decision, then it's down to the discretion of the judge or the justices to have at least look at the merits, of what article was tendering. Now, you also have to look as well that if Tinubu did not try and then block all this evidence that was coming, maybe he might have had some sort of chance to be able to put in this evidence within the stipulated time frame. And it was laughable when the judge said that it was a friendly joke. Yes, we understand the case was time bound and all that. But for you to then clearly come and then say that there are no errors, towards that judgment, and how the whole case started off from even the appeal court, which was a tribunal, down to the Supreme Court, there was a whole lot of error of judgment, even coming down to the 25% in FCT. Yes, the judge said, look, the 25% in FCT, FCT should act as a state. Now, people should start thinking, because the argument from the other side is that you're saying a presidential candidate should get 25%. What makes the people in the FCT more special than the people in other states? But you should then start thinking common sense. What makes people in the FCT less or subhuman to people in Lagos State and other states? Why can't people in the FCT not have their own governor? Somebody that looks like them, speaks their language, and understands their plights. Rather, you have to go bring a man from River State to govern over them. Why can the people in FCT not have their own assembly where it's all generally people that looks like them? But you have to bring someone alien to them to govern them. And if you understand, in every society in which rules or laws like this apply, there is a history to it. And I keep saying that. For example, in the UK, I say to people, to take power away from the center, London has a mayor. London has a commissioner, a Met Commissioner of Police. And you saw when Boris Johnson was being investigated by a Met Commissioner that sits under the mayor of London, it takes a bit of power away from the center. Or should we go to America and talk about the 3/5 and how they got their electoral votes? Do you know the reason that why that was in place? It was because the states with so much population that had slaves, they had to bring in that to say, look, if you were to look at the population, don't forget you have a lot of slaves. You're counting slaves as well. We have to bring in the 3/5 compromise. That is why some large states has a very tiny college votes, and you see some small states have larger college votes than those big states. So there is a lot of reason. So if the judge is now coming in and saying that's 25%, although it's there in the Constitution, it is not very clear. I would at least expect you to give a breakdown of exactly why this abnormality is in the Constitution. And you just can't just go out there and just say anything and then just expect people to just clap and swallow it one line and sinker and not say anything. The one thing I'll end up with is, with whatever Atiku has done and with whatever Obi has done, it has been able to establish one thing. The man right now that is steering the country is a fraudulent person. I will not mistake my words with that one. It is a proven fact. You don't have to go to court. He did not get a secondary school certificate before he went to Richard Dale College. Take that to the moon and back. The government college, Lagos, he said he graduated from in 1970. The inception of government college was 1974. Now, for those applauding him, run with that and then tell your kids, if you're a parent, to go forge their certificates. Anything is possible. Just be able to make your way through the Supreme Court and through INEC, by the Supreme Court, and all is okay. So, as a country, we should be reflecting deeply right now. And this is a lesson to Nigerians, because I remember when that judge, was it Okoro? Yeah, Judge Okoro, when in 2019, he was being hounded by Buhari's government, which is the same APC government, now telling us not to actually criticize the judiciary. We're the ones carrying, should I call it illegal raid or legal raid? Because whatever investigation should have been done back then should have gone through the NJC. But they used the DSS to hound Supreme Court justices. And Justice Okoro was one of them. Although what Buhari did and the APC government did was illegal, but I say to people, look at the merits of what is going on. This man had $30,000 cash in his house. That does not make sense. When you were being interrogated, you made a statement to say you were approached by Omani and I think Rotimi Amechi to actually influence the outcome of an election. Everyone was like, wait, hold on. As a judge, firstly, you should have not been so open to be approached. And should you be approached, you should have raised that straight away and not bring this up during interrogation. And guess what? Nigerians rallied behind this corrupt justices, should I say, because they were of a certain ethnicity, religion, or tribe. And it's now those same justices that are coming back to bite the hands, which are the common Nigerian. So I'll finally put it to say, look, Tinubu can sleep well tonight. Whatever happens today is not on him. It is now down on the judicial system on how they actually fumbled this whole thing from start to finish. And for INEC, I would say INEC has been relegated to the level of the Nigerian police. It will take 2-3 generations to come for INEC to actually say something, and then the ordinary Nigerians will actually believe what INEC is actually saying. And the proof already is in the upcoming election, where Buhari is even coming up with a statement say, look, Nigerians should come out to vote, because it's going to definitely be a low turnout for the successive elections to come forward. And
all right,
I think,
thank you.
thank you.
I have to take another speaker. Deji, Remy, please, you can come up here now.
So I'm sorry. Anytime you can, please, because I have a seminar later. That'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, if you could for a sec, someone was speaking. Who was that?
Yeah, this is me, please. I have a seminar, but I don't know how long you're spending, but just wanted to, anytime you can call me, that would be great. This is Prof. Ober. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate you alerting me to that. I will try to move you up, and I will let you know when you can speak. Thank you so much. Deji, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon to you, Dr. The other host, and also every other person on the panel. What I just want to say is that the judgment is clear and very simple in language for any Nigerian that has been paying attention over the years to understand. My advice will go to Mr. Obi and Mr. Atiku that after the judgment has been delivered, they should let the nation move on. They should be wary of making statements that could inflame the polity or that could throw the country into chaos and confusion. So that said, also, I just want to, listening to the judgment earlier today, there is one thing that kept on coming to my mind, which the judges pointed at. That is, how could you go approach the court unprepared? I mean, I'm talking about the lawyers of Atiku and Obi, that it was so easy for the judges to punch holes in all of their arguments and submissions. Look, they went all the way to the United States to get a deposition that is not even tenable before the court. The court made a mess of the old deposition that everybody was talking about, everybody was running all over the place, and at the end of the day, it's something that is not useful, that cannot even be presented before the court. So I'm just wondering, these lawyers, how do they put together their argument? How do they put together their cases? Is it that they don't sit down to have conferences to discuss what they put before the court? And the justice said, we have litigated these issues before. Why are you bringing it back? Why do you want us to go over it again? So sometimes I wonder, one of the problems, apart from INEC and all other institutional issues that our democracy have in Nigeria, I think the persons of the legal profession too are a major issue. Because all of these judges, from the appeal to the Supreme Court, all of them are on one side, not even a single dissenting voice. Not a single dissenting voice on all of the issues. And that shows me that one of the major problems we have are the persons of the legal profession. They confuse the nation. They confuse a lot of people. You go into to prove a case of forgery. You didn't have a watertight argument. No watertight argument to present before the court. Nothing. And that is very, 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 very disturbing. So I just want the legal people, the lawyers in Nigeria, to try to do better. Whenever cases come to them, especially election petition, when it comes to them, let them do their homework properly. Hearing the Supreme Court justices this morning, it was like they were ripping off their robes and exposing them naked before the eyes of the world. That should not be. And a lot of them were senior advocates of Nigeria. It is very, very disgraceful. And I think this should not happen again. It should not happen again. Now, to those who think Nigeria is doomed and all of that, well, I pray that one day you will have a change of heart. I continue to pray for Nigeria. I continue that our institutions will continue to be strengthened. I mean, from now, the next election, I pray it will be better and the country will move forward. Let us all come together and build the country. Now is the time now to focus on the president, his policies, his agenda, and come up with constructive criticisms. Let us hold his feet to the fire. That's it. The election is over. And let us leave it behind. The court has been clear. They have further explained to us the law. Nobody, no reasonable person should now continue to be talking about 25%, to be talking about double nomination. And everybody by now will know that when you are going to court to prove a case of forgery, you must do your homework, do your groundwork. So as of today, that forgery case is a nullity. Is a nullity, is a disgrace, is a waste of time. Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you.
All right, Didi. Thank you for your time. Prof. Obat, you can come off mute now and talk to us.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, my fellow Nigerians at home and diaspora. I'm very excited to be here. First, I introduce myself. I'm very say versatile, if you will, in terms of law. I study law here in the other side of the world, and I also study psychology. And I'm an advocate of leadership growth and also good governance. And I'm passionate for my country. That's why I'm here, irrespective of my busy schedule. And that's why I hold space. The first suggestion I want to say before I go to the topic is that I would maybe, if I would, by humble recommendation for Sahara to become better and other news media. Thank you for what you guys are doing. Unbelievable. Support even the Honor Thesis show. It's one of my, I like him a lot. And saying that, I would suggest that maybe debate like that is very essential to be like, space should be debate that we can interject so that we avoid gaslighting people. Let me say this. He said the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it. Ignorance may hate it, may derail, but in the end, there it is. Irrespective of political affiliation, you might say, I don't belong to this, I don't belong to that, but based on what you say, and some people are lawyers, even I saw a professor here, I was shaking my head. I would have interjected quickly. Should have been very hard. That's why I like Mario, one of our Americans, Space I Go. He's a very known journalist on space. I think he holds the biggest spaces, if I'm not wrong. A lot of fact-finding when he holds space, when people talk, he give example and all that. Anyway, that being said, look, you said the title here. Do you agree with the Supreme Court verdict? I will say why I say what I say and give examples. Number one, I hate gaslighting. That's why I talk about interjecting. If I hold space, I don't like talk, give the mic. No, I don't like that. Interject, bring it hot so that we don't brainwash people. Nigeria is very rich in brain. Most of us living in diaspora or living in Nigeria, we have great brain, but we live in that country, they press us down. We all know it. The court was a bunch of judges who are shenanigans, who were bought over. I'll give you an example, okay? Absolutely hell no. The judges, the rulings cannot hold any water, cannot be compared to any other international community in Africa. It cannot be compared to Europe or America or Asia. No country you can compare the judgment, the ruling, or the penalty of the Supreme Court. So don't bamboozle anybody at all. Whether you are a professor, by the way, it's not professor who is those to the election, calling the election at the middle of the night, right? And is he not the same guy who they gave over 300 billion naira? No accountability? You cover up? Is it not the country where you have, when you are rich, you don't go to jail? Let me quickly go to an example. There's this guy, you guys know him. His name is Ike Kwarimadu, right? Was former president of Senate, if I'm not wrong, right? They gave him 9 years imprisonment in UK. If we're to be in Nigeria, it will be cleared in all the courts. We have to pick whatever you want to say. So what are you kind of bamboozle people? You think that the justice system works in Nigeria? You think that you study law when you are professors? Even Caucasians or Nigerians who are professors doing excellently well in abroad, in diaspora? You want to bamboozle people? What are you talking about? Give us reasons. Then that's number one. That man who went to jail in UK, if we're to be in Nigeria, forget it. You know it. Right? Another example is this. Someone mentioned, I think it's a professor. That's why I want to invite you to my space so we can debate. Educate the people, not just gaslighting people. Festus Keyamo, before the pet, was boasting, was saying what the ruling will be. And you are saying that to hold a work conference, they were accusing. That's what criminal judges do. We know it. We can compare it. And you also make an example. Somebody said before that you don't accuse judges and all that. In where I live in the Western world, the place system works, right? When the systems are working, we accuse judges, we accuse president. They bow down to us. If they don't work, we fire them. In UK, mistrust spent 40-something days. In Nigeria, Nigerians will die and support a criminal. What are you talking about? Nigeria is not, it's not an island, but Nigeria is living in this universe. And let me quickly say this before I forget. The law of Nigeria is a universal law. There's no Nigerian law. There's international law, there's a local law, there's constitution. It has to be, aligned with the international law. It's a global organization. So any judgment in Nigeria has to be tested with other countries and other international laws. All right, yeah, corrupt judges should be called out, should even be in prison. In the US, a judge is in prison in the US. So I think the list goes on and on and on. The SUV car that was bought recently. So there are a lot of things going on in Nigeria. So the judgment of the Supreme Court really is not a judgment. It's not a judgment. Do you know the Constitution of Nigeria is not even a constitution that is really a constitution? Do you know that even in Nigeria, you have so many constitutions, so to say, you have Sharia, you have this, you have that. It's a chaos country. Do you know that we don't grow? Our GDP is just so low, it's very low, and the crude oil stolen over 400,000 crude oil missed in Nigeria every day. Criminals are behind it, judges are behind it, lawyers are behind it, professors are behind it, governors are behind it. Is it? Let me round up.
Dobale, trying to get that so everybody this one. So hello, the Niger, we are all in it, but one thing that is absolutely categorical.
Atiku, shut up, please. That's what the democracy is all about. We don't have democracy in Nigeria. That is civilian coup in Nigeria. Then the last thing I want to say for you, the mic is this. I have a lot to say. If we can put a debate style I just recommended. Look, in Nigeria right now, the court is stalling. We have lawyers, we have judges, we have SAN who are standing, who are not falling, who are not criminals, who have said it over and over. They live in the same Nigeria. About constitution is not right, about all these things I'm saying right now. So don't say, because you live in a diaspora. By the way, open your eyes. Let me say this quickly. Because if you live in Nigeria, never travel abroad, you'll be like in a cage. If I was in Nigeria, I'll be talking the way you are talking. Most of you, I'll be afraid to talk because I go to jail, or if I'm bored, you know what happens. Look, the criminals in the judiciary are spoken. The criminal election has also done their work. The criminal so-called professor has done his work, and it's not in jail. There's no whistleblower to know all the conversation he had, the bribe he took. We know the system out there. There's corruption in Europe, in America. Don't get me wrong. But when we get them, we jail them. We jail them. Okay? So all these guys have spoken, but there's one guy I like so much that are not spoken. That is the court of the people. When the people rise up, just like Sri Lanka, they drove out the criminal that was there in Sri Lanka, over 20 million people. You know, you can't gaslight Sri Lanka guys. I love them, you know. One day, Nigeria will be like Sri Lanka. Maybe this week. But for you to come here saying, shut up, we gaslight you, we put you in the cage, oh, you don't have any voice, shame on you, whatever color you are. Come to debate with me. I will win you and I will whip your ass. I will give example. You know you can't gaslight all Nigerians, especially we living in diaspora. You cannot. And the news media, this Sahara is bold. Many news media have been kidnapped. Kidnapped. When journalists, look at the former minister was even arrested. Journalists were arrested. I think brother journalists who are here, you know, you can support me. He was arrested. His wife was arrested. How can somebody, because he read a poem on radio, you say that's a government? Is he not the former liar? Or is he the Hausa man or whatever, or Fulani man? He commanded, it's not your power. He commanded him to be arrested. His brother, his wife spent 8 days, just a few days ago, in your country. And you say you are a law professor? Shame on you, brother. Shame on you. You're going to change. If you don't change, if you leave this world, God will judge you. God will, fear God, not this world. There's judgment over there when you cross over. I want to warn you that. All right. So the last thing is this: the court of the people will speak, and they will arrest all these guys, all these criminals. Whether if Peter Obi is a criminal, you go to jail. And that's our stand. They will go to jail, will be locked up. All these criminals will spend their lives in jail. They will recover the property they stole. They will recover all the wealth they looted. To Google Tinubu network, billions of dollars. How did they make that? Jesus, oh my God. You guys are dying, and you are defending criminals. And when you're, look, even go to the market. They don't ask you, you belong to APC.
You're out of time, and
I know. I will yield up. Because you guys, I recommend you, brother. Thank you very much. But you know what?
Yeah.
Create a debate where people can interject. That is what changed the nation. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Abu Ali, you can come up. I saw you reacting to some of the things that you were saying. Do you want to come on now and then just say what you think?
Absolutely. Good evening, good day, everybody.
All right.
And I agree to all panelists. Firstly, let me say that I agree with the Supreme Court verdict. And then I think I'm just going to shelve everything I wanted to discuss earlier. I think the last speaker was just here to gaslight. He came up to do exactly what he was speaking against. And, for me, I feel so, it's really a big shame to have somebody who is a prof come up here and start gaslighting without fact. What I see from all what he was discussing is the fact that it's just an emotional wreck for him to call the president of the most populous black nation in the world a criminal. That was, it's not so found that he was a criminal. And then he just came up here and gaslighting and saying a whole lot of rhetoric. I think it is grossly irresponsible on his side. That aside, I also want to speak to the fact that what he did to speak, he will never do that in America where he stays. You are on the queue. If you have a seminar, can you please go and have your seminar? Why do you have to jump the queue? You wait your time. You want a better country, and yet you are the one breaking the law. If we can't give what we are asking for from these little areas, then when do we want to start doing that? You came here, you're so educated, and yet you are speaking like somebody who didn't even pass through a secondary school. You speak about judges, you don't have facts. You speak about a lot of other people without facts. How do we expect the country to be a better place? And then another thing I really want to talk about is the fact that I want to say that former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, you understand the fact that going to CSU will bring out nothing. And I'll tell you why I'm saying that. They went to CSU, they got nothing from there, and then they held a world conference, so to speak, that they were addressing the outcome of the deposition that they were given to. Now, the question I want to ask is this. Just one simple question. How will I, a graduate, somebody who is well-to-do, somebody who has seen it all, a former senator, former governor, and then I will end up to falsify my records? Does it even make sense? It doesn't. Anybody who thinks logically will understand that it does not even make sense to say that, okay, this man will go ahead and falsify his own record, knowing fully well that this will be a big problem to him. Even when he was an opposition, he was tried. He was tried by the opposition to see whether he had anything in his cupboard. Nothing was found. Now that's not my point for tonight. That's not where I'm going to, because the prof made me, he really got me, I mean, livid with all these out of point, positions. Where I'm going to is that before the election, I had discussion with some of the obedience, and I was like, yes, I love the fact that you guys are coming up. I love the fact that we are going to have a third angle to the opposition. It will not just be between the A and B every now and then. Let us have a third angle. But what I see that you guys are doing is the fact that you guys don't have all the wherewithal to win the election. But come on, just go ahead and contest. From here, we know where we stand. But unfortunately, many obedience do not, they do not want to listen to opposing views. You see, the Western world thrives because they allow diversity. They thrive in diversity, but we are not doing that in Nigeria. When, as an obedience, if they see somebody else who is not in their camp, they will gaslight him. They'll just chase him out. We don't need to do that. If we are really loyal, if we are all loyal to our country, we don't need to chase other people out. We need to listen to other people. Let's get their own point of view, and then let's see how we can actually win them over to our side, rather than being me against them. Going forward, obedience, this is an advice to them and probably to PDP as well. There's a need for them to close rank. I support APC, yes. I'm saying it, clear and out. But the fact is that I am loyal to my country. I want my country to be better. If it is PDP that will make it better, let them come in and do it. If it is APC, let them go ahead and do it. The country is our country. We don't have any other place to call a home. We don't need to start gaslighting and start trying to create a chaos. Look at this prof asking for chaos in the country. Where you are, you won't try that. I yield the mic. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, let me respond to him. One minute, because this is a debate. He called my name out. Look, my dear friend, when I spoke, I gave example. I mentioned your former president of Senate president. That was a fact. I mentioned the 3 billion naira. That was a fact. I mentioned the way they use strategies to steal money. They use billions or millions to clear farm. No plantation, no agriculture working. That's a fact. I mentioned Tinubu, a criminal lord that has been criminalized in his brain, his system in the US. That's a fact. I mentioned the fact that the ruling in other countries can be able to stand in any country in the world. In Europe, in America, if something happened in another court, they will bring it as evidence. That's a fact. And your country criminality, they reject it. That's a fact. And I mentioned a number of things. I mentioned like where I live right now, whether I'm in Europe and America, I have the right to accuse my leaders. I can say more than what I'm saying right now. That's a fact. I don't know where you live. If you live in Cage, but let me tell you something. Google the meaning of gaslighting. You don't know what you're saying. You didn't go to school. You're just party talk, probably the way your voice, because you didn't give any thought on all what you have said. That's the last thing is this. Come to my debate. Come to my debate on my space. I don't drag people out. My goal of talking here, I've said it before, is that I want you and many people and myself that the country that works, poverty is gone. Criminality, whether you are a president, governor, you go to jail, just like what is happening in UK, and that man is in jail now. All right, those are all facts, and that's why I'm fighting for you. The police, they are suffering, and the army, they are suffering. Everybody is suffering. Look at the number of deaths in Nigeria, and those things are not carried on national TV. They are not emphasized. Lastly, a guy just died in Spain, Alvaro. Google it, on a train, just by himself. The news were on and all. Presidents spoke about it. In your country, president don't know it, but don't know you. They may hire you as a talk. They pay you stipend. I can't look. I don't want to boast, but that's the thing I want to say right now. And let me say something. The last thing that will save Nigeria is revolution, protest. It's not to destroy it, to save, because country Nigeria is already destroyed. Showore will do that. If Showore would have had a higher vote like Peter Obi is weak in protest. I would have loved that guy, Showore, to take that matter and turn Nigeria upside down.
Right,
We
so,
people like Showore that will turn Nigeria upside down. Thank you very much.
Calm down, everybody. Thank you. So I think it's important that we don't forget what the topic is, and also to remember that there are other people waiting to speak, and I'm going to be more strict with time now. But uh, while we're at that, Barrister Inibe just came on the space. We did invite him, and so I would like to just let him address some of the questions that we had. Barrister Inibe, are you with? Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, awesome. So just tell us, what is your take on the ruling of the Supreme Court, and if you agree or disagree, what are your reasons? First, let's get to that first.
Well, a bit of mixed feelings. I'm not in a position now to tell you whether I agree or disagree, but what I can tell you is that I am bound by the judgment of the Supreme Court. As the lawyer, I have an obligation to acknowledge that judgment and speak to the implications of that judgment. It will not be ahead of me to disparage the Supreme Court, but we are also allowed as practitioners to express views on decisions of our courts, within permissible ethical limits. Now, I understand the emotions. I understand the agitation of many. But you see, for some of us who have been students of election or electoral litigation and jurisprudence, we are not very surprised by the divisions of my lords. I'm being very deliberate in my choice of words because I know the ramifications. I know the extent to which what I say may go or may be construed. Now, there are aspects of the judgment, that leave some room for further interrogation, right? I listened to the judgment of the Supreme Court, beginning with the article petition. As a matter of fact, when the material issues submitted for determination by the appellants in the first appeal, that is PDP and article, were resolved and determined, it was clear that Obi's appeal was not going to succeed. I listened to the reasoning of my lords. A few observations. The first is that the judgment was quite brief. The brevity of the judgment is also notable. Unlike the decision of the Court of Appeal, which was read for hours and hours and hours, the Supreme Court was a bit laconic, in the judgment. They were very intentional about that. Now, let me just address a few issues and then leave us to interrogate further. I caution again that I may disappoint you. I may not directly tell you I am in favor or against, but I will just raise some posers. One is on the issue of electronic transmission of results. And you see, when politicians speak to these issues and their surrogates, quite indeed their supporters, there is always a tendency to get drowned in the ocean of partisanship. And the disservice that does to intellectual conversation is that when partisanship prevails, it erodes the objectivity of the matter. In 2015, and I like to, pay tribute to history when I talk about this particular matter. In 2015, the PDP whose petition was dismissed today was the main beneficiary of the jurisprudence of our courts regarding the place of requirements or processes established through the INEC guidelines for the conduct of election. And I make specific reference to the introduction of the smart card reader by INEC to be the basis for accreditation. Chief Wole Olanipekun, who led Tinubu's, please pay attention because, you see, as I said, partisanship has a way of distracting us. Chief Olanipekun SN, who led Tinubu's team in the petitions that were determined, was the lead counsel to Obon Okonumana, the then governorship candidate of the APC, if I'm not mistaken, in Akwa Ibom, who had lost the election to Udom Emmanuel of the PDP. Both at the tribunal, and I said that because I was involved. We were the ones who were working at the background for the petitioners. I gave my professional, service up to the Supreme Court. But Olanipekun was, of course, the leader, and then he prosecuted the petition to the best of his ability. At the tribunal, the entire election was nullified. At the Court of Appeal, election in about half of the states was nullified, about half of the local governments in the state. But somehow, when the matter got to the apex court, my Lord, the learned justices of the Supreme Court, found nothing wrong with the election. Chief Olanipekun stood before the Supreme Court in my presence, and I'm not telling you what I was told. You see, because the reason why I'm giving this history is that maybe when I'm done, people will understand what happened today. And then he stood before the Supreme Court and said, my Lord, I have never seen an election petition where evidence was as strong, as credible as this petition. And he said that, and when someone like of that stature, someone who in some sense is seen as an institution in the legal profession, especially regarding electoral matters, makes that kind of statement before the Supreme Court, you cannot dismiss it. But guess what? At the end, Chief Olanipekun lost that appeal. Now, PDP benefited. Our neighboring state, Rivers, the case of Nyesom Wike and Peter side, and Akuku Peter side. All of us who were active participants in that election would recall the broad and undeniable violence that characterized the 2015 election in Rivers. Just like in Akwa Ibom, dozens of people were slaughtered. It was one of the most violent elections in the annals of elections in the country. Recall that Wike's election was nullified. For those who recall, his election was nullified. But of course, again, the Supreme Court set aside the decision and then affirmed Wike's election. The same position was also taken by the apex court in Benue. As a matter of fact, Benue was the first. I'm just giving those three instances, but there were other cases in 2015 where the question of whether the use of technology or the smart card reader in the conduct of election had statutory or legislative flavor. That is whether it is cognizable under the Electoral Act 2010 as amended. The apex court took a firm position that the introduction of the smart card reader, though a commendable innovation, cannot be the basis for questioning the outcome of the election. This was an election like in my own state, Akwa Ibom, where, as far as I'm concerned, we were able to show that the then PDP governorship candidate and then governor, Udom, and the PDP, the number of accreditation was about 402 or accredited with having scored about 900,000 votes. There was no explanation for the differentials between the number of accredited voters recorded by the smart card reader and the very bogus votes ascribed by INEC to the PDP. The only explanation that INEC made was that when the smart card reader fell, they had recourse to the incident forms. Incident form is basically a document filed by presiding officers and electoral officials to state that they tried to accredit somebody and that fell. The machine did not work, so they had to resort to manual accreditation. That was the explanation to explain the differential, because INEC had insisted on the use of the smart card reader. I was present at the tribunal the day INEC came to court with Ghana must go, several Ghana must go, purportedly containing incident forms, to tender to prove the accreditation. Guess what? In the end, INEC failed to tender the incident forms, and Chivilani Pekung demonstrated, as we had contended, as was our case, that whether on the basis of the smart card reader accreditation or ticking of names manually on the voters register, there was overvoting. But as I said, in the end, my lords upheld the election in Akwa Ibom. Why am I giving this history? I'm giving this history because some of us are, the personal, loss for some of us who have been very virulent in our support asking for the use of technology in our elections. And that was the whole essence of the 2022 Electoral Act, right? For me, the hallmark of the new Electoral Act is the use of technology. But by the judgment of my lords today, it does appear that the ghost of the 2010 Electoral Act as amended is still afflicting our electoral process, in the sense that while in section 60, section 65 of the Electoral Act, paragraph 38, and other relevant provisions, paragraph 38 of the guidelines, the National Assembly, under the 2020 Electoral Act, gave credence or a stronger recognition to the use of technology, namely the BVAS, the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, which is a dual-purpose device. Because again, as I said, partisanship has a way of making people lose sight of the argument. The BVAS machine is meant for two things. One is accreditation, as designed by INEC itself. The second is supposed to be the electronic transmission of results. Now, what my lords have said, and based on my understanding, because I had thought that based on the Adeleke and APC judgment in Oshun, I had thought that my lord had given judicial recognition to the mandatory nature of the requirement of electronic transmission. But listening to my lord Justice Okoro today, it does appear that the Supreme Court is essentially saying that yes, IREF is a good thing, however, you don't need to transmit because you can have recourse to the hard copies. And that even when that, in fact, the aspect that a bit troubled me was when my lord said that it doesn't really matter what reason or what is the reason for the failure of the IREF for transmission. You see, what that does, the danger in that is that it emboldens an institution like INEC that is incapable of self-censorship, that is incapable of self-accountability, to continue to make nonsense of our electoral system with proper respect of the Supreme Court. Because it would have even been sufficient for me to just simply hold that, look, because you can do collation based on manually collated, or based on the physical results, the Form ECH series. Therefore, where the BVAS is unable to transmit or the IRA fails, you can still do collation. For me, that would have been sufficient to say that it is not mandatory. But when the pronouncement is that irrespective of the cause, that is, if Mahmoud, who went to Chatham House, who issued press releases, who granted several public statements, and who collected public funds, budgeted and voted for by the National Assembly, promised Nigerians to deliver electronic transmission of results, that if he wakes up and deliberately sabotage, decide to make nonsense of the process, there can be no consequence. For me, that is the aspect that worries me on that. I'll leave it at that. The second issue that I'm a bit unclear about is regarding the ruling of the learned justices of the Court of Appeal in striking out paragraphs of the petition, or essentially the positions of witnesses on subpoena. Again, partisanship has a way of making people lose sight of the issues. The Court of Appeal has, even as a few days ago, right, given about 2 or so judgments to the fact that regarding witnesses on subpoena, insofar as they are official witnesses, you don't need to front load. And you see, when people come on social media and begin to deprecate or make derisive commentaries against lawyers who are representing petitioners, saying, oh, lawyers to be with doing nonsense, lawyers to article don't know what they are doing, they are just talking nonsense. Ask them how many of them, even lawyers, challenge them, how many of them have ever represented a petitioner in an election petition. Go and ask our guy in the professor Chivolani Peku. Go and check the cases he has done, the petitions he has handled, the ones he represented respondents declared winners by INEC, and the ones he represented petitioners. Go and look at the outcome of those cases. It is not an easy thing. But people just sit down and assume that election petition is an easy process, and therefore when these cases are determined, the lawyers didn't know what they were doing. I filed a petition in this last election for a senatorial candidate of the Labour Party in Akwa Ibom at the tribunal. I went to the tribunal, filed an application, got an order for inspection to inspect materials and obtain certified copies of documents. Guess what? The most critical documents that I needed, INEC refused to release them to me, despite the order of the tribunal. I'm not talking about Obi or Atiko's case. I'm telling you the one that I personally undertook on behalf of a client. I wrote to the chairman of INEC, at least 2 or 3 letters. I wrote to the senior advocate who represented INEC. I did everything I could. I wrote to the Resident Electoral Commissioner. They arrogantly refused to comply with the order of the court. Now, I am required to file my petition within 21 days of the conduct of the election, right? So how do I get an unwilling witness? Please tell me, how do I get an official of INEC who is in possession of documents that I need to prove my petition to come and depose to a statement on oath for me to file along with the petition within 21 days? How practicable is this? How practicable? Let us stop the emotion. How practicable is it? I just want to understand. Because I was waiting to see the aspect of the judgment. In fact, I had hope that at the least my laws will make a distinction between official and non-official witnesses. Because in all honesty, some of the witnesses that Labour Party used on subpoena, they didn't have to do that. Those are witnesses that were within their reach. Those are witnesses that were within their control, that they could have filed their deposition at the time of filing the petition. So maybe those ones could have been struck out. But regarding official witnesses and witnesses that are not within their control, honestly, I don't see how a petitioner can easily do that. I don't see it. And again, some of those facts are facts that were pleaded in the petition, that issues were joined by the respondents in their replies. So it's not as if all the issues were introduced at the later stage of the proceedings. So if you are now saying that when you are filing election within 21 days, both official and non-official witnesses on subpoena, you must file their deposition. Otherwise, their evidence, their testimony, and documents tendered by them go to nothing. It's essentially telling a petitioner in most cases to do the impossible. So I'll leave it at that. The other issue is the issue of forfeiture. Well, the Supreme Court's position, as far as that issue is concerned on Atiko's petition, to some extent cannot be, dismissed. You have to listen to what the Supreme Court has said. Because I knew, and I have told some people this, that there were a lot of technical difficulties that Atiku was going to face, right? And I don't blame him, really, right? I don't blame him, because I have explained that it is not an easy thing when you're on the side of the petitioner. It is easy to go and represent Tinubu, represent INEC, represent APC, collect all the billions, because, I mean, the burden of proof is on the petitioner. Go and represent the petitioner, go and file an election petition. You will see the difference. I don't know what really position on the merits that issue has been handled, because I think in Obi's petition, if I'm not mistaken, the issue of forfeiture of $460,000 was raised in the petition. I stand to be corrected, but in Atiku's case, I think, as the Supreme Court has said, it was raised in their reply. So that was already a problem for Atiku. Truth be told. And I also knew that the possibility of having that evidence introduced and admitted at the Supreme Court was going to be problematic. And you see, the unfortunate or regrettable part of this is that the Supreme Court has not even looked at the deposition. The Supreme Court has not spoken on the credibility of the deposition. They have not spoken on the veracity of the position. They have not spoken to the evidential value of the deposition by Caleb Westbeck, the registrar of Chicago State University. So let nobody interpret this judgment as a way of saying that, oh, yes, the petitioners, the appellants on that ground, but on the merits, that issue has not been resolved. But I have explained the technical problems, right? And I will leave it at that. Maybe the last issue, I may want to make one or two comments on, right, is on the general attitude of our courts to election petition. And please, listen to this. The whole conversation is actually, right? The case of Awolowo and Shagari. Go and read it. Go and read Nwobodo versus Ono, 1983 or so, or 1984. Go and read those old cases. Go and read Obasanjo and Buhari on non-serialization of ballot papers, where ballot papers were not serialized. The Supreme Court still upheld the election. Even the closest attempt at nullification was 2007, right? Buhari and Yaradua, where a panel of 7 justices entered, but the election was still upheld. So the Supreme Court has been, a bit careful in nullifying presidential elections. Even gubernatorial petitions. I challenge you, go and check. Gubernatorial petitions that were nullified, all those cases of Oni, the former governor of Ekiti State, Oshomole of Edo State, those were the era where gubernatorial petitions terminated at the Court of Appeal. But then the National Assembly, for reasons best known to them, decided to overburden the Supreme Court by expanding their jurisdiction in the appellate jurisdiction in gubernatorial petitions. The Supreme Court has not really nullified most governorship elections. Of course, I'm aware of the case of Uzodinma, but that is peculiarity and another argument for another day. Other than that, cases like Amechi's case, they're basically pre-election matters. So I'm just coming to concluding by saying that historically, the state of the law, everything is against a petitioner. Everything is against a petitioner. And the time has come going forward. And these are my recommendations. Number one, we must have a conversation in this country on who should have the burden of proof in an election. If we are going to sanitize our electoral system, the burden of proof must be on INEC. This whole thing about presumption of regularity in favor of INEC, we have to revisit that position. The National Assembly must amend the Electoral Act, or even the Evidence Act if need be, to make it the duty of INEC,
the onus of proof should be on INEC to show that the conducted election is substantial compliance with the Electoral Act. Because how do you expect someone that is supposed to be an umpire, that we have clearly seen that is not really an umpire in the true sense of it? INEC has not hidden the fact that they are biased. Look at even the mess they have made of themselves in the petition. INEC going to speak about forfeiture, going to speak about Tinubu's qualification. I mean, what is their business with that? How does that affect them? They could have just left that for Tinubu and APC to argue. But they get themselves muddled up in election petitions to the point that they take over the case of those who were declared. And that is the same attitude they show on the day of the election. So the burden of proof has to be on INEC. Because they look at, I mean, people are saying Obi's lawyer didn't do this, Atiku lawyer, absolute nonsense. Were you not there when the Court of Appeal gave order for inspection? Didn't we see with our eyes how those lawyers were denied access to materials? Didn't we see it? And those are the documents you need to plead facts in your petition, to particularize your petition. So when those documents you are denied access to those documents before you file your petition, and if you go to the same tribunal, they make an order, you cannot get the court to enforce it. How are you supposed to plead facts in an election petition when the facts are not within your knowledge? When the facts are in position of a so-called umpire who in real sense is an adversary. So we need to change the law. INEC must have the burden of proof. And this is not just my opinion. Justice Mohammed Uwais made this recommendation. The Justice Mohammed Uwais Electoral Reform Committee, that was one of their main recommendations. The second is appointment of the chairman and national commissioners of INEC. Is it not a shame in our country that we see people with clear, open partisan leaning appointed into INEC, and people are clapping for it because it favors them today? I have said it that when PDP benefited from this in 2015, they were happy. Today they are the victims. APC is smiling. But should we be playing with the destiny of our country on the foot of partisanship? We cannot allow, even those that Tinubu has recently nominated, go and check. Some of them have non-partisan leaning, contrary to the provisions of the Electoral Act. And unfortunately, we have a close to near useless National Assembly, a National Assembly of affirmation, a National Assembly that only seeks to affirm what the presidents want them to do, a National Assembly that is lost in oversight responsibility, a National Assembly that is dumb and blind and deaf. So they will basically approve anything. So we need to revisit the appointment of the chairman of INEC and also the commissioners of INEC, right? And then the last recommendation that I want to speak to, we need the Electoral Offences Commission. Justice Mohammed Uwais recommended this. The National Assembly has refused to act on it. Those who were sharing money on the day of elections across political parties, how many have been put on trial? How many have been prosecuted? Till date, Mahmoud shamelessly cannot tell Nigerians why IREP did not work. And we are refusing to hold him accountable because he favors us today. I'll leave it at that.
I thank you for your lengthy and necessary submission, Mr. Enibi. We are going to ask you for your recommendation, but gladly you've said that already. You've listed them out. And we appreciate if you can just hang on, and maybe you might want to take one or few questions from people online who might want to seek clarification. If you can respond to them, and if not, just let it go. So we start with Femi. Femi Adeolu, are you still there?
Yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you. We have a very short contribution. Number one, the case that went through from appeal to Supreme Court is all about the election. And some people coming here to attack the personality of somebody or to start abusing the country. That's their own cup of tea. We are talking about the judgment of Supreme Court. Now, I support the judgment because the people that took the matter to the court, they've never shown anybody how they won the election. All of them have polling agents across Nigeria. The polling agents have their result with them. So by logic, they're supposed to have their own result. Me, I believe if they should take that result to the court and it's different from INEC result, then we'll now start talking. So that is one. Two, the lawyers that handle the matter for everyone, everybody got the result of what their lawyer prepared for. So as for me, if you hire a lawyer that knows that your case is not going to stand, and the lawyer still go ahead, collect your money, and took your matter to court, and you lose, you don't come here and start cursing Nigeria, and start cursing the generation unborn, and start saying that Nigeria should be burned down. It's not all about emotion. Like what the barrister that just spoke said, Nigeria is in progress, as in is a process whereby we will continue to progress. Before former president left, President Buhari, there was a time he returned the Electoral Act 2022 for another slight adjustment. We know people who are abusing him that he's not going to sign it. They love Nigeria so much that time that they were even abusing Buhari that he will not sign the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act, the majority of them don't even know what is inside. So now he signed the Electoral Act. We now use it for election. Now the Electoral Act is no longer good again. What do we want? The Electoral Act that we love so much and abuse Buhari over that Buhari did not sign. Now that Electoral Act is now having problem again. I'm not saying the Electoral Act will not have issue because they can always work on the law. That's why there is a room for amendment. So that one on another side. So for me, in conclusion, the emotion and the reality is a two different things. The people anybody that wants to go to any election in the future, they should not go to election by abusing their opponent. Let them identify the problem of a country if you are going for president, the problem of a state if you are going as a governor, the problem of your local government if you are going as a chairman, and prefer solution. If you look at what the barrister just said, he has identified area where there is problem and he made a recommendation. That is somebody who get brain, who get sense. So if you are coming out again, whether you are Atiku, whether you are Obi, whether you are anybody, identify the problem that is facing Nigerian citizens, provide solution and sell it to us. Then people will do justice by voting you. My brother, if these people continue the next election and started abusing people, started saying somebody is sick, started saying somebody cannot eat, started saying that the guy is on life support, the person will not still win. The person will still go to court, he may not win because you don't go to court and take abuse to the court. Some of them are abusing the judges. Is that the way out? So for me, I accept the judgment of Supreme Court because the people that took the matter to court, they did not convince even we that we are on the street that they won the election. For example, Peter Obi.
Sorry, I have to cut you there, Femi. You've exhausted your time. Just 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and I allowed you to speak well. So we have to move on. Thank you very much. Nasa Umoz, are you still there?
Yeah, hi, I'm here.
All right, you have the mic.
Yeah, Dr. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I have to say this because I don't belong to any party. I'm gonna speak based on the truth and the facts. Number one, I have to start by cautioning our Nigerians. When I mean Nigerians, I'm talking about Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa. Those every one of us in Nigeria. I'm talking to everyone. See, the problem we have in Nigeria, and Nigeria will never get better until we Nigerians learn to call a spade a spade. And when we see the truth, irrespective of our tribe, irrespective of our religion, we as human beings created by God with some sense of decency and integrity. And we said, no, this is wrong and this is right. Until we get to that point, all of us will still be rigmaroling, repeating the same thing over and over again. One, the decision of the Supreme Court, honestly, I'm not surprised. I expected it, not because the people on the other side, the opposition, Atiku and Obi, do not have the facts and their evidence. When people say that, I look at them, I shake my head, I said, this country is not going anywhere. Because when you hear an average Nigerian who is in Nigeria, who has not even gotten to Murtala Mohammed Airport, each time they want to give an instance, the first country they will call is America. Yet, they don't know nothing about America. They don't know how the system works. The same America they use as an example on daily basis. I am telling you the fact. If it's in America, an average politician in Nigeria, all of them will be wearing a yellow jumper suit today. Not because of election, but because of what they have done to Nigerians. Both Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. Those people have done so much damage to our country that I am so much in pain when I listen to men, grown-up men, who say they went to school, who know what it means to have sense of decency and honesty. They will come out on national television, on social media, defending things that they cannot defend. That even when they look back and their children will call them at home and say, Daddy, do you really mean that you say that? Oh, that's because it's my party. What do you want me to say? You are looking at this group of men and women hijack Nigeria and vow that Nigerians will never see the light of the day. And yet, the same people that will come out at the social media begging for money to go to hospital, begging for money to pay their children's school fees, they are on the national television, on social media, defending these people. I don't want to call them by the name criminals because that's what they are. But I look at these people who are defending their slave masters. Look at all the countries in the world that have oil. Nigeria is the 5th oil producing nation in the whole world. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at Qatar, just to name but a few. How many of them do you see their citizens suffering the way Nigerians are suffering? Yet this person will come out and say, I am APC. This person will say, I believe. I don't care what the Supreme Court said. These are birds of the same feather that flocks together. Both the Senate, both the House of Assembly, these are men and women that have connived together to put Nigerians in ardent poverty. And until the day Nigerians will stand up and said, be it Yoruba, forget about Peter Obi or Atiku. I do not care about all of them because all of them are the same water that is boiling in the same pot. Until average Nigeria will get up and say, no, this is not about Yoruba. This is not about Igbo. This is not about Hausa. This is about us suffering as human beings because of these people, these evil cabals. I am telling you, this I'm not saying out of someone said. How can a human being come out on the day they are doing primaries and you are in the national stadium sharing dollars, sharing $50,000, $25,000. People are collecting just to cast their vote. The same group of people. They are the ones making decisions for you. They are the ones that run for the election. The poor masses are the ones killing themselves, defending them, supporting them, because that's your party. They will come out tomorrow, they give you 100,000. They will come out tomorrow, they give you 2 million. The question you ask yourself, how long are you going to use this money to take care of your family? How many people, I am asking this question, how many people, be it Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo, on this platform that is in Nigeria, that can boldly, when you get sick, you said, I am going to hospital with or without money, that hospital will take care of me. No health care, no insurance, no light, no road, nothing. This group of men and women just hijacked Nigeria. And you are looking at these people, human beings, men, your children are not going a decent school. All these men and women, their families are overseas. When they are sick, they will fly and come over here to take care of themselves. All their families and their friends are doing well, enjoying, sharing in your wealth, sharing in the wealth of the country. And you are telling me about the Supreme Court's decision? What kind of Supreme Court do we have? Even in America that you guys use as an example every day, all these Supreme Court judges, some of them will be in jail wearing jumper suits. That's how a system work. That's how decent and men of integrity, that's how they live. You don't come out on the national television and social media embarrassing yourself because you are trying to defend a man who has stolen the destiny of your children. Men and women who have come together. If you guys think that I'm making it up or I am speaking out of emotion, take a look when their children are wedding. All of them, these people that you guys are fighting for, all of them will gather together and be drinking their expensive wines and champagne. From whose money? That is the money that is meant for me, you, and your children and your wife. And you guys are here, I'm defending APC, I'm defending Obi, I'm defending Atiku. You guys can go ahead and defend them as much as you want. Defend them from now till next generation. But what I'm telling you guys, especially the men on this platform, you guys owe your children some answers. You guys are owing your children some explanation. You're going to tell your children why you put them in this ardent poverty and suffering. None of your children can get a good treatment in the hospital except you have money in your pocket. And if you don't have, you look for your neighbor to go and borrow.
I'm sorry,
But
Nasa.
other than that,
I'm sorry.
I am done speaking. Let me give us a chance to talk. But it is a shame what I hear my brothers and my sisters, what they say on this platform, defending the indefensible, defending all these criminals, all
All
in
right.
the name of
Thank
partisan.
you.
Thank you very much and God
We
bless.
understand the emotion there. Thank you very much. Emmanuel Chisom, I'll just, before you come up, Emmanuel Chisom, I'll enjoy us to stay on the topic and because we might be more strict with time now, 2 minutes for each person. We spent about 2 hours on the space and we like to take as much people as possible. So 2 minutes per person, please. Emmanuel Chisom, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All
Okay,
right,
so I would I'll be very direct. Well, I do not agree with the Supreme Court verdict, but I understand that the Supreme Court actually has to do what it has to do. Now, I mean, when the Mr. Tinubu was sworn in, there was very simple thing. The very first thing that he did, I mean, when he removed the subsidy and all that, the very first thing that he did was to borrow 500 billion, and he gave 70 billion to NAS, and then he gave 35 billion to judiciary. So if actually you're surprised about so from that moment I knew how the direction the appeal court, which is the Federal Tribunal, and the Supreme Court are going to go. I mean, 35 billion is actually a whole lot of money. So if I want to actually make investment, trust me, I will always get what I want. So aside that, and you also understand the reason also why I do not agree with what all the things the Supreme Court said and did is very clear. I mean, the Supreme Court did everything they did based on technicality. It was actually about a procedural heist. there is absolutely none of the judgment that was done focused on the evidence that was provided. I mean, you just imagine that the Supreme Court is coming to say that uh, subpoenaed witnesses, which are court witnesses, should be front loaded. And now, do you also understand? Do you know that there's a section of the Electoral Act, and I hope that Barrister Nibihe will actually put that section for me, that states that the INEC are mandated to release all material evidence that's requested by the petitioner. I mean, when they go through the court. Do you know that? Now, when you find such a thing, and the the injustices that will actually come and sit down and now be telling you there's nothing we can do. You know, you guys are friends. You should go around and resolve it with each other. You know how insensible those kind of things can be. And then we're here talking about Supreme Court and the judgment. We read all the judgments that came out from UK based on PID. We read the one that came out from US based on CSU. You could see how the judges focused on the evidence provided. But here it's just about technicality steroids. I mean, you just wake up and then it's all about procedure. Oh, they did not file it because they did not front load it. How is it even possible that you're actually going to front load witness statements who are subpoenaed? How? Okay, aside that part, you could also see some of the other things that the Supreme Court actually based on focus. Like, for example, the position that was brought before it that it dismissed, that it's beyond the 180 timeline or time frame. You also understand that the Supreme Court, part of the Constitution, there's a section of the Constitution that also empowers the Supreme Court to admit evidence when it is proven that it could be it would be substantial enough to overturn whatever verdict that you do. The Supreme Court was very intelligent in trying to reject or render inadmissible that evidence, because he knows that it cannot just come out and tell the open world that position does not indict the case of forgery. Yes, I understand that some of the issues where they also focus on procedure of filing of petition by the PDP and Atiku, and even probably the Labour Party, they actually have some of the information or positions. They try to use those positions, walk around the law and all that. I mean, this is the Supreme Court where that affirmed a senator that did not undergo primary. You know what it means? That the Constitution states that for every position, elected position, that the person, one of the conditions is that the person must go through a primaries that was conducted by the party and then overseen by INEC. Now, the current Senate president now did not undergo any primary that was overseen by INEC. Even the Jangaru primary that they conducted, INEC was not there to supervise. That's form part of the witness body. So the Supreme Court found a way around it to play on technicality to admit this kind of thing. And you know how flawed it can actually come out that the Supreme Court will allow someone who did not undergo pass through primaries to become a Senate president. I mean, what justice or what do you expect from that kind of a person? He knows how he came into the former Senate president. Actually, I'm not talking about this one. He knows how he came into the this. Why would you expect him to do anything by the rule book? Even the current Senate president also, he contested for the Senate president, and then he went again and they did their own private primaries, and then the Supreme Court find a way, and then the courts also find their way to work around it. I mean, you read the petition tribunal when they were even asking the petitioners how they were going to find their cases for them, and then they talked about Abia State, the votes that were captured in Abia State and Imo State. You also know that the Supreme Court actually had in one of the judgments within they actually specified what the procedures for election should be, which is casting of votes, collation, and then upload on IREF. If you read that the Osun verdict, you see they clearly stated. And the Supreme Court is actually a policy court. So when a policy court actually sidesteps its policies just to favor, I mean, well, I will understand that. I mean, 35 billion is actually a very good enough reason to do such whatever they did. But when it is policy court sidesteps its policy because its precedence just to give a judgment, why would we come out and be talking about being partisan or what one being not providing evidence or the lawyers not doing a thing? Because why would the Supreme Court sidestep its precedence? So thank you very much, and I also thank you for this space. Yeah,
But I can see about to add to whatever you want to say. There's a question for you about INEC you mentioned INEC not responding to some of the requests, some of the arguments put forward by the PDP and the Labour Party, and there's a question of if INEC has been made a defendant in the case. Doesn't INEC have the what now? Does INEC have the responsibility to defend some of these since they are defendants in the case?
Okay, so I raised my hand because I'll be seeking your permission to exit the space, except there is a question to attend to some pressing issues.
Okay, so we appreciate if you can just respond to that. INEC being a defendant in the case and in all of the case that was just brought to an end, and do you think INEC being a defendant lacks the right to respond to the grounds put forward by the PDP and the Labour Party?
No, someone under Section 146 of the Electoral Act. Yeah, I understand the arguments and the question that since INEC is the respondents in an election petition, don't they have the right to join issues with the petitioners? Well, that is to the extent to which the conduct of INEC is being questioned, right? So now I don't see how the question of forfeiture or eligibility or forgery affects INEC or the conduct of INEC. I don't see, because as far back as 2007, if I'm not mistaken, in Action Congress of Nigeria with INEC, still the same Atiku Abubakar, the Supreme Court had held that INEC has no power to disqualify a candidate. So it is a matter for the court. It is not a new thing. When there was an attempt to disqualify Atiku from running for president, the then President Obasanjo made that attempt. They tried to disqualify him, if you remember, based on an indictment by, I think, a judicial commission of inquiry or so. Atiku went to the court. The Supreme Court had already ruled that INEC on his own has no power to disqualify a candidate. It is not in the place of INEC to make that determination. So what is their business? What is their business? If the petitioners are saying Tinubu is not qualified or making allegations of forgery against a party in election petition, leave it for Tinubu to answer. Leave it for his party to respond to. You are supposed to be an unbiased umpire. Look, it is easy to speak about these things on Twitter space theoretically. I have some little experience in this. I have seen INEC in election tribunals basically doing the work of petitioners. And look, ask lawyers. That is why I said when people make this allegation, go and ask them, have you been involved in an election petition on the side of a petitioner? We know that behind the scene, in many cases, lawyers who represent INEC get benefits from those who are declared by INEC. I mean, we know these things. We see these things. We see this alignment all the time. So if you actually, in fact, in one of the cases, I can't recall the citation now, there was a matter that came up at the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court actually tongue-lashed INEC for a position they took in an election, in an electoral litigation. That is not supposed to be their business. So I'm not saying that INEC shouldn't have joined issues at all. I'm saying that some of the issues that they meddle in does not concern them. It doesn't concern them. The question of forfeiture is not the business of INEC. Leave it for Tinubu to defend himself. The issue of Chicago's University, how does that affect INEC? How does that affect? Yes, the question of IREF, they have the right to speak to that because it's a conduct that is being directly challenged, right? And so on and so forth. But not matters that are personal and partisan in nature. That is the point I made.
All right, thank you very much for your submission, Barrister Inibe. I really appreciate your time. So, Ayo, lag 07.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Just a very quick one. I think I'm really glad about the outcome of the Supreme Court judgment. I think it was a very, very, very detailed ruling. For me, the salient points are that no Nigerian is superior to another, despite the location that you live, as opposed to what some people wanted us to believe. We're all equal. in the eyes of the Lord and in the eyes of the law. And I think that becomes a case study for reference purposes, whoever benefits from it. But I think that's very sacrosanct. The other thing was, no one has been able to explain, of all the arguments I've heard, what the real purpose of IREV was, or what difference it would have made if there was the form EC8. That becomes something that I can't, wrap my head around. No individual has given any brilliant explanation of what difference that IREV would have made if there was no form EC8, or if there was no uploading on the IREV and there was no other way to get the results. It would have made sense. But if there was other evidences available to all parties, what exactly was the purpose of the IREV? I'm still finding it difficult to get my head around this. And lastly, I think we should move forward. We have a country to build. There are serious issues that needs to be addressed. One of the professors mentioned so many things. I mean, it was a long time ago, and he was just saying a lot of false information. Ekweremadu was not the Senate president. You should get your facts right if you're coming to a space. I've sent him an invite to invite me on his space so we can debate this. Ekweremadu was deputy Senate president. The things you were giving, there was no evidence. There's no evidence that the president is a criminal. So we need to be careful. And lastly, about the nation moving forward. We compare ourselves to Saudi Arabia and Dubai. What's the population of Dubai? 3 million. How much oil do they produce? They produce twice the amount we produce, almost 3 times the amount of oil we produce for a population of maybe Bayelsa State. Saudi Arabia produces 10 times what we produce, and their population is less than maybe 17% of ours. So, we think we are rich. We're not a rich nation. There's work to be done. People need to sort of have constructive criticisms about how we can move this nation forward. And lastly, for people who are not really too happy, I think it's time for them to re-strategize. They might need to look at how Buhari won 2015 election and how Goodluck worked 2019 election. Winning election in Nigeria is strategy. There's no other way about it. There is no bullying or abuses or gaslighting that would work. You need strategy. You need to plan. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, I was just going through the replies in the thread for this space, and I saw, I think it was NASA saying that we do not allow women speak. I think I'd like to address that and say that that's absolutely wrong and totally false, because in fact, we have a thing in this space where we specifically look out for names who are possibly women and we try to add them on the stage. So I think that that's just not accurate, and I'm glad that you finally spoken. I just wanted to address that. That's not a thing. In fact, there's one of the regular speakers on these spaces that we hold. She's a woman, and unfortunately, she's not even here today. I'm going to take who should be next? Ayo.
No, I just spoke now. I spoke it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not sure if something is up with my network, but Barrister Inibe, you can come on.
Okay, so this is going to be my last comment before I
Yeah,
Can you
that's
hear me?
absolutely fine. Yeah, that's
So
absolutely
this is
fine.
my last comment before I exit this space, and that is in response to what Mr. Ayo has said. With due respect, my brother, you are entirely wrong regarding your position on IREF. Again, I like to be practical about these things. You asked the question, what exactly is the significance of IREF? What difference will it have made? I think that is due to a lack of understanding of the purpose of IREF. Now, let me explain this to you. In the petition that I did, and I'm telling you the one I did recently, when I looked at the results, right, for the senatorial district, you can clearly see from the ones that they released to us belatedly, you can clearly see polling units where results are located, right, does not tally with what was declared. That is the result, the results cast, the vote cast and counted at the polling units is not consistent with what is collated. Now, let's even look at the presidential election. IREF is why we know that Labour Party won Rivers State and not APC. I mean, you didn't need to be a political scientist or an analyst to know that there was no way APC would have won Rivers. We have had independent review of this, including, I think, CNN or BBC, or if I'm not mistaken, and even, I think, Premium Times also did their own independent review. That is the power of IREF. So what IREF does is this. It is not just about saying, oh, it is a result viewing portal. Except you understand the process of elections, you will not appreciate IREF. The way this thing works is that it is a pyramid. You have the Form ECH series. You have the Form ECH-A, which is the polling unit result. You have the Form ECH-B, which is the ward collation result or registration area result. You have the Form ECH-C, which is the local government result. The Form ECH-D, which is and in that order till you get to the presidential. Now, what happened in real life really is that on the day of the election, right, you vote as a voter, you leave your polling unit, result is declared. It is not usually at the polling unit now that elections are rigged. And that is because of the advantage of the beavers. Because before now, what politicians simply used to do for those who have been involved in elections was to hire thugs, go to polling units, cut away material, sit in the comfort of their home, thumbprint for the entire unit. You know, we have these special people in Nigeria, politicians, that have the right to vote for others. So they just simply sit down, one person will thumbprint 500 ballot papers, and then they will simply write the result and declare. And then they will pick the voters register and tick the names for the purpose of determining accreditation. But with the introduction of technology, nobody should dismiss technology as nothing, please, with due respect. But what the starting with the smart card reader and the beavers has tried to do is to make that difficult. So how politicians rig election now is essentially in two stages, two ways. One is by militarization of the areas of advantage of your opponent. You militarize it and disrupt the elections. You disenfranchise people from voting. The other one is at the collation stage, right? And of course, I know the vote buying and all that, but those are the two main areas, right? Now, at the stage of collation, when you go to the collation center, what you are supposed to do, or what the law says, is that the collation officer to basically pick up the results on the Form ECH-A at the registration area at the ward level. It is from the polling unit results that the results are entered in Form ECH-B. But what happens? We have seen cases, in many cases, the politicians can simply disregard that. If they have the thugs and the police and the military on their side, they can simply ignore whatever happened at the polling unit, write the results on the collation results, because what the returning officer uses to determine the outcome of the election, unfortunately, is not the actual result at the polling unit. It is the collated result as computed and entered by collation officers in the pyramid that I explained earlier. So IREF was supposed to be the magic one. IREF was supposed to be the miracle worker, because I can simply sit in the comfort of my home and check and monitor so that as the result is tripling in, politicians in their situation rooms, media organizations can already project the outcome of the election. That is why in what we call Senate claims, you have what they call exit polls. I believe that is not strange to most of us here. IREF is supposed to be the platform that should make an exit poll possibly in Nigeria, so that even before you have the formal declaration, Because these results have been transmitted electronically, everybody can see with their eyes. So when you say, oh, didn't you have agents? Didn't you have agents at the polling unit? Well, that is one aspect of it. But guess what? Because the other aspect of the judgment today was that, and of course, the law has been that you have to call polling unit agents. My brother, it is impossible. How many polling units do we have in Nigeria? If you complain of non-compliance, because the law is that you have to particularize your non-compliance allegation, polling unit by polling unit. That is the law. And they're saying that in Atiku and Obi's petition, they did not state those polling units. Let me tell you, even if they had stated the specific polling units where these infractions took place, how would they call their polling unit agents? How many witnesses can you call within the 1 or 2 weeks that is given to you as a petitioner to prove your case? That is why Section 135 of the Electoral Act was introduced. There's a provision under 135, which was one of the issues the Supreme Court said today, and the Supreme Court interpreted it, as my lords, found it. My lords gave their own interpretation that if the non-compliance is apparent on the face of certified documents, original documents, then that you don't need to call witnesses. So this argument that you have to call witnesses polling unit by polling unit, it is simply impossible. Maybe where the infraction is in 12 polling units, is in 20 polling units, or maybe even 50, it is practicable. But in a presidential petition that you have 36 states and the FCT, 774 local governments, thousands upon thousands of polling units, how many witnesses can you call, even if the entire 180 days is given to you? So what IREF is supposed to do is to make just basically a revolution of our electoral system. IREF, for me, was the most important innovation in this election. Was the most important because it makes rigging at the collation point impossible. And the INEC guideline says before you can even declare, once there is a dispute at the point of collation, the return officer cannot make a return except he has compared the result on the IREF with the physical forms. I don't know if you see the advantage of IREF now. So how do you do that when the IREF is not available? How do you do that? How do you do that? We are supposed to be talking about electronic voting. We are supposed to be talking about diaspora voting. We are supposed to be making progress as a country. We are still showing this, this snail speed approach to electoral reform. Please don't make nonsense don't trivialize IREF. IREF is very important. And you say, did they show that the result they had at the polling units gotten by their agents is different from the ones that was uploaded or that was not uploaded? My brother, that is a theoretical argument. Do you know that there were states that petitioners were not given results? Right? For example, the result of Rivers and some other states, INEC refused to release them. So these things are not so easy. That is why IREF, and we shouldn't have to always end in court. IREF is supposed to make it difficult for anybody to go to court. Because on the basis of IREF, when you sit, I have sat in the situation room on the day of an election to track results. When you look at IREF, for you to go to the tribunal as a petitioner will be hard. Because as the results are trickling in, you are seeing it with your eyes. Everybody is seeing, the whole world is watching. Manipulation becomes very difficult. It is at the point of collation that results are inflated. And that is what IREF was meant to solve. That is what the Electoral Act was meant to address. I'll rest my case on that. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this piece.
All right. Thank you so much, Barrister Inibe, for your time and just taking the time to be here today. I'm going to take Iconet now. Seems like you're the oldest person on the stage. You can come off mute now.
All right. Thank you very much, for the opportunity to speak on this. Okay, I just have, I think, 2 points to note based on the topic of this space. Like most people, we agree with the reports or the judgment, but I clearly do not. But then, not because of partisans or something. I just like what the Leonard colleague has said. He has really shed more light upon all this, and especially if we look at the precedents we are setting going forward. You know, what baffles me is that most of these people will not be around in the next 10 years to come, 20 years to come. And then we will be the one here battling and, trying to scavenge, and find a headway around. But you see, the issue of, for example, Abuja of the 25% and all that, this constitution didn't just appear. This has been like something that has been for quite a number of years. And this is what makes Abuja, I would want to say, really, Abuja is special than any other state. Not because of who they are, but take, for instance, what they have just done today gives more room for why, in fact, indigenes of Abuja should have elective positions, like the governorship. They have their own House of Representatives. You see, these things are clear English. They are not difficult to understand. They are not. It is not like one is battling himself to try to get a grasp about. This is just as common as it is that everybody will understand, and that is what makes them special. That they are not able to have elective positions like every other state. Hence, the 25% is what determines that specialness for Abuja, for citizens in Abuja or indigenous, as we may put it. So you see, going against this constitution, which we hold dear, and using it in another way, all in the name of technicality, to fund our um, personal grievances for now, or our self gratification for now. It won't tell on these guys. Most of these people who currently are now, in their own time back in the 90s, if we go back to history, this is not, they had the opportunity because they had the opportunity to do a lot. It was a well organized system. But today they are killing that system that cannot even allow the youth to even thrive in anything they do. See, it's not about who is at the top now, but like I still say, it's about the precedents we are setting for the next generation, for the people that will be here to carry all of this. And this same set of people will not be here to solve the problem. So the issue of the judgment wasn't really it's not really something for me, if any other person is happy and people are talking about, most people are talking about not being able to prove the case in court, how for example, during the tribunal sessions where they are being given certified true copies that are blood, just like the parents said, how were they able to declare an election on a blood result? How? You're not being able to prove it. And then you want them to tell you the numbers, to say things. And the INEC is providing documents that are not clear for someone to even have a grasp. So how were they able to arrive at the figure that, oh, this is the person who won the election? You see, we can't be contradicting ourselves and hoping to find solution. Not comparing this nation with other nations, I say, is a lie, because for the gentleman who is talking about people comparing Nigeria to America and stuff like that, listen, I think development is a steady process. But if the little thing, tiniest thing that Nigeria cannot do in organizing an election is not done very well, how then can we grow? Now, most people are out there. Some people have seen systems that works, but yet they can still not accept that this kind of system should work here because of what they stand to gain. So I'm just saying, for me, I do not like, or I'm not in support of this judgment or whatever it's called, verdict, because it lacks, there are so many areas, but these are just a few I just want to know, but there are so many gray areas that are nothing is being said about. Everything just looks so blurry and all that, and all upon technicalities just to, have a way around it. So at this point, I just see the mic. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. Banjoko Olusegun.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I totally agree with the outcome of the Supreme Court verdict because this would teach the opposition a big lesson. And the lesson is about collaboration. Opposition competed against themselves. The issue of proving things in court wouldn't have even come into play if they learned the art of collaboration. The president won this election the very moment opposition balkanized their vote. Emotions might be high right now, and we might decide not to come to terms with the fact because this was an election where the opposition had the greatest chance of taking power. They had 64% of the vote. They had a ruling party, a ruling government who was not in support of the candidate of their party. A government that put booby traps on the candidate of his party. In 2019 election, Buhari and Oshibajo used state resources to buy votes, saying they were doing trader money and market money. But all of a sudden, few weeks to election, you brought about an evil policy that would demarket your candidate. You made fuel extremely scarce by those who were working for other political parties because they wanted to teach the candidate of their party a lesson. But what happened? Opposition bungled it. We need to learn the art of sacrificing personal ambition for nation good. And of course, the people in diaspora, they fueled this whole thing. They claim, oh, you want Nigeria to work like America, like Europe. Europe didn't get where they are today. In 60-something years, it took them time. And sadly, opposition has lost it because the man at the helm of affairs understands the heart of politicking. You cannot take it away. We allowed emotions. So, see, I will tell you this. Some presidential candidates are not popular in some parts of the country, but they win those elections based on the strength of those representing the party for House of Reps and for Senate. How many candidates did some parties field in this election? Election is not an isolation thing where because you are the candidate, you think you win. You win some elections on the popularity and the strength of your candidate in those constituencies. But they allowed emotions, naivety, youthful exuberance. You come online, abuse a whole tribe. Today you call a whole tribe cows. The next moment you call a whole tribe Fulani slaves. Sadly, we will not accept it. But that is what really happened in this election. And I can tell you for a fact that Tinubu won this election. Till today, no one has been able to come up with a concrete figure based on our situation room. This was what we got. Election is not an event. It is a process. You plan for, you just don't wake up. And because you think you cannot win the party ticket, you want to run. Where was your situation room? How many party agents did you have? Even if IREV did not work, where are your from EC8A? Did you have the finances to get this thing, forensic experts? It was a mess. We saw how men of God were abused. I don't need to support your candidate. We need to understand that. But this election was so brutal. See, let me tell you the truth. If opposition party, if they do not start collaborating now, they are going to lose in 2027. In 2031, they will lose again. It is a law of nature. It is not, you cannot uproot a ruling party with a divided opposition.
Thank you very much, Banjo. I'm sorry I have to cut you 2 minutes, but you spoke well way beyond time. Ladaja, you have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Going by the context, you see, I agreed unanimously, like those judges did. You see, Inibe came here. Everybody knew he's supporting forgery and all those stuff. And the
to talk about him when he won't be here to defend this point. I think it won't be morally right.
Okay.
Yeah. So just appreciate if you can just stay on the topic and address the topic, and if not, you allow the next person speak.
So now,
thank you.
The fact is, even a 100-level law student, we know that the tribunal or the appeal is nothing to write home about, because if I should send a transfer, if I transfer a money to my wife now, 100,000 naira through my app, and I didn't send him I didn't send that screenshot. I just said, look, I've sent it. I just typed, I've sent it, and he received the alert. He doesn't need to ask me, why is the screenshot again? So if at all he didn't see, he failed to see the money, I will now go back to bank and print out my statement of account, or I go to my bank, to my app, and I have go to my history, screenshot the stuff and the reference number to let her know I've sent it. Now you came to court to prove an election rigging, and you could not justify it. You could not justify it. Everybody, it is very clear. Everybody can see it. Everybody who is some people, you have to. There's a difference between being objective and being neutral. Adeleke against Oyetola. The judges cited Aregbe against Oyinlola. That's how you prove case of election rigging. That's how you prove you won. That's how you prove it. When INEC defend they defended him. They defended him. Oyinlola. The forensic examination was proved. So you cannot just come and come. You want to come on social media, but in your filing, what you fight is different from what you are publishing on social media. What you fight is completely different from what you fight. You post something on social media, but it's different from what you fight to the real court. I don't. You can see it. You can see it. It is a 7-7 unanimous. That's how you win case. That's how you win case. That's not that way. You just come online. You come on social media and so. I just pity Nibe claims so that maybe I just pity.
Afternoon or good evening, my fellow Nigerians. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to say this is a victory for Still, we went through a process. We went to court, like a that's how democracy works. We don't met. Yes, we know things are hard. It's all continue to follow a process to get things better. Right? To get things better through doubt. I'll keep praying for Nigeria. We know times are tough, but it's gonna get better. I see the signs. I'm
Don't fall. About the pep things, accusing others of partisanship, whether they are actually the biggest partisan people out there, saying all sort of things that in election positions that is the accused that should prove that he won the election. Can you imagine? It's like me walking on the road and somebody will just point to me and say that I stole something from him. It's that they are no longer here. At least maybe we'll have had the back and forth or something. Well, as for the judgments of the Supreme Court, it's very clear and obvious. Won the election. And with the last merit, I cannot even prove beyond reasonable doubt. You said someone document. There's no way in this position with the Chicago State University And the article lawyers actually this is a dangerous thing that is happening in our political space. And we should not be, and in news platforms like you should not be allowing simple. Yes, INEC admitted that they are their IRS system had a glitch. Their IRS system had a glitch. INEC admitted. INEC admitted. All what these clowns are supposed to do is they need to contact the agents or even the police. In the case of Opus Odima in Imo State, it was even the police used the form ECA that was with the police officers across the polling units, and he compared to what INEC announced. It didn't tally. It didn't tally to what INEC announced. Until now, INEC now bought their own from ECA. They have confirmed that it's not allied. That's how he won the election. That's how they gave him the governorship election. So that's what they should have done if they're serious about this thing. But no, they're trying to gaslight people, gaslight judges, sending dubious and treacherous text message judges, threatening judges, putting the faces of family and their children, putting information about their children that this is their children work. We cannot run a society that way. And now that the elections are over, I believe they should put all this nonsense all to rest. And anybody that comes around and trying to threaten the peace of the public, the person should be apprehended immediately. So elections are over. We have a country to run. We should be focused on the real issues on ground, not all these frivolous discussions that we're having here.
That's why their network they hey Baka, I hear you, man. This is a that's it. The reason people will never get things right, but always fighting the wrong fight. Imagine how this mushroom lawyer embarrassed himself. You know, not waiting at the talk since after the election with that. I say, come, this gra, go because we, if if we all agreed out we lost the election because they rigged the election. Why don't we focus on that? Why we care about his personality? We cannot control that. We should have focused on the fact that we rigged the election. We would put on it to say all this noise, all this energy was channeled to that very singular act. I swear to God, one thing would have happened. The INEC chairman would have resigned. or I think they would have started to do something. But right now, nobody do anything about how they read the election. Nobody's asking questions. Nobody's doing anything. And guess what? They will do the same thing again in 2027. It just is ridiculous, man. There are things where we say, at times, education aside, exposure aside, you just have to study your people. We are peculiar. We know ourselves. We know ourselves. We know ourselves. Don't be saying everything where we accuse the authority of them are facts. We know them. But guess what? We just complain. And there's nothing wrong with complaining. Let's complain about the right thing and at the right time. There's time for everything. When imagine how I don't know. I don't even want to insult us here because I use the word us because it is ridiculous that Atiku wey be say as far as I'm concerned, politically speaking, Atiku and Tinubu they be twins.
So elections are over. We have a country to run. We should be focused on the real issues on ground, not all these frivolous discussions that we're having here.
Atiku and Tinubu they be twins. So the man no knows he go Chicago University go do investigation 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago, in fact 6 months ago before the election. No, he keep quiet. After the election, he can't know say Chicago did there. He used the public outrage to launch in 2027 campaign. That's exactly what that Chicago nonsense is about. Because this man know and their business partner, their friends, they run politics together, they run political party together at a point. Even Atiku himself confessed that Tinubu wanted him to run together on the same ticket as vice president. So person will know reach out past every one of us. So he know all this about him, keep quiet. So after the election over, he got all of us they don't follow him. Now distraction. They use the first 5 months to take our attention away from the government. Guess what? Bola Tinubu was busy appointing, they did share money, everything was going on. We keep forgetting that a new administration, when new person is coming to power, everything will change. Everything will change. So they take our attention away from there where they begin to. If you X-ray Bola Tinubu appointment, I will guarantee you will find like 10 people that was recommended by Atiku. These same people, so. But no, like, I mean, I know just what I said. This is power, and a power game. I keep saying it. We the people, we don't get mad in terms of this kind of democracy where we practice. The only way we can make any change is to organize at a very large scale, and it could take time. We'll fall into this politics, all these old men. They go run out, they go run us for a very long time if we don't change. No, it's sad. It's sad. You know, be saying that new thing they happen to us. It don't happen before. Now the same script. There's no need of changing the winning screen when nobody's attacking how they think they win the election. We accuse Obasanjo of rigging the election. First time, second time, the same thing. Yaradua rig for him. Good luck, they rig for him. Buhari will rig. So, what do you think that next one they will rig him? Because we the people are not actually take things that are important into discussion. We dey wait for them to tell us. I'm waiting now. Very soon now, I think we'll go one place, come back again, or somebody will come here. They will all give us something. Either they will say Bola Tinubu. They will to find something. They will find something. We will keep us busy. It's sad. It's sad at this point. It's very sad. It's very sad. As if Tinubu just come from America, come run for president, or Tinubu know the Nigeria, or nobody know him before. It's sad. It's sad, man. We should know this man in a power game. The goal of every government is to do what? Make sure it control its territory as much as it can. That's one. The second one is to divert the people's attention to something that is not relevant, so that they can do whatever they want to do. And that's exactly what they succeeded in doing the first 5 months of this administration. That's genius. When we complain finish, we go rest. We go rest. We will start it all over again. But after they don't go far. Bola Tinubu using the first 5 months assembling team we could work for them next month. Go listen to Wike after the election, waiting in talk. Wike assemble all Port Harcourt APC, say, come 2027, we will vote for Tinubu. We will continue to support the president until we will vote for him. That's it. Now the team when he assemble be that. All those ministers are prominent. Those guys are hungry lion. They will fight to make sure they retain power 2027. While we they busy, they run up and down for useless things. You talk of people's morale. Do you know Tinubu? You know him. What do I care about who he is or what he does? I care about what he does in the office, what he's going to use my money to do. I don't give a fuck who he is. I can't control that. I want to know him. He don't know me. So I want to know him. I don't care about what did he do before, what did he do before. I don't care about a woman, man. No, that's not my business. I care about the people that is going to assemble to rip us off all. That's what I care about. Say Bola Tinubu na fraud. Now today when I know saying fraud, where's all this energy? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 months ago, when they prepared to run for the election. Man, we will learn last. Hopefully. But I doubt. I doubt. We like things that will
not all these frivolous discussions that we're having here.
Things that will not we like the Nigerian youth, they put their hope on all these influencers. Influencers, all they want is content. All of them they shout, protest, go protest. They are just looking for how to create content. Or they are looking for their people where they pay them money to pay them. Why would I go? Ask me, why are you protesting? Where you already know the outcome. Your protest will not lead to anything. Nothing. The president will not resign. You cannot compel your senators to impeach him. So what the fuck? Take your loss, organize, and go to war. And if the opposition party no come together as one, come 2027, they go soon lose again. That's why no be saying nah. You don't need to pray. You don't need to not be miracle. This is who we are. Those men, they are our fathers, uncles. They know us. We know them. Imagine. I mean, just sad. We know our problem. We know the solution too. That's that. Now, I think that will be the only society in this world where we say we know our problem. We know the solution. We live and die with our problem. We sleep with our problem. We know the solution itself is with us. But no. I don't know where we do by education and they worry yourself. You don't need to look for yourself to go look for how to learn from the politicians themselves. They are very organized group of people. Very, very organized when it comes to what they want. Let's learn from them. The Southeast problem na power. Now power they make them. Now they deny them whatever they feel they are being denied. If you go to the north, the Boko, whatever that is happening, we all agree that now the leadership. We all agree. Nobody, even the leaders themselves, they agree. The Bolatun will tell you that leadership is a problem, and he's the leader. The lawyers, so everybody will tell you the leadership is the problem. Then let's take care of it. No. Oh man, these old men. People will sit down, draft the constitution by themselves. We sit down, go bring this kind of politics, gonna give us. Do you think they are stupid? Or you think they don't know what they are doing? If there's anybody you should be scared of, is people with money. When somebody has money, even that person fear him because he has the resources to mobilize the best brain around him to do whatever to achieve his goal. Would you underrate all these men? How you go say Percy, the Supreme Court? Now put the Supreme Court there. The APC has been in power for 8 years. What does that mean? That means every important sector, every important place, they don't put their men there. You will do the same thing. So I don't know why people are surprised. We all do the same thing. They put their men there. They have been in power for 8 years. You You can't say they no go there. Oh man, it's sad, sad. May they pay attention to American politics. The same thing and they happen. The same thing. As far as I'm concerned, unless we change the system drastically, it will take us time. 50 years, 100 years, we go see David with this. So nothing go better. After all, we just we not able to produce anything. Economically, we are useless. The world can do without us. If you choose a lie, they lie. Sit down, analyze them. Wait till they give the world. What does Nigeria give to the world? Nothing at this point. Nothing we wanna get where the people, other people don't get at times 10. Maybe now they deceive us with that. Say things go better, things go better. It no go better. Nothing. There's no concrete thing on ground that say, okay, this thing is going to get better. We are not a producing nation. We don't produce nothing. We can't even feed ourselves. Nigerians no go verse enter street because a light no deal. Nobody will call for protest because we are still in darkness. 2023, we see the darkness. Nobody's calling for protest. Nobody calling for protest, but things that we can maybe achieve something. But no, maybe they go to protest. The legislator, they should not buy Jeep. Can you stop them? Well, if you cry too much, they don't go buy and they go just share the money. Wire the money to their account, everybody rest happy. Why 20 million into their account and they don't go keep quiet? You go happy say you don't succeed. Say yeah, they don't buy SUV. You're fooling yourself. You cannot stop them. Now you put them there. It's a reality. This is who we are. This is who we are. Anybody can cry. You speak grammar. Use every example. Oh, we'll wake up tomorrow morning. We'll continue from where we stop. This guy. All our politics. Let's play the game. You know if you play with emotion. You know if you win politics with emotion. You know be gra. If they do gra, make sure you get money. Everybody say, we cannot get this country. We cannot get. Now who want me to get arrive for you? Go ahead, man. Okay, you say you get question. No, that which kind SUV be $160,000? No. That's the total. I think that's the total of the amount of SUV they want buy. That's the total. That's the all of them. If you the total amount of the money, that might be that 1,000. Now they talk now. People they use those biggest words so that it will provoke people. But if you ask me, now this is coming from the media. The media is the first estate of the elite. Now then get them. The media cannot go contrary to what the elite wants. They no fit. So none of those people they come on TV with their own talking point. Everything is being handed over to them. May they come they analyze. So that's it. The judge that made the final judgment was so brave and direct above all brilliance. He said it point and black that the evidence lacked merit. I mean, how you go to bring this is not just maybe not because they come from America, which is America, we and then get our government as we speak. This current government now America they serve. Everything will come to light soon. Moku they prepare for 2031. That's my advice. That's my recommendation. Let's start planning. Let's start raising money. Let's start investing in poor people in rural communities. Like we have to start doing what the government failed to do. That's the only way we can stand a chance of actually giving these guys run for their money. We have to celebrate. That's why I said I was out the verse. Why would they can't just stay focused? We lost. We are rigged out. We know, we all agree. So let's calm down, analyze every step so that we'll make sure it not happen again. It will happen again. We have to start raising money now, not when election don't reach. As far as I'm concerned, it's 2031. Let's start raising money. Let's start investing within our people. Let's start creating our own media. We have to get things out of their control, things that we can control. That's the only way we can fight this fight. Gara gidi, no go walk. Because this one, we want to gara for. No be 2031. Oh. Next step, know those papers, then they extract from. What are you talking about, man? Oh, so you go default, you go disqualify the president 2027. I don't know. Come, I don't understand though. So the president, you want disqualify, say no go run again. I don't understand. Make it make sense. He's already qualified at this point. To nothing, no need to submit anything. He's the president, so I go to say no qualify when he does spend 4 years, unless he say no run again, unless he's sick or something that put around. So let's focus. Unless we can get all the opposition party in one accord. If we can get them in one accord now, we stand a chance. No, I know that I no guarantees that we will win, but we stand a chance. But if we are not going to 2027, if we are still going there divided, APC, PDP, NNPP, Labour Party, and all that, that's an easy way now. It will be so easy. Easy. In fact, I don't need to rig ourselves. But if we put our differences together and say, okay, we really want to fix this government, we will get this government out of it, we stand a chance. But other than that, my brother, come back 2031, Atiku will collect batting. As the lead counsel, I don't blame Ozakome. He need that Atiku money. Of course. If you are a lawyer too, what are you going to do? Everybody get paid. See, that's another thing we need to understand. That's why I say not them there. Everybody get paid. It just is from stage to stage, right? At the beginning, media is the job, right? The police, they get it on time. INEC, then give them. Now and again, Tinubu approve 15 billion naira for what? For the military. They say for their insurance and people with the kill and other kind of things. What did that mean for you? He give them 18 billion to just maintain. This military will not do pay. That's what it means. Pay them off already. What would they those motherfuckers collect 18 billion. He announced it during his speech yesterday. We know they pay attention. We just see all these people there. People will be Nigeria. Look at it from a Nigeria are small. The business community, the elite now they have been one. All of them make their money while they are in Lagos. All of them. Those where they not to, those where they east to, they all made their money while they were in Lagos. So you now won't tell me they don't know Tinubu. Obi, who is a private businessman, he made his money in Lagos. Why Bola Tinubu was the governor of the state? You think they don't know themselves, and you are a multi-million billionaire business in Lagos. You don't know who they run the governor. All of them. So you now going to tell me you now tell me everything a surprise to them. No, they know themselves more than we do. Hey, middleman, my bro. Even if you bring all the parties in the world, you can't win a rig system. Thank you. Well, yeah, I just want to give hope. No, it's possible because you know why I actually said that. How the APC they come to power? Although you can say not them, they arrange, they organize themselves at the top and they fight themselves a bit. It's also possible, but as far as I'm concerned, Bola Tinubu now a street guy. He's smart, streetwise, and this man has been around. He don't study everything. He knows where to put his money, where to put his money, when to speak, and all that. So it is going to be very hard for the elites to fight within themselves with the way Tinubu is going because everybody is getting paid. You look at the appointments; they are coming from all the. So everybody is getting paid at this point. So I agree with you. It will be very hard to defeat in 2027. But the election will still hold now. So instead of us going separately, we'll just go one and see. But I think 3031 is the now we will get another president. If nothing happened to him in terms of his health no fail and he no die, now 2031 we will get another president. And as far as I'm concerned, at this point, I would say Atiku has the upper hand because of their relationship and because of so far nobody is making that big stride rather than him. Next step now 20 now 2500. Oga, That too, you might put it in a very comical way, but true. If it be like that though, if it be, because we are so that we are confused people. The only the elite know what's up. You must give people hope. Yes, not true. Don't be surprised that the same FBI. How could not forget all this FBI? This there's not this thing. Oh, I don't just understand now. Like, are you guys serious? You guys really think that FBI will bring anything out? Why? Why? They have their boy as the president. Why they want it? Is Bola Tinubu go contrary to their bidding? No, it's not going contrary to their bidding. So why would they release anything? So the idea is, something will come from another country, can't decide, can't change this for Nigeria. It's ridiculous. I don't give a fuck if it's America or anybody. Yeah, what do they call it? FBI are not going to do that. They are just fooling you because that's now what you now want to be done. They're going to give you now hope. And as far as I'm concerned, Bola Tinubu said would encourage that to make it go like that because it's good business. So the idea is that FBI will release something. What the fuck is that? What does that even mean? The man is already sitting as the president. So you think another thing from another country will come and take him out? One, it cannot resign. That's normal. That's who we are. He's not going to resign. And you guys are not in control of the Senate to impeach him. So who gives a fuck if FBI bring anything come out? How is it going to happen? Now go enter streets, now go meet guns, and now no get guns. So I think Moku just lose. I think some practical. What is FBI going to do? Make it bring everything come out. I talked before. Say maybe they say Bola Tinubu na woman. Bola Tinubu is 100 years old. What are you guys going to do? Nobody has answered that question. We know ourselves. Now we. I mean, the FBI go reopen. It doesn't matter. They tell you, it doesn't matter. I don't care if FBI say they catch on today. It no matter now. Bola Tinubu is doing well in terms of how in the service those international community. They are happy. So, but let's say they are not happy. They go bring the evidence. Come and say Bola Tinubu na woman. Bola Tinubu na 80 years old. Bola Tinubu no go school. What are you going to do? Nobody don't answer me that question. What are you going to do? Can't do shit. This man he's gone. 8 years straight. Now the guy will go. So it doesn't matter. Atiku case. See, Atiku Alibotin case. Now, if Atiku refuse to work with them, that one will happen. That's the most powerful entity in the world. You cannot even say no to them. So that alone, even that because of that, Liberty said, Atiku will accept anything they throw at him. So he's going to be the next president, unless the things begin fight between him and Tinubu, which I don't see that happening. Because these guys they make money together outside government. So it's we just need to, if you know what you are, you have to understand the fight that you want to fight, so you will know how you go to fight. And not be just invest, enter, say, no, go finish you. These guys don't date Tinubu, they don't date trenches, they don't fight, they fight civil war, they fight military. What the fuck are you? We need to just accept our reality and fight so that we can fight it. These people are not they are us. So no matter what, we know them, we know how to handle them, right? But just that we are not organized. We are not organized. You cannot fight power when una know they organize. They will just laugh. We don't have money. That's another thing. People don't want to accept that. You don't have money. Nigeria presidency is not cheap. It's not cheap. It will cost you billions of dollars. And we don't have it. Oh, this man, Moku, I think we should stop underrating them. They know what they are doing. They are not stupid. I keep saying that. They are smart. They are some of the smartest politicians on earth. I can debate that with anybody. They are some of the smartest politicians. How go allow old men they control 200 million people strong? You tell me say they don't know anything. How about? I don't know if you fool myself like that now. Can't do that. I can't fool myself. I know. Because at the fact that they have money, they have some of the most brilliant motherfuckers. I dey hear saying that the guy we run Obama campaign, do Trump campaign, and they even bring on the guy Bola Tinubu campaign. If I know that one right from the onset, maybe I for day on vacation. Say. No, me don't give up since now. I just want to appeal. I just want because I know say now everybody could run around online to see what people reaction. I don't from the day when they announced Bola Tinubu presidency. Now I say I don't know say they don't finish. I say it's done. People just did yeah. They don't declare this man president, and you think you won't come. How you want to do him? In Nigeria, na it's very special country. So me don't give up ever since. I've given up. I just make I go with people because made them people burn their steam. No, I agree. Nigeria, I agree. What you just said about Nigeria is a rural country, no other country. So I think that is the question we need to ask ourselves, right? If we agree that no other country could have survived that what Nigeria has been is going through, then we need to ask ourselves, who are the people that is leading us through that path? They are our fathers and mothers and uncles. They are not slave masters. They are not Oyibo. They are American. No, they are Nigerians. We know them. We live together. They don't even live up. We live together. They are our neighbors. They are our uncles. They are our sisters. We know them. So if you say we no other country can go through this system, then you have to understand where the problem is. We are not. Let me use Gaza as an example. This is not Gaza that everybody together is an open prison because there are actually people who are literally saying that's how they are going to live, right? The Israelite. That's not our case. That's not our case. That's not our case. It's like a family fight we they do. Just like your papa they suffer you. That's our case. Like your biological father, they deliberately make sure that you know succeed in life. That's our problem. That's our case. Our people where they rule us, they are not strangers. They know they even hide. They will go to the same church, the same mosques, the same school, the same club, the same. We enter this. We use the same road. These people are not even advanced to say, okay, oh, maybe they live for a very secluded, very far away from all. They just like, no. No, you go see. If you go there, if you enter Nigeria street now, people they do party because of this. Then they celebrate, then they throw party, then they give chieftainship title and all that. That's what you are going to be seeing. Everybody that was elected, he's going to get recognized by their church member, by their mosque, by their community with one title or the other. That's who we are. We're going to celebrate them, even with our poverty. Senator, they tell you say he need jeep to fit come your constituency, to come your household because say your road no good. Just make it make sense. The people that you are trusting them to actually make road, they tell you say you no good. In fact, I can't even come to your constituency because you no get road. So I need a brand new jeep. He no think say come oh, this money where they want to buy me jeep, so make I take and do the road. Oh no, so that everybody would pass the road. No, make it only in buy jeep so that only go fit the assessor. He doesn't give a fuck about the constituency people whether they can use that road or not. But guess what? And these people get that mind because these are well-educated people. That's all that we need. They are educated, they are exposed. So when they begin speak like that, it is because they know you. Because they know you. Back if I can only talk to you based on how much I know you reach. Me and Oga, they always fight, maybe on the dimension because I know Oga. I know say I don't meet up on my platform. Nobody say I don't meet you, but you're always on my platform. And pretty much all the platform we always exchange back and forth. So I know you in a way. That's why I go. So what am I trying to say? I can only address you based on what I know about you. So these people, they know us and they don't need to study us because they are us. The probability that we will do the same thing if we get there tomorrow is 100%. It's 100% if the system still remain the same. No. It's not about Johnny. See, of course, All of us know be journalists. We need to see. It's about now infiltrate. We have to infiltrate them. Them they do us now. What I'm saying, we don't need to go far. Go look for example. Let's organize like them, right? Let's organize in a competition now. Why would they organize? So we get men because as we they organize, them go send, they go use some of us against us. Now, so we go do now. We go say men, make them go join PDP. Hopefully, we'll support them to win, get ticket. And so that's your organizing I'm talking about. That's your organizing I'm talking about. When we start organizing, we will start competing too. When they win the election, they go, nobody say we are focused on the presidency. No. If we start the organization, if we start mobilizing and doing everything today, by 2030, do you know how the next election we'll get some senators? We'll get so that's how it is a continual process. Because there's no guarantee that if we organize today, we will succeed by 2031. But that doesn't mean we are going to give up. We'll keep going. So and because I find myself in this way so at a smaller level. When I they run for Nigeria, not the same problem we they face now. And me, if you go Athletic Federation of Nigeria, ask them about me. I know win Olympic medal, I know we World Championship medal, but they go tell you say me now, I agree, I know they agree. Because it's my life at that time. I tell the president, say, come, this is my life. You cannot be making some pronouncement decision that will screw up my life. I don't agree. If anybody knows speak up, I will speak up. Then decamp me 2 days, 2 days to go to Commonwealth Games in India 2010. Why? Because I say, man, this shit, what's they do so it's not going to happen. We don't see food chop, they just give us like they are mistreating like fools, and everybody else they don't follow them because they won't travel abroad. I say, no. Just because I speak up, they say I be rogue. They decamp me. 2 days I was in the camp. 2 days to try go India. They drop me. So and that happened. Everybody quiet. All the people when they do are getting together. Everybody when they feel the pain, they all of them look away. So you know what happened once, you know many times. So I've seen. So I know us and Nigeria let it not be saying that Edo people or not able people or not. That the whole Nigeria, if you go there, you see outside people, everybody is there. It's a complete Nigeria, and like we young people, but with the way we they behave, so that make me give up on anything. Say, I've seen it close. Now I know us. When leader go to tell you, say if no be there, we no go be the athlete. Just look at that statement. And look the president. I remember an airport at the airport. Now money I go also for our president. You got the talk say we always quarrel, we always fight this and that, this and that. I don't know say without them there will not be us. I say I'm gonna lie. You are a president of Athletic Federation. So that means if there's no athletics, there will not be federation. There's no athletes, there won't be athletics, there will not be federation, so there will not be president. Drive me go corner. I say, I understand you, but just really an old man. I waited that they won't say, I laugh. So I know how we think. I understand us. Nothing where all these men they do with mistake. All the policy, whatever, nothing is out of mistake. They are deliberate. Matter of fact, the world oldest democracy itself is corrupt. We are human beings now. Hence, we have laws everywhere. It's because we will be animal. Will. It's make, and that's it. Okay, to you, bro. No, now so life big generally. Exactly. But we don't want acceptance now. We want it is everything now. Everything should have to be clear, black and white. No. Now give and take. I don't know you. We don't come from the same country, but the idea is people could live together. So we have to compromise. You have to give up some. Maybe you give up some. That's the only way. But in the midst of doing that, of course, some people will believe that they no pass or do pass. So we are human beings, I know that. But we don't see these people like that. We don't believe, say, oh, they no get. I give example once. I say, if you elect me senator today, right? You elect me senator today, I just reach office, something bad happened to my family, my mom begins sick, somebody want, and they can't give me constituency project. You just say I don't go face my problem first. I'm a human being. That's what it is. Especially a country whereby law no go able to take care of me. organize with election and do what afterward. Guy, when you get power, then you correct all the wrongs that you are complaining about. That is your point. Now, power, once you have power, you can correct the wrongs. You can say, you know what, let's adjust this constitution. That can only happen to when you have the people mandate, because they will come for you. So that's another thing we are not taking into consideration. These motherfuckers are not going to just wait and let us and just wait, make we rest power come for them. No, they will go bloody, they will do anything. But we have to understand that, accept it, and say, you know what? And that's why, and again, the idea that most of these people, where they call for a revolution, where they say this. My problem is that they want to see what they are fighting for. I never see person where actually me where they push a revolution, where actually their lives see the end of it. I never, maybe there are a few people there, but I don't say. Okay, maybe Mandela, which is a criminal, he spent 27 years in jail. So they will come for you. You have to understand that fact, because it's not going to be easy. So when we get the power, then we'll know how we take share around. They will believe them. They think the grammar they speak. I know what the grammar. That's our problem too. I agree. Grammar and everything. We know we are not the English people. We know be queen of it. When we see person they blow grammar, we go to yell. They go use that to deceive us. Nothing. We be bush people. 99% of our people know who understand English, but we don't want to see that. The English say we know be say we sabi am. If not, we know for no the fight for Abuja 25% too, because now and we could not understand what and mean all of a sudden. Everybody for the country become stupid, don't know what and mean. And I thought, if to say that constitution, that constitution with Yoruba, Hausa or Igbo, we will understand that now. We not go they claim say we don't understand that because it's not in our favor. But start to go now. We should know that these people are organized. I keep saying that the political class are freaking organized. They organize. That's why you go see person from Meduguri they laugh with person from Aba. Even they know they won't understand themselves. They don't understand themselves, but they know what is at stake. They know what they are going for. I just hope I give them Nigeria 1 week. But my fear is that before that 1 week come out, they will give us another talking point. They go say Bola Tinubu na dictator, or they will find some ridiculous thing that doesn't make sense. But we go they shout, they follow them. Of course, even America, everything about status quo. If you want me to give you a clear example of what you just said, there is not going to be debate in the Democratic Party. Why? Already they don't shut everybody out. Now everybody go run out. It's a status quo. If not, 99% of America don't want to see Joe Biden or Donald Trump. They don't want these people. But guess what? They don't get choice. They have to choose from one of those two people. That's the true definition of the status quo. This general masses no get power, no get say who lead them. Unless you get money. If you have money, then you shoot up. You can have a say because they know what you can do. But when you are poor, you know they shout. Who give a fuck? We go learn, shall we? We'll learn. Hopefully, we will learn. But I doubt. Because the question why they always ask myself is, after these men go, the next group of leaders, we they see them, we know that they are our means, we already see them. Are they going to be better off or worse off? They are going to be worse. Shaking, they will give us. But right now, if you look at what Tinubu is doing, is building that same American system where we talk about a free open economy, whereby now them get money to come and invest in the economy. So before this man finish office, some of the critical areas of our Nigeria and new people will hold on tight. And I waited there until they run things with that. I will go. I don't tire to shots. I'll go smoke. America now they don't even they worse, but and they always tell people say Once you listen, you see how they take the run things, you go know. They won't do primaries now. Their primary is coming up. Iowa caucus is running their primary. That's Republican. I think their first primary in November. You'll see. So it's just it's that system. And so what we need to organize and hopefully adjust the system, the status quo, and make it our own. Because that the thing be that. Because one thing we still need to understand, the class, the generation that wrote the Constitution, they are still very much here with us. The generation that bring party democracy, they are still very much here with us. Now then they run things now. So you will need to understand that these motherfuckers are not stupid. They know what they did. They know what they did. When we say, oh, constitution no correct, all these loopholes, they make everything. Just imagine qualification to be president. Contrary to all this, that's why they say, why all this noise? Constitution say prove that you have finished secondary school. Not be say you pass or you get credit. If you can prove that you have finished you go through secondary school, you are qualified to be president. Now, so you need to just sit down and say, come, these people will put this clause here, so they know why. If you raise the standard pass like that, none of them will feel rude. They're not going to make a Buhari will not be president. Or passenger will not, none of them will be president. But they know. So by the time we don't get a position to change that constitution, all of them will don't die finish. They will don't take their turn. They will don't take their turn finish before we will be changed. And guess what? It depends on who will follow them. Because some people go say, why do we need to change it if it's working? Eddie Cam, say, I understand your point, your position. So let's rally around people like AAC. I don't trust AAC too. I don't trust him. The guy with the leader, I don't trust him. He's an American agent. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't just trust him. And SDP begin to canvas for people like that. See, it's not about people. I think that's another thing we need to. It is not about people. Now, power you they go for. You need group of people. Now, see, even let's say show where they become president today. Only him. He not going to do anything now. Unless he has people who at the same time they are coming into the Senate to capture the Senate head. By that time, we don't get 2-3 people in the judicial system, right? We don't get a lot of people in the military hierarchy. We don't get people for. So those people are there. I don't say we could claim them. I just to identify them and bring them into the folks. We should stop rallying around just one person. It's not about person. Today, if you come out to Tinubu, nothing will change. It is never about Tinubu. It is about the group of team, the people that actually put their resources together to make him president. So it's bigger than just we just capture the presidency. No, we have to deliberately start eyeing the military, the police, the judicial system, INEC, every critical institution. We have to start encouraging people with like mind to start going into those places. Now, what Tinubu do be that though? That's how you do it, because it's not about getting the presidency. If you look at just Donald Trump, for instance, now be the rebel, we come and take over everything. Even though he won the presidency with already established structure, which is the Republican, but still they see real power come up from him. Why? Because Democrats control some of the key institutions in America. The boardroom today, as we speak, it's like 4-1 in terms of Democrat and Republican. All the boardroom, I'm talking about the big corporation, the hedge funds of these days. Most of those people are Democrat loyalists. If you enter schools, so the school district, the school system in America, they're very powerful. The organization is very powerful. Democrats are in control. Most importantly, as at that 2020, Democrats are actually in control about 92% of the media, which is the most important sector. But still, see, that's why they were able to actually wrestle Donald Trump come out, because they have to use everything. So that is the organizing that I'm talking about. That's why I say it's going to take time. We are not just going for the presidency. It takes this group of people so that if you imagine, say we can finally capture the presidency, we are in control of police, we are in control of the military. You don't finish now. Then we can now carry out that structuring that we think that we want. We will now put it so that by the time we push the Matago State House of Assembly, say we want to change the constitution, there will be a blowback, but we are in control. Now we'll be Senate president. Now we'll be majority leader. Now we'll be, you understand? Then you fall flat. But these things are not something that is, I can say we can achieve overnight. Maybe I would understand before that thing will come to pass, but it will take time. People who are screaming for revolution, they're quick to use the Arab Spring. They should go and study Arab Spring. Arab Spring did not happen overnight. The guy who set himself ablaze, yes, but I would say it's not important. But that was just after everything has been done. They just need a reason to go to the street. People quick to use what will be these countries that where people enter their government house, enter their swimming pool or whatever, somewhere around close to India, within those areas. The same thing. It was now the elite finally break up at the top. Now the people where the people where they organize follow suit. The same thing with Arab Spring, right? Arab Spring, the military step aside because the government then wanted to change the way that they run things, right? So the military have actually step aside. The Muslim Brotherhood, they have done a incredible job over the years, more than 10 years, by investing in the community, by making sure sensitizing the community, educating them, meeting at their point, investing in them and all that. That's why that thing succeed the way it. But see, I won't even call that a success. You know why? Because after they win the presidency, now nothing our faction, the military, them did the business and all that. So, but people now the Muslim brother will come get the upper hand. Now their candidate win the election. So when they start running the government, the military actually say, no, this is not what because now military system that they use right from day one. Forget that they wear suit and all those things. The Egyptian government and military hierarchy. And at the change way Mubarak they bring on, who wanted to breed his son, and the son not even go through military. That can make everything. Well, that's why the military step aside. So when the Muslim brother will get the upper and produce the presidency, when they start running the country, they no run as the military want. Guess what? They take the man out and they come back to power. So all these things, when people begin to say, oh, this is, we need to put everything into context. That's why I say, if revolution under Bola Tinubu, I don't see it happening because, as I said, $18 billion was given to the military already. So the military, but they don't see the amount. The business class are not with us. We see them down go $30 or $10, the rest are happy. They are declaring profit already. And they see $10 making about 177 million on that many hours. They were celebrating. So Bola Tinubu has that covered. The civil society organization, I guarantee you they're in Bola Tinubu's payroll. So he don't capture the people where we say we feel related at this point. So that doesn't say we should stop. No, let's focus on other areas that we can, control. Right? But we should start raising money. All this, there's no organization can move forward and be successful when there's money. And it takes a lot of money. They can give us a head of start. They are in the game already. Yes, they are in control of everything. Asiwaju didn't just wake up and become Nigerian president. God bless you, Bakare, for that. He worked for it and he earned it over time. He didn't clown, but I agree. Totally. Totally. Tinubu was on point. He kept quiet. He was on the background. He studied things and he was investing. It's on record that there's no protest that actually went by that his money is not involved. He understands why I hear. They know if you do this man anything. Now, just say, I won't become president, just as you put it. He worked for it. He studied it. He get everybody that he need to get, those we need to. He did everything that he needed to before he put the head. So we can even start by taking over states. Let's see. Ah, man. I don't know. I think people they expect say, oh, Nigeria will get tired and they will just scatter everywhere. Yes, yes, but that's not the game. What if you carry out a revolution at the end of the day you did not capture power, or you capture power because you guys are not well organized in terms of holding every sector in control? They will come back and take over the power from you for 4 years. These are the things, when everybody they shout revolution, not revolution. Okay, what are you doing? What are you putting in place to make sure that succeed? I just make everybody enter street, run people. No. And all these things, what did they pay me? Say, this thing, all these things that we are talking about, they are not. We are not reading it from a book. It's not something. This is we now. What did the apple among us? What we do? That's what we are talking about. But still, we find Messiah, make it come save us. Who's going to be the Messiah if not you and me? Political revolution in Nigeria or in any black nation is a pipe dream. We don't have a common sense of purpose. I totally fine. You nailed it. We don't have sense of purpose. That's it. Individually, everybody will get sense of purpose. We know it, but collectively, those where they live for America, we were there America. Just look at your environment. Look at other communities. Go to Minnesota and see what the Somalians are doing in Minnesota. Go to every other nation. Where I did at the photo also, they say that in the midst of India, 99% of the people where they this my neighborhood are India. They control the park. If you go to the park where everybody go play, now Mohammed Gandhi statue and stand there. Police where they drive around there, now them they see. They are in control of Irving. I live in Irving. They are in control of Irving, the Indians. Those are communities. Nigerians, as loud as we are, they like to patronize us. We are the most educated immigrants in America. We are this. All those are bull crap. Bull crap. If you cannot yield power with that, what is the point of your education? They like deceive the Nigerian among the international community. Nigerians are the no. Individually, yes, we know our onions, but collectively we are useless in America and any other place, including income. We are useless collectively. Ain't got no sense of purpose. I totally agree with you. So that's why I say we know our problem. We know the solution too. We know the solution. We know the solution. But we are conformed. We love to conform. Right? We love to conform. We love Messiah. We just see over here. Also, most in California, that's it. That's my problem. See, especially Texas, where are they? Go Houston. Nigeria is there everywhere. If you go to the club scene, we control. Individually, we they do it, but collectively, we no get bam. May they arrest any Nigeria of America, may see what will happen. If you go Minnesota as a Somalian, if you just come off for plane, say you just come from Somalia to enter Maryland from Minnesota, where you go work is not your problem because they have supermarkets of their own, but they also control Walmart in Minnesota. Walmart, they control Walmart. When prayer time reach, they be Muslim. When time to pray reach, then they close all their kiosks. Walmart will close. They go pray inside Walmart. Right there, they get their own mosques. That's power. That's power. They go pray. They are in control. So if you just learn as a Somalian where to work is not a problem because I said they have supermarket, they control a lot of things. So they will give you a job. Food to eat, no be problem. They have a lot of places. Hospitals, if you're sick, you don't have to worry. They are in control of some of the most biggest medical centers there. Everything you want as a JJC, we just land. You know that immediate problem where a lot of us they get so you just in that place where you say you don't know anybody. They would get. Once you are in Somalia, you enter Minnesota in America, you ain't got no problem. You all those job, where to stay, here is covered. That's organized. That's power. We don't have that. Not because we don't have the resources or we are not educated enough, but we are just as a middleman. We don't have common purpose. Yes, we are more focused on individuality, and we are still poor. If you want to compare us to other nations, other nationalities in this country, we no get money individually. Because no Nigeria is a billionaire in this country. I don't trust anybody even worth 50 million. You know that Nigerian mine in America worth 50 million. So what's the big say we are even successful individually? Just the job. Some of us they see food job. That's it. So we know there are times with the light blower, with the light deceiver, they know us. They know us. How can they keep us keep us being stupid? If they know they blow our head like this. They blow our head off. Nigerians are the most educated people. Nigerians are the most this. They use and they fool us. They use and they fool us. We don't get anything. The same thing with this Nigeria of the team. Say, well, Nigeria cannot do the world. If Nigeria sought to exist today, the closest country, Niger, they will survive. We know they produce anything that the world actually depends on us on. Both nothing. We get oil. Our oil, no, we are no among the top 10. Maybe we're not going to be among the top 8 in the world. So what's the big deal? We get oil. What else we have that there are not 5 to 10 other countries that don't have that don't have it more than us? One who gets it, we know we will make advantage. We cannot export it. We know like we need to stop, calm down, and look out for our face. All this noise where international community they give us. We are this, Nigerians are everywhere, they are this. Now they take the boo also. Because it's not yielding anything. The Nigerians for America, and they always fool themselves with empty pride. I totally agree with you. Nothing Gomos. Individual, we are better than most. Which most? You won't compare yourself. Okay, go compare yourself with the Ghanaians, the way they are. Compare yourself with the Indians, with the Chinese, with the Australians, with the British, where they are. Compare yourself with those people. Don't they compare yourself with Ghana? Where we say if na 20 Ghanaians, they America, you are going to see 50 American Nigerians. Compare yourself with bigger countries, people, Indians, China, those other nationalities where they are. Don't they compare yourself with the African countries? That's not even fair because you have everything more than them. Compare yourself with men where they all grand, Indians American, Chinese Americans, Australian American, British. Compare yourself with those people. Then you know how poor you are. We have Indians here who are billionaires. We have Chinese Americans who are billionaires. We don't get Nigeria. One person for Nigeria. I'm not sure any Nigeria man 500 million. In America, anybody can correct me, but I don't see it. Yes. Better. I say I live for Indian community. Oh my God. So they use all those political words, they deceive us. We are the most educated. We are the okay. Show me what does that? How does that, we can't justify it? They go say, oh, in the medical system in Houston, in Texas, is being run by a Nigerian. What is the evidence? We don't get one hospital where we they control in Houston. Say this is one of the biggest hospitals. I say everything is being run by Nigeria. There's nothing like that. Yes, we are the biggest medical tourism. What is the evidence in Nigeria? Indians are known for their IQ, IT, not just outside. Because the debate now is that is it the Indians who are in India or in those Indians who are in diaspora that actually have this brain? But guess what? One of the best IT institutions in the world is located in India. After MIT, I think that is the second best in the world. Then if you say yes, they are the most IT endowed individual. Yeah, you can say that because you can prove it. You can show that. You can point your hand. We are the most educated people in Nigeria. Do we have any university or secondary school in Nigeria that we can compare to any other in West African country? Not talk of after West Africa. So what is the point if we are doing well outside and we cannot implement it anywhere? I agree, middleman. I see what you are saying. I know what you did talk, but let's look at it on a larger scale. As I said, I never see any billionaire, Nigerian billionaire that is an American, Nigerian American. That's why he's a billionaire. Matter of fact, I don't know of any Nigerian in diaspora anywhere in the world that is a billionaire. You can prove me wrong. I don't know of any Nigerian who is a billionaire that live in diaspora. All our billionaires, they made their money in Nigeria. That's it. So what is it? What's it come with the gra? So as I said, they just the user and the purpose of nobody happy say, yeah. We don't have any hospital in America that is run by Nigerians. 100%. Yes, India don't even have degrees, but that's it. They know what now we just they carry degree for it now. Who gives a fuck? degree of when? This is 2023. I don't even need to leave my house to actually know everything where they teach them for school. It's 2023. So we invest, we get carried away with some useless thing. And another thing, because people they always use our musician, our entertainer as an example how they exploit. But what they fail to understand that people who are promoting and hyping these our artists that are making money, they are not Nigerians. In other words, if Davido accumulates $10 billion this year, maybe now only 1 billion go enter your hand. The rest goes out of their management who are outside the country. So even that entertainment industry that we think we are exporting in the world, no, we are not. It's just like our oil. Right? We refine our concept was the same thing. But the only thing is that we say the Nigerians, because we don't bomb plenty, we do everywhere. Because of we are very intimidating. Our loudness, maybe you can't. That's the only good thing about our loudness. So because of our intimidation and all that, we are able to influence everybody around us who are other nationalities. So because of that, they can relate to our artists. They can relate to our artists. That's the only thing that I'm seeing, which is a good thing. Can we now maintain that momentum? Maybe these kids will just grow up so they will now see a different light and impact Nigeria. But if now we're already in the wrong path. Yes, middleman, Nigeria is big for nothing. 100%. Tell me one other country that is 200 million and they live like the way they live. They have everything that we have and they're living the way they are living. If you say Pakistan, Pakistan get nuclear weapon, make I support no be pride. I don't deal with Nigerians because na competition. My brother, me and you are the same. I don't like you. I don't get money to compete, so I avoid. I go come follow by meet you for club. That's it. I agree. I don't get power. That competition, yeah. All Nigerians are always the one to show up. I remember one of my Ugandan friend, Papsina minister for Uganda, said under this Museveni. Imagine the guy will come say, man, guy, over here, what's even a problem? Una just embarrass us anyhow. He said, so on like 2 occasions, he go club. Say Nigeria go just call it declare everybody free drink. See, the guy used one phrase, say Nigerians don't respect money. Now we don't respect money. That's what we are known for. Man, is we are in yeah, that's it. We know they respect money. Because with the food, we want to just enter anywhere. I want to show ourselves. With the blow. No, I think even in Houston too, that's what we are known for now. Especially if you're into nightlife. When you go some club, if you know be Nigeria, babes no one hang out with you. because they know they know how they do it. Individually, my brother, yes, individually. This world that we live today, especially you are living in diaspora, your individuality will kill you. If you know guesses come together and build power. Just correct. Okay, man. But for American, who cares about those lifestyles? Soft enter club. Exactly. That's why I thought now where they know us be that now. I don't get any better example now. I know as we know they control we no get healthcare system where I go use as example. We know they control anything where I go use as an example. So now only individuals like that and it is like that now with the shine, which is nothing as you talk about because when they blow this money, it's not coming back to us. It's not. We are not spending it in our community here in America. We are giving it to outsiders. No, see, I see what you're saying. Like, let's focus on our individual talent because our country has shown us that collectively we can function, but we are risking our existence. You understand? We are risking our existence. Individually, if we focus on our talent, we can only have money. We will not have power. And guess what? This world now power they run now. Money, no money, money that can be printed in our power. So yes, we should develop our individual talent, but our individual talent can take far, no, not too far, but ability for us to channel our individuality and make it work for us collectively. That's what we should be. Maybe we will need to enter school and go figure out how to do that. For me, I think the solution to that is to actually change our education system. I think for me, we where they are alive now is over. We've lost it. We can't do it. The only good thing we can do now is to go back and change our education system and rewrite our curriculum. Teach us that our curriculum should focus on us, should teach us. Forget me, I don't want to know about Western world. I want to know about Western. Don't teach me that in geography. I can Google and use my phone and get that. So we have to collectively rewrite our education because we need to focus on the next generation, the unborn generation. Let's say we write a new curriculum now to be implemented by 2025. That started from nursery school. So kids who will start school from 2025, they are having a fresh start. They don't know all this rubbish where they teach us. Then we will begin to teach them what nation we want because that's how it is in China. It's a dynasty. You have to go for being a leader. You have to go through some academic training. They have their Confucian institution. They have their Shin dynasty and all that. That's what every country does. In America, there's a reason why Harvard and all that are being there. Some of their best brains are going through that system everywhere. Now, only us. We are proud that we are following British curriculum, American curriculum. It's a thing of brag. And when they act, all of us they act like Americans and British, and we'll be surprised. And if they carry any of us go abroad, we just fit in system, begin explore, we will begin to say we are talent, we are special. No, you are not. That's what you are born into. from your day one, you are being taught how to live as an American or as a Westerner. So how will come and succeed just like that? That should not be a thing of a brag. You are trained from day one to think like that, to reason like that. So we have to actually look beyond us. That's why I say we their life now, we are very selfish. It's not about us. And as far you are here, no longer about you. It's about 50 years from now, 100 years from now. If we are not thinking beyond our generation, we are not going to achieve anything. We are not going to move forward. We see what Indian is been dragging with Canada for the past week. Yeah. I was following that story too. India using their collective ability to challenge. Of course. Matter of fact, they kill person. The Indian government actually kill somebody for Canada. The guy not Indian before, but he come radicalized, he just against the government. So when he come India, he no shut up. He was still doing the same thing. Guess what? They carry it out. They kill him for. But it's not because they do it in a coded way. Now later they come they bring saying that. I think somebody was actually get one political analysis that already they actually praised and say, man, that's a new height for India. For you to actually go carry out go carry out something on another foreign land, that is genius. That's another height where they don't achieve. So that's what started that raffle. But that's what it means. Imagine say Nigerian government will come kill Nigeria and America for Chicago or for Atlanta or for anything. Can we ever do that? So Indians don't go far. Indian, no, I think one could know they use them. I would not, because India don't they enter the class of America, China, Russia. Don't be even British there, Russia there. Then you call India. That's how far these people are ahead. They'll simply put it, African mentality is individualism, while the Western nation were collectively. Yes, but they teach us what they export to us was their individuality. Now that they teach us for school. That's why, because it doesn't make sense. You cannot work together when you are in school, right? But when you graduate, you can't say, okay, you have to work. Like, there's so many things that we just need to pause and actually question. So many things we need to do away with. I think that's what the Indians did. India never accepted the American, their colonizers' education. He didn't accept their language. He accepted it, but they didn't use it officially. The same thing with India. India, they didn't accept their education or they designed their education. Because you are your education, especially at that teenage age. When I did school, make I tell you, my maths class now, my Chinese baby now they do when you go see the maths, she go say, "Come, I did this thing when I was in primary school." I go put my university maths now. Second when in the primary school. So we just need to change it. Now, only us, as I said, we are proud to be following American style and British style. No, we have to change it. How can we be proud as the most populous black nation on earth, but we don't have anything on our own that the world want to die for? It just makes sense. Yeah, that boats a sail, just like we have adopted Christianity and Islam. Make we cuckoo give up, follow the country where Sabi road. ah. So I say, we just more design our tomorrow for the people where they never born. We don't need to live like that, but we have to. Our children should not go through the same system that we went through. Right? No. I want to bad. Why didn't Canada apprehend him and then deport him no? Canada like him now because, as I said, the guy we begin talk now. These guys will not be like me and you, like ordinary. They actually have something to do with the Indian government before he finally come save for Canada. So he did talk. I know that once they talk, he says things when they talk, the Canadian government they like, and it's like you were exposing some secret, right? So they like him. That's why they keep him like that. Nobody say so. In order to shut him up, India had to do their due diligence and just like Simon Ekpa now, right? So, but when Nigeria don't get that capacity to say they won't go take care of Simon Ekpa codedly, they can't do it. Yeah, you agree. India will not back time. So, will be 75% of the white people nowadays in America are from Europe. Yet have some causes, agenda, and mentality. Yes, not be now. All of them are European. I agree. Ah, my country, my country. No, for real, me, no believe in Nigeria where we want. We were there alive now, we bring out to be. We can do something, but now the unborn generation will actually give us what Nigeria should be. Because we were there now. Huh. Yeah, I don't say it happening, man. I don't. If you get your American passport and stop cracking your head with it, I beg you. I don't too old for that. I don't too old for that. I mean, Nigeria. I said now, it's not about me no more. So waiting again. I'll use my line. I will try. I will still try and go do agidi. I go FIFA. I go still do follow the fight. But getting American quality and other, yeah, I don't know. Not even. See, I want use and do now. That's another thing. I not to say no good or no important. I just say me as an individual. Maybe if not like 20 years ago, but so now, nah. They come. So I not to say the thing no good or it good or I not to say no that's just not me. I know go live forever. So I don't there already. My next aim in life now to go work out for the motherland. I should be before I die. I should be able to tell myself, say I've lived in all the 54 countries in Africa. Even if not 2 months, 1 month, 2 weeks. That's my next adventure. So if there's anything I want to put effort to do is how can I go back and just go stay for Ghana small, go stay for Mozambique small, go stay for Kenya small. When I finish that, I'll go back to my village and call it good night. If God give me good life, that's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working on. American passport, is good. I mean, being America is the greatest nation. It's the greatest country in the world as we speak. I don't give a fuck what anybody said. This is the greatest nation as of today. As of today, they get their own flaws, right? They can get their own mad and crazy. But yes, you tell me say they go. Abi, the last time we spoke, you were still in what's it be this imagine 2 hours from me and now they come San Antonio. Am I right? If I'm right, let me know. San Antonio, Abi. Where you there for now? Just maybe you dey enjoy you. I agree. That citizenship is not fashionable anymore. Yes, now the world now global village now. I can do this thing from my village, what I'm doing right here. Yeah, go sit down for a car. Smoke me a blunt. I don't force me. They don't force me the vent. I don't need that rant. I don't need that rant. They don't force me the rant. I hold blunts. Now, true, it's not fashionable. I know that you, man. I think it's good though. We need that, but the goal is not to live forever. So oh. Sorry. Oh. Now you hear me now? Hey, yeah, so Baka, I'm going to sit down. Got light time. I can't come and die.
I can't come and kill myself. Oh. Hey. I can't come and kill myself. Can't come and kill myself. Oh. What's going on? Okay, correct. Because I don't transition. I don't come up from inside. The heck, man, that's my. Uh-oh. So yes, I mean, I'm gonna know verse. So I see the I'm gonna talk like that. And I jam matter. Nah, Baka and the rest. Now keep me the talk. So let's keep going. Hearing you loud and clear. If Nigeria put itself together, Nigeria will be a better place. Of course. How about my home now? Yeah, but where can you get comfort than your home? You left all your loved ones, your friend, your lifestyle. You left everything to come live for all this controlled life. They control they control your thinking. They control what you, indirectly. Nobody say that they literally control you, but the way the system is put together compared to where they come from, I don't have freedom no more. Don't get freedom no more. There's no place like Nigeria. Your home. It could be Ghana where you come from. There's no place like that. You don't even have to be a millionaire or billionaire for you to enjoy your life over there. Because you are with your family, you are with your loved ones. You feel even think, say, okay, I want to do this from scratch, but it's sad, man. Sad. Yeah, I can never rubbish Nigeria for anything. No, my home be that now. My placenta is there. My placenta is there. So that's home. That's home. No place like home they talk. Even them say, even the Americans, they're not go free. No matter how other places be, they will still be more comfortable. Maybe say because things work for here, but it's home. You can predict what your neighbor, everybody will do. You can predict who you're the next village, the next town, the next city. You can predict what they can do. But yeah. I'll smoke for Bola Tinubu victory. Oh, you sure you know, say, even America don't tire of their own country. Is why you see them living to carry their cause. I agree. America don't. That's why they always talk. I say this 1%ers of Americans, these 10%ers, if you listen to them, you go tell them, oh, I was in Japan last week. Oh, I just came back from. They know they stay. They understand. I think natural human being not supposed to live for one place, yeah. As a human being, I think that's why. To me, that's the number one problem of this climate change when they talk. Now we just look at the animals, look at the other people who they share this planet with, the other animals who live in the forest. Just look at their environment, still very healthy, greeny and all that. They want to kill themselves for fun, they kill to survive. But what about us? We human beings, just look where they live. We pour concrete everywhere, pour hard stuff everywhere, just destroy everywhere. Anywhere you put human being, you fuck them up. Just carry 5 families, go put for Amazon. 5 families, go put for Amazon Brazil and give them 50 years. That green way they see for them, so we go turn on that thing. We'll finish it up. So our lifestyle, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think we should be living in one place. We are supposed to be moving around. That's human being. We are not supposed to be just gonna stay here, build one big estate. Only you'll take like 10 acres of land, you'll destroy them. The name of say you want to build a house. Only you will die living yourself. But you destroy it. But guess what? These people will not see it like that. They won't see it like that. Then they say, oh, Mogu stop to the chop this. Mogu stop to the drive this. Mogu stop. Like, does that even make sense? the way we live, one person go carry one village to himself, say because they get money. You are destroying the place. You clear everywhere, put concrete, tie everywhere, tie road. Then the environment will be breathed. But they won't see it like that. That they blame Sina because they would chop animal, would they chop this, would they chop that. Imagine. We don't chop for millions of years if there's anything like that. You are very critical in thinking, but those ones who think say them be professor, the blow grammar are all wasting. See, I think especially when it comes to Nigeria, right? See, education aside, exposure aside, you have to look at yourself, your people, reality that you are living in. That's what we don't want to do. Just because we go one school, we go begin blah blow grammar, analyze it. Like, no, man. No, the person where they Michika, the person where they Anambra, they don't know all this way they talk so. They don't understand it, so it ain't gonna work. Their reality is beyond the way they talk. So even the country where they say same, they know they blow grammar the way we like to blow grammar, the way we like to analyze it. They don't do things like that. You have to think of life. Because this life now, all of us gonna die. Every fucking human being is gonna die. We don't know when or how. But would they live as if we have million years to live? No. We are just supposed to the way would they live. That's why they fear the climate change, because they know their children, your children will, because it's getting worse by the day. Our father have a better life in terms of the environment, the food, and everything. They had a better life. So is their people, even though we decide to say, oh, we are more educated, we are changing, we are trying to make life easy for us. We get cars, we get planes, but we don't have time. We trade our time, we trade our humanity for all those bullshit. One drive car, one buy house, one fly, so we spend our life just the hustle. Right? Go school. When you finish school, go get a job. You go work. Once you get a job, you begin buy. You know, you're 65 years old. You don't retire. You live for 5 years or 10 years more. You don't die. So I don't understand what kind of life is that. You are trading time so you can get time in the future. But the time that you are going to have in the future is limited. It's small. It's short. 5 years, 10 years. You don't go. I said, no, I don't think I want to live like that. I go work small, enjoy, I just stay. Let me think. I think our people who are, that's why we don't have philosophers of these days, like of Socrates and Plato, because they have time to think. They only worry about what they are going to eat and shelter. Then they have the rest of the time to just think. You don't need to work every day for 1 month to eat and to get shelter. I don't care who you are. You don't need all that. So they have time to think, to design bring some kind, which we don't even invent these days, that is scratch. Everything that we have actually invented now is we build them off of what is already there. Because we don't have time. We don't have time. Just the what, they buy. Then we'll come, they say, things are not working. This is bad. So who do you want it to fix it when everybody they hustle? Nobody get time to think. Yeah. We are Americans leaving the country in drove daily to Asia, Africa to ease out their stress. Yes. But they can't slave our life. We see they carry our forefathers can't do with force. We kill ourselves to come do for free. Which is that they pay us. No, our people they can't do slave. They know they pay them, but they know they pay tax. Right? I'm not saying they deserve it, but they were forced to do it. But now they made that. But we they beg. We they sell our property, we even a key just to come do the same shit that we were forced to do. And we they pay back. We pay tax. After they what would they give them back? The same thing. They can't work. They bring people slave and they can't work. What we can't do for you? No people who can't work. Now the same thing. It's just that
Now during the agricultural revolution, so they have to be in the field. So fast forward the industrial revolution, they know people they have to transfer from the field to offices. That's why we are here. With the happy I'm a doctor and they work this. You are working for somebody else. You are doing the same thing that your grandfather were forced to do. They pay back. Okay, as it stands right now, nobody knows the safe heaven for this earth. So that's true. I want to say in our village, but village all those herdsmen and farmers they do anyhow. The war is imagine, imagine before we attain this civilization, we got this technology. Our earlier ancestors, they were living in fear because they currently wrestling with deadly animals, right? Now, but they have succeeded in taking out all those deadly animals. I don't care where you they live. It go there very hard. Say you go there one place good. Your word is saying that one animal will come kill you. No. Now your fellow man now go kill you. Other things not kill you again. So our earlier parents, forefathers, they've succeeded in doing that for us. But guess what? We still don't feel safe. We are scared of ourselves. So just think at it. Our forefathers were scared of deadly animals, right? And they succeeded in taking care of that. That's why we get this beautiful place where we live. But we are not safe. We are scared of ourselves. Where's the link? Okay, I'll send it to you now. Yeah, see, bro, if people think the white Americans no get elsewhere to live, na lie. Europe na there. But no, Europe na their own. But what is the economy of Europe today? What is even themselves no get peace? All right, man, send the link. So not that they don't have where to go. I think they do, but compared to I think what in Middleman they talk about is where you can actually go and just be just be, that's why you use the word heaven. Be free. Don't just worry about fellow human beings who can't do anything bad or kill you. So as I said earlier, our earlier people will come before they are fear na animals, deadly animals, because they live pretty much together. But they took care of those deadly things go. When we still not get peace, we are scared of ourselves. Yeah, okay, the African American will suffer the most. It's why they are left behind somehow. The Caucasian gets alternative. Of course. Now, I tell you, normal. I think for me, these African Americans who are asking for reparation, they should be asking for reparation from the Africans. Put them on the chokehold. Let them give lands. Make them come. Because that's the only way they can actually live the true freedom. And they always tell them people will never come up for Americans because you don't know what freedom is. You have no idea what freedom is. Most importantly, I don't think you have actually ever eaten natural fruits. You've never seen or eaten know how real food tastes like. They're going to look at me like, what are you talking about? They're going to look at me and say, oh, what are you talking about? I say, well, I don't know how to explain it until you experience that. A few will go experience that, they will say, God damn. Okay, right. I don't send the link. Sorry. Are you okay? Man, I swear, man of prestige. I swear to God, you look like a Vin, that Ghanaian guy. You look like a
Prestige. Before you even continue, shame on you, Ovi. What shame on you this evening?
Why?
This anti-capitalist, anti-rich rhetoric you've been spewing all evening. What's going on? Like, what are you smoking?
What do you mean?
You've been bashing. I heard you earlier. Because you're a doctor does not mean you don't work for somebody that you've been. I heard little jabs you were throwing.
No. This is what I said. I said our earlier ancestors, people that they brought them here to come and work. Mm-hmm. They were forced to come and work. We are begging to come and do the same thing, and we are still paying back. I don't care if you're a doctor or your house or not. It's the same shit you are working. It's the same shit.
So it's
No,
not that I'm against capitalism. I'm not against
somebody,
that.
there's an echo in the background. I don't know what the echo is. It
I think
Prestige
it's
or anything?
man of prestige. Man of prestige, mute yourself. So it's not. I'm not talking about capitalism. I'm just talking about the way we they live. We are not better than the people that were forced here to come and work.
But that is not true.
How?
So okay, so do they have the same access to
Do
the same healthcare that you do right now?
do you have access to healthcare?
I do.
You
Majority of
pay for it.
Americans do.
You are paying for it.
Okay, so if they were sick back then, what happened? They died off. There was
No,
no
they don't.
medicine.
No. You are still going to die now. Why you are talking about death as if death is not the
No,
punishment? Hold on. Death is not the punishment. It's a natural cause. Anybody could die. That one,
but
and you don't know how you are going to die. It doesn't matter.
you are
So,
comparing wages. No, okay, you're comparing wages of today to
no,
slavery of then.
those people don't earn wages. They don't pay anything back. The wage where would they pay? They take them back. But don't forget what I said. We begged to come and do the same thing they were forced to come and do.
The
Think
same
about that
thing.
first.
The same thing.
Nobody work the carry the con work. What are you doing here? Nobody work the con work.
That is forced labor. It's not
Exactly. They were forced to do the same thing that you are begging to do.
No, but Prestige, can you help me out here? I think Ovi is off base a little bit today.
Wait, who bring you come America? You beg to come America now. To come and do what?
I didn't know. You using the word beg. You know, your skill.
Didn't you apply?
No.
Didn't you apply?
No.
Hold on. Did you
No.
apply to the embassy or not?
No. Hold on.
Did you apply to embassy or not?
Hold on. You know, because you're using the word beg. If you have a skill, they need you.
Hold on. Hold on.
No, nobody begged for anything. Like you're making it look like
hold on now. Now the word they confuse you, Abby. Did you apply to come here or not?
I came here as a very young lad, so it was different.
Wait, that's not the point. That's not the point. Did you come here through their embassy or not? Or somebody beg on your behalf? Maybe your parents beg for you.
No, we are discussing the work itself. You said we are doing the same thing that they did years back. That's not true.
Hold on. The work is the end product. What are you here? You came here to work.
Because what you're saying is this: that what I'm doing or what you're doing right now is still slave labor.
Hold on. You see, now the word
just say it. Ovie, say it. That's what you're actually trying to.
No, let's forget about the labor. You see, it's about the labor. Forget the name slavery. Our forefathers were forced to come and labor, work. Right? Am I right? They were forced to come and work. You beg to come and work.
But it's not comparable. The way the comparison is
work
off.
Is
work.
Work
is not.
Listen,
work cannot be work.
Hold on.
It's not the same
what
thing.
I'm doing now is work. I'm working. It's not different for somebody who is a doctor.
Picking cotton and being beaten and being raped is the same thing as what you're doing right now.
No, at that time, that is what is obtainable at that time. Don't forget, it's industrial revolution.
Prestige, do you see what OVA is doing? Being raped on the farms, being abused. That's not the same labor now. That's slavery. That's imprisonment. You are comparing.
See, I'm telling you, hold on. Forget you are in our names. The labor that we give it, that's why we want to elevate ourselves. As at that time, what is obtainable then? It's industrial revolution. Everybody works in the field. Everybody.
No.
Everybody.
No. Hold on. No, because you said our forefathers. So the focus is on our forefathers, not everybody. Let me finish.
Yes,
Let me finish.
All of them were working in the field. All of them.
So
everybody.
So forced labor on the field in the sun with unfavorable working condition is not being compared to what we are going through right now.
Now, hold on. See, okay, let's take it from the beginning. How did they were forced, right? That's the foundation. They were forced to come and what? To come and work. Is that right? Now, fast forward to today, you beg to come and work.
Yeah.
So, how is that complicated?
I thought we were supposed to be talking about the aftermath of the Supreme Court.
Well, President, let's move on. You lost. We told you that already. You should have. I don't know why you are still. I don't know this book of lamentation you're opening in the Bible. The book of like you want to lament, and we told you now. Everybody that was thinking knew it was not going anywhere. Ovia told you that several times. Why are you still talking about that case? There was no case.
Babati.
Hey,
Yeah.
come, Babati, don't be wicked. Let him cry, please. Let him cry. Let him cry. Let him cry. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Prestige.
I'm working outside. Okay. Did you see me crying? Did you see me crying?
We all prestige. You see that obedience space. When people tell you things, sometimes you need to pay it. You need to listen more. There was no hope. There was no hope. There was no hope in the case. Everybody knew. I don't know why.
Did anybody notice this? You know, say now Okoro they use deliver the judgment.
And now one woman that is now sister.
They use Obi uncle. They deliver the judgment.
That way you won't say it was one Fulani man in your propaganda or whatever.
Is that not how you hold on? Let me speak now. Is that not how you Nigeria operate? You use people.
You are no longer Nigeria. You are no longer Nigeria. You are using the word.
That's not what I mean. I'm a Nigerian, so I'm not here.
I agree. Yeah. So if that is how, wait now.
It's not the same thing they use.
Let me ask you a question.
They use the ANEC.
Let me ask you a question. Prestige. So if you believe that's who we are, why are you there? Why the hope? Why would they deceive ourselves? If you know that's who we are, why would not go? Why would not they deceive ourselves then?
I didn't even watch it.
No, not even watch. Giving people hope, giving the followership hope that there's something there. Why?
I mean, I wasn't gonna. I mean,
that's not fair. I think Obi and Atiku should be. I don't know. I'm not going to say they arrest them, but they should be questioned. You guys understand this now? When I know this is what the outcome. Why are you putting innocent Nigerians through this trauma when we're supposed to focus? Why?
What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? Question for what? What's wrong with you now?
This is me celebrating that my prediction has come to pass.
Ovia, do you know the happiest person in the world right now? Guess the name. Samuel Ekpa. In fact, right now the money go play. I'm telling you, the donation.
Come. You don't get respect. We are talking about the prime minister.
Sorry, apologies.
I call like that.
Apologies. I don't
respect to that.
The guy is happy right now because they return back to their base where they came from. Yeah, so you can continue your IPOBI movement until the next election. Come back again. Start deceiving yourself again, like one Nigeria that you never loved in the first place. Yeah, man, please.
What are you talking about, Babaki?
What do you mean?
What do you mean I don't like Nigeria?
No, I'm saying that you're okay. Ovie, let me bring up one issue real quick about the love of country. That UK case tells me like most Nigerians actually hate Nigeria. Do you know how much Do you know how much they bribed this idiot? 20K for $11 billion.
Wait.
The guys in government that signed that deal on purpose to make us default for that 11 billion.
$20,000.
So your country asked for 20K for 11 so your country will lose 11 billion.
Wait, that person is supposed to the chief for Kirikiri.
We must introduce capital punishment for stuff like this. That is treason.
Can you move a little bit for me?
That person needs to go sit down. You need a place to go and think. Now Kirikiri will be the best place.
And they've been doing that for a long time, apparently. Where you sign this with companies on purpose, knowing that the country cannot meet those requirements, they get sued and they get their back. They get their own cuts. So even some of the money that we're even owing is from this debt, from this judgment.
Huh?
So Nigerians hate Nigeria. That's what is going on. We hate our country.
No,
we don't
I agree.
like our country.
Hello?
I agree.
And I'm looking at this. I saw this song today. Somebody sent me a song of Chris Brown singing Pidgin English, singing this new song he just released. It was literally singing in Pidgin. It was literally singing in waiting. I'm like, so that tells me that when you love what you have when you promote it, all that over time, we then
No,
appreciate it.
of course. You know, if you look at the most successful musicians from Nigeria, now people where they mix either pidgin or no be those people where go English. Remember the early rappers that went to the American stuff.
Right. They do their what's the but
when
Obi,
when Two-Face come out with African Queen, that changed the whole thing. Everybody begin the Sonia. These are the most successful musicians we will get now. I see the most successful ones.
my point is that when you remember even 10, 15 years ago, we used to abuse our own music.
Yes.
It's whack, it's terrible. But when we started to support it, even if it was not that good back then, you see what happened now. So that thing, even when something is bad, if you try to encourage it and speak to existence over time,
there's nothing like bad, sir. The world is looking for new thing, fresh thing. The world don't open now, so people are kind of bored seeing the same thing all over again. So when they see something that is not they are not used to, they want it immediately. But we don't see that. We don't see that. We want them to accept us. They don't. No, they are tired of their own way.
Their own. Obi, look at the way they even. I remember I've been in this country for. I've been in this country for 20 plus years, and I know how they used to view Nigerians. Yes. Nigerians are now seen right now in America like the way they see Chinese. Like, you know, when they say you are brilliant in something, it has changed from when I first got to America. The way Nigerians are perceived.
This is what I see. I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I see. This is what I see. Like this thing that we are talking about, this all of a sudden aspect of our musician. I believe that we the Nigerians, we don't do here. Our kids. I mean, I'm not talking about me now. There are people who don't get children, and we are everywhere. One, then our personality. Whether they say we are aggressive, but we are not timid. Anywhere we do, we want show off. So people, because of that, we influence pretty much everybody around us, right? They catch us. They want to talk like us. They want to do like us. So when those musicians come finally hit that chord, and all of them have to just go along. That's what I see.
But I can see that that chain reaction. It was movies. Now you have Lagos setting up all these movie cities and all like this actual production of quality movies. So they are going towards that direction. You are seeing it in tech. You are seeing it in the blue chip economy. So you're seeing this cascade. So one has to either key into this. So I'm saying that why we go through this level, this progression that we're going to hit in the next 10 to 15 years. Key into this opportunity, but don't badmouth the country, because the word of mouth also is very key into making this successful.
And I think it's even telling, if anybody with the badmouth Nigeria, you could tell that I just people they see and say, okay, I just say it's out of selfishness or whatever, you know, because you can't badmouth for how long when you
now like no. Okay, don't get me wrong, we are Nigerian. We can have this talk among ourselves like this now, real talk. Do you ever see an American that hates Trump go on BBC and go and badmouth his own country?
No.
They can have that talk in their own country. They can have that, I don't like Trump, I don't like you, but they never go to a different country and bash their own country like Udain is doing. That kind of behavior. That's
I don't even know why they take that guy serious. Yeah, he hasn't actually done anything that maybe not Misha, or hasn't done anything that I'll say now investigating journalist. What has he investigated? I don't know. I'm just asking for real.
Yeah, but those kind of rhetoric, you know, we can like this.
Now the followership when they get, I can make us one thing I understand about this thing. Why don't they start? Once you are negative, right? Once you are begin talk brash, talk nonsense about the country, I swear you go get followership like mad. That's what I noticed. Yes, just have to say, maybe I just change my rating and begin cause the country, you see how my followership go change. But that's I don't have that. Are they serious? They study, they read. It's not for to.
I have an example for you. You know that guy in Scotland.
Who?
He's a YouTube guy from the Southwest. He used to be very fair-minded and everything, but once he did what you were saying, he blew up.
Oh, you talking? Oh, is he in Scotland? You're talking of what's this?
You know Mayogu now.
Yeah. Now Scotland. Okay.
Before it wasn't that way before, because I've known him for over 11 years. So it's from the days of Facebook. I know this guy. The guy just switched to the whole thing. See, it's making money now. So, like you said, there's money in being negative about the country. You and this other guy I used to follow. You see Ned Media on YouTube. It's early days, like 3 years ago. Do you know what he does? He'll go around Lagos. Oh, this is beautiful. This is they are building over here. The guy just went to Obi. He has over 100,000 views. So just bid on that only.
Yes.
So he's gonna keep doing the same thing because it's making him money.
You have to, yes.
And
before you know, you will now find that that's all he knows. If you can't approach and bring a solution, you're not going to, because he never wanted to sit down and think towards that direction one day. So it's all about one direction. So that's not the problem with that. I'm not, well, as I said, now I won't say that it's working for him, right? Everybody wants success. So if he's successful at doing it, I mean, but that's just one thing. So once you are negative about anything, you will get, because especially when the whole I won't say the whole country, there's a lot, millions of people are actually angry, right? Genuinely angry. You have a reason to be angry, right? All is not well, but it's a process, right? That's why me and you are not angry, because we know that it's a process. It don't happen overnight. But those who don't believe, say they believe everything should be good, so they are kind of hungry. And if you now key into their anger, that means they can relate with you. You can relate, don't finish. Now they speak the same language. That's it. But me, I know go see something very good. Me, I know praise down. Especially when I know the kind of system we are practicing. I know how it works. Even here, I know how it works. So it's not be saying I don't believe in God. They make things. Now we go make things. If we say it's not good, it will take us to fix it. And we cannot fix it when everybody is negative.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you think that Nigeria should have a law like they have in Rwanda,
where
if you try to insert any tribal for political gain, you know how somebody will bid to become minister and does not get that material, so then all of a sudden it's because I'm a Muslim, I'm from this part of the country. Is that inciting tribal, ethnic, just because they didn't win an election? Should we have some kind of laws like those Rwanda, where we cannot just come out and start bashing on that tribe because you lost?
No. I think I know what you are saying, but usually Rwanda is not a good example.
Like
Rwanda
no.
sit on top
wait, because this thing stems from the civil war. So it's kind of like similar, because we had some kind of ethnic related issue.
Yeah, but I'm not saying I know what you are saying, that we should find a way to cocktail it, but
right.
Rwanda is not a good example. It's not a good example.
But see my point, though. You see,
but yeah, we should find a way. But yes, now we have to define. It has to be very well defined. Say, okay, this is a hate crime, or you are inciting. You have to be very defined, so that nobody will say, okay, you are. I don't know. It's
no. Let me give an example. Let me give an example where a pastor or an imam will just come on stage, spew this anti-Christian, anti-Muslim rhetoric, because his man is not in the office, and nothing happens to them, because he thinks like if they touch him, I'm going to claim that they're anti-Muslim. You see my point? Like going that further, you because this thing affects the country. It's very divisive.
I think first of all, we have to find a way to make religion irrelevant.
Good luck with that.
In
Nigeria, when one building go get like 10 churches, even in Lagos, look at what happened in Lagos 2 weeks ago. Lagos is not cracking down on all these churches and mosques, like for this noise pollution and stuff.
Yes. How do you make it relevant? Make it expensive.
Tax them, I mean.
Just make it expensive. Tax them heavily. You have to define their structure. You have to tell them where to build. Just like yes.
You want to tag the man of God that God called at 2 a.m. in the morning. God called me 2 a.m. in the morning and say, now I should come and build my ministry in front of your house because God told me so. Who are you?
so
you know Nigerians now.
So you see that law where you
touch not my anointed God.
That law where you
touch the man of God, though.
So that law that you are proposing.
Yeah,
now the base be that.
But you must have the balls to do that in the House and the Senate now. To pass those laws, you must because that is just discussing the people from the south.
It's still, you know why I say, because it's still very, there's, see, we need to understand there's money in that sector, so they go rally around with their money to not make sure the thing no war. So that's why I say make it hard for them, difficult for them, so they will not have that much influence. Once they have that influence, then that law can cause flipping easily. But they have so much influence, my guy. They have influence because of their numbers. So because of that, now fight you want for them, because they are not going to just sit down and watch you take them out like that. They will fight, right? So make it difficult for them. Zone the whole thing. Church, that's like, we don't need you now redeem. We don't need redeem fishing house parish, goat house parish, Uncle James house parish. Like we don't need all that.
Okay, okay. Let me shock you. I was in Houston 3 years ago. No, about 2 years ago. That TC Jester Road. In this America, in this Houston, do you know shopping
Which
complex?
Road?
It's
Which road?
TC Jester.
Okay.
So it's I think the north of Houston.
Mm.
In the same shopping complex, they have 2 redeemed churches.
You see how
these 2 churches are like down the street, like 3 lights down the street. They get another one. I say, man, why can't you come together and form something bigger? What is all this mushroom?
It is because they can do it, and not is free now. And are free minded, so they can do it. There's no law. There's no law that you can be. I mean, you cannot just be building some public structures everywhere. It's not done. I wish, as Lagos said, they crack on houses that is on canal.
Oh, that
right?
canal thing, I mean.
Good. That's a good thing, right? Because I stay for Aja. That president also. I stay for Aja, and I know the problem with
the flooding.
Everywhere would they smell because the water no fit move around. You understand? Everywhere will be smelling. I know say na island be that now. Na island, they close the water. So I support that if they are doing it well, because making no busy that they go do one here now, they'll come stop. It's everywhere. All the estate, make them go all the estate, all the children playground where honorables don't buy, build their house, they should demolish it. You understand? If you continue like that, well, we will have sanity. You understand? Because and the traffic to Lagos will reduce. Everybody wants to start church. You go see na Lagos. So many things that we have to just be drastic in so many things. So then
do you know what we used to go through on that Lagos about the expressway in the 90s? That redeem every Friday night.
Oh my!
It's
still happening. No, it's worse.
Really?
It's still happening. No, be when they are doing only whatever.
In fact, it was so bad. It was so bad that was the place for them to rob you, because they go nowhere. I'm about to just wait for the traffic.
Wait this now next month, and from November, December now. You will see. You will see. Yeah, they see they do. Because my problem is that una get money. Why una not tell una road? You guys can create your own express that go straight to that.
You bypass or something, just overhead, something like that.
They can do it,
man. And also, I want to go further over here. If you go and if they give fake prophecy, they talk with God no send you. I'm serious. All those Facebook idiots, they just see vision. I'm telling you.
Well, how do you? If I say that God say make I do this, how you could take challenge me?
It know happen now. So don't be God tell you so.
Okay. I get what you're
saying. Yes. Tinubu one idiot was very popular on YouTube. As a matter of fact, during the inauguration, they will handcuff Tinubu in Abuja Square. God told me that. Now they go jail. Go and tell God. They say God. No, lock them up.
That couple need time to read Bible. You don't put that for kirikiri. Need like 6 months. He need time for himself to read.
Okay, Ovie, this is why I gave up on Nigerians when it comes to that religion you mentioned earlier. A pastor gave prophecy, like 200 of them, about the elections. Nothing come true. Instigate church members. I don't understand. I don't get it.
See, our people going to church, you can't stop them. You have to engage them. You have to keep them busy. Just like America now. You get they schedule you for a job now. You say no, you won't go church. Go now. Abi. So that's why as much as I don't like it, but what else? What you want me to do? You understand? Now idleness. Now make those people they feel win them over easily. You understand? I do that. They need hope. We are human being now. You have to renew it. You know, as I said,
Imagine somebody will go. So can you tell somebody say, I'm going to on top mountain to go and spend 7 days with God? America, you fit that one. 7 days. I go fire you. They say you know come work. Say now God call me from time.
And they go. Is that they go Shiloh? I have to be there. Like, oh my God. See, Niger. So I know they blame them because there's majority of the people and they have nothing to engage them. Cannot engage. So I mean, again, if you can't go there now, there you go meet people, now go laugh. Now again, meet girlfriend. So you form a different life there entirely that now occupy all. That's why people they go to 3 times a week, 4 times. Like, so people go wake up early, mama. They will go church first, spend like 45 minutes before they go on, and then late go work. Say that's fine. I went to pray. I went to early morning prayer. That's why I'm late. They will tell you why they're late because I see they go church. They will say, oh, okay, because of that. Less than man doing the service in the office. So the first 2 hours we do praise and worship. So if you are going to work 8 hours, you use 1 hour out of it, they do praise and worship. So how are you going to be productive? So and guess what? Now people where they enlightened and educated among us. Now then they encourage this because it benefits them there too. You understand? Because people will go say, I'm going to Shiloh, they go leave their bank job, they will take 1 week off. He's educated, he's exposed. You understand? He has money. So if that person where did that position, they do like that, you will not get it to do. If you go meet him, go tell him, man, God, why they serve? He doesn't really want to tell you the truth that, oh, now my uncle now help me get this job, or actually study how to get this job, or I have this experience before I get it. No, they go say, now God do. God. My pastor they try. My pastor is always praying for me.
I remember I used to go to that redeem camp in the late 80s, 90s. So you see people will be sleeping inside cold.
Yeah, I've been there once.
Why some people will come from America, London, they will give them the hotels where they will sleep for the camp. But where you wait for, they will give you akara and ogi. You will eat for money. They're going to chop food for like a package jollof rice.
You know, say that thing actually enter our corporate life too. Now, during our national trials, right? Our national trials, where everybody will come compete. Those that's coming from abroad, say if they go now, they can put us for different hotel than those people with the athletes within Nigeria. Even though some of them are better than us. We are coming to compete on the same level, the same ground, because nobody don't qualify yet. We are want to do the trial so we can qualify to go Olympics or whatever. But just because you are coming from, you are foreign, we will get names, foreign base and home base.
That's a negative code. Even was a guy take me to Benin, now foreign base.
Foreign base.
Probably can go for that foreign.
You understand? So I mean, Kai. Oh my God! And people where they do all this thing now, as I said, now the exposed and the educated ones among also. Now where they put this law, don't be saying nah. So I come and I was just I always use my village an example, right? Because the change where we don't experience is getting worse. So, and anytime we are involved in conversation, I say, come. Do you know our forefathers, our parents, not before father, our parents, our immediate parents, who are not educated, by the way, because most of them don't go to school, right? Most of them get this standard 5, back in the days. They were better than us. They have sense of organization, they have sense of building a community than us. They say, what? I say, 30 years ago, also my village has 2 secondary schools that can rival any secondary school in the state or in the nation. I know who knows they will get police station. You understand? I don't want to say we get police station. I'm not saying a big town, but we do have police station. But now person rent a room and parlor for police. One, you understand? Fast forward, then we were one. We they do everything together. Fast forward to today, we have more educated doctors, engineers, lawyers, people. We have kids that actually graduate from Harvard, as smart as also is, right? We have best sometimes of the modern situation we they think of as a people. But guess what? We can't even boast of one good secondary school as I speak. But we have the best police station in Edo State, in Ososo, courtesy of my brother. So you will now ask yourself, what is wrong with us? Our parents will know when they say they don't go school. They have a better sense of building a community with facility. We get caught. They have everything. The hospitals they work, everything they work with 30 years ago. Today, none of those things they work. As I said, we have educated people everywhere. So according to what is wrong with us? Now we say the schools where we go is useless. We just waste our time. If we cannot better our own environment for our children to enjoy, because that's what our parents did. They made the village conducive for us. But all we do, we messed it up. Because I not go visit me, my daughter go stay for village. Even myself, I can't go to the village. But so I begin to ask, why are we going to, what is wrong? And that applies to Nigeria too, right? Because if you go back to 60s and 70s, Nigeria was better than this in terms of public
I mean,
facilities.
they had, like you were saying earlier about the way you grew up in Lagos. Even me when I was growing up where I was growing up, we had public parks, we had greenery, you had for kids to play, you had, they had all this. But now somebody will say he bought a house for 100 million naira, and it's all like a brick, no greenery, no everything. Just where's the park? No park for kids to play, nothing. So why are you spending 100 million naira for what did you buy? This is
and guess what though?
Trash.
And guess what though? People that gave us all those things that you just mentioned, they are not as exposed and educated as us. They will not even get half of what we have now in terms of educated people in Nigeria.
It's town planning now. We just look at government. They just town planning. Basic town planning.
So why are we now going to school trying to be claiming that we are exposed? Why? If we cannot better put us and do something, blow the world off now. Like we are not saying blow the world mind, go to the moon. No. Just make your environment conducive for you to stay. We couldn't do that. Nobody's think like just as I said, we not say why you not go moon. We not say why. No, that's not it. Just make sure your environment is conducive. You say you feel day free, walk out, go anywhere. And it's just basic thing, the number one stage in life. Just make it available. We couldn't do it as a people. 200 million people, to which over 50 million of them have degrees of any kind in this world. So you see our problem. Forget what they say leadership. Like that's why they ask. There's something wrong with us. We need to question ourselves.
Okay. Let me give you a scenario now. In Lagos, where you live in Lagos, you wake up early in the morning. What wakes you up in Lagos? Allah is the most. That's the first that gets you up. You know what I'm talking about. That's the first that wakes you up.
Oh my
then
God.
You'll be hearing siren. That's the first morning.
Yeah.
After going through traffic, air pollution, people fighting, everything like that, police, whatever. You come home at night to sleep. What do you hear at 10 o'clock at night? Jesus, holy fire! It's just
Who they die?
You kill them last week, die. This week again, I kill them again. The devil don't wake up again. Just and they will put the speaker. Okay, even if you are going to pray in your church, it's okay. They will now put the speaker outside. Like saying that everybody they pray. Like, what thing concern me?
Make I tell you my worry. When I live for worry, the compound, the compound I will stay with, the flat, right? Then the next building to us, Anglican Church. So, but it's not our own compound, one of the flat. Nah, Ijo youth president that lives there. There now, that they bring money, Ghana must go give all the Ijo youth for what they share. If you go ask what they mean by Asawana, if you want those babe, go ask you say you be Asawana. If you know be Asawana, nothing for you, right? That's how much that they get all your money there. Now, where am I going? Every Sunday, when this Anglican church begin their service, mind you, now just fence demarcate us, and the fence no cover us, so the fence not like half, so we see inside the church. So when this church starts, Jesus fucking Christ. So you know what this guy did? This is John Youth president. He go buy. Remember those back in the days? I know I say back in the days. You see, they even up to like 2000. What's it called? All these CDs that comes like 5 changers, 8 changers, 8,000 woofers. The guy went and bought one of those, the biggest one. As the church they do their own, he go just turn his own on. Guess what? They have to come and beg him, say, please, that they are worshiping. He say, no. Me say about the worship. I don't know that they worship. Hey, what kind of nonsense is this? So now everywhere, that's how the whole country is. Though. That's how the whole country is. So it's not just Lagos. The whole country is like that.
But
That's
why are you now building? I mean, when we grew up, maybe 1 or 2 will be around the area. But when I went back in 1890, one street you just see one building, 7 churches.
Yes. Different type of churches.
In the same church, like the same building, 7 churches, 8 churches in the same building. Like, not be the same God with the worship.
I don't know. I just who do us like something like seriously. Something is like it has to. We have to change. And I think the first thing to change is our education. Not for us, for the unborn kids, unborn generation. We need to give them a curriculum that because all these things we learn them now. The way we think and do that's what they braid us. But the fact that we don't understand that the first thing to make everything first, you have to actually make your environment healthy. I say cleanliness is wellness. I've had to take it one close to God and all those their bullshit. But the fact that we cannot do that, it just I don't know. But again, some of the best we have to give the religion people credit too. I have to give them credit. Some of the most functional, small institutions, I didn't get them. So I see them as a business.
Hold on. You can't get. Let me bust your bubble. How many people will afford that institution? What you talk about?
Well, I don't know.
Hey, no. Yeah, you're not praising them now. Then finish it. How many of their members can afford that church?
Yes, I think they can do better. Like they have some banks, they have some business, but they can do better. I think we should start challenging them. If the government made us to build factories, build companies, they can do it. I mean,
because the church will tell. No. I know a church in Nigeria. It's a big church. Let me even tell you the name. MFM will tell you. My God is too good. I can't build a hospital because if I build a hospital, it's against my belief that God can heal you.
Oh, MFM.
It like that one makes sense. Yes. Back in the day, they used to talk about if you come to a church, you must be healed. You don't need to go to a hospital for anything. So you can't have those kind of people to go and build church or to go and build hospital now. Meanwhile, you have your Catholic church building churches because that's for me.
You will be capitalists, aren't you? You're supposed to be praise them that they have capitalist tendencies.
No.
That's how capitalists operate now.
You see, if you know, I never abuse the Orthodox churches, those traditional Anglican, Methodist, and Catholic. Because I know they actually did something for people. I mean, primary healthcare, education. They actually put their money into it. But you see all these modern Pentecostal evangelical.
No. These guys are celebrities, though.
One told me, said we're just having this debate, and we had some among my friends, and they went to grade that who was the better pastor. Do you know what won the tie? What both the tie of the debate? My man of God has a jet. You don't have one in your own church. I'm not kidding you. Like now the jet when you get gone put them above everybody else because he has a jet. And apparently in Nigeria, for you to be a grade 1 level man of God, you must have a jet. If you don't have it yet, that means your anointing is not up to the level
You
of.
are not, you know.
So you must be the Oyedepo class. That's where.
Yes. There's this young guy too in London. Yeah, I did a Yoruba guy, but he's
Is
in London.
Ashimolo?
Huh? No. He's young. This guy is young. He's in his 30s.
Really?
Yeah, but he's a bit like he's all the celebrities they tripping into the church. I think he got into scandal. So he only now only designers in the wear Versace and all those. So they do like MTV Crib, right? The hip hop here and MTV Crib, you carry camera and go there. That's exactly what the guy does on social media. He go to show the shoes, showing the watch, in jeans. You cannot that's exactly what this guy does. They drive Ferrari, very flat.
But you know
But
that attracts that attracts people to come because they want evidence. One of my guys used to make jokes back in Nigeria. He say, "Do you know how I pick churches where I go to?" I say, "How?" He say, "I first look at the man of God's wife. If the man of God wife is not too, if the man of God wife is beautiful, I know okay, this one can see he can see my destiny because he can see, like they say in Yoruba land, Omojiloja. That means the guy take I go market. So he buy the correct thing, so he know. So say they first look at the pastor's wife, what he's wearing. That means if he's we used to call it too short. If the man too short, that means God there, like God is there, and that's how it is. So if you notice all these man of God, whatever, their wife they fine. You go see like fine yellow purple wife like this. You will not see the packaging of what he's wearing and all that stuff. So that is why people come to the church because God will now bless them to be like that. So it's all marketing.
Well, will you say they are just evolving? The world is changing drastically.
Evolve. Okay. How many people they carry Bible they go church now? Now app now.
So they are evolving now.
So don't even worry. We have it on the screen for you. It's just on the screen. It's right there.
I think the next generation of churches will be now this guy don't start, so that the phrase.
Online
yes,
COVID made that very quick. COVID was what really done
but that's where we are going. That's where the world is going. Yes, it's going to be a bigger cyber economy now that will rival the one we were there now. It's already taking shape, as we all know. So that's where the mega churches have to no, I'm not. Maybe maybe not in next 10, 20 years, right? But that's the future. that guy has a model, has a blueprint. Even government self, everything's gonna be techno.
Like over here,
religion they call it.
I've always said this over here. Just stay with me. I believe that the House of Rep and Senate should be meeting online. They don't need to have any building or anything like that. You should have your own regular job, your regular job. Just do Zoom. Like you don't need to meet anywhere. Like
I never thought of that, but you nail them. That's just stay in your house. We'll give you 1 million for your internet and your computer.
You don't need Jeep. The 160 million for that one.
Wow.
You don't need Jeep. And even I know in your state in Texas, their Senate is part-time, right? I know it's part-time.
Oh yeah, they only meet some certain times in a year.
That's it. And they run a state of how many people? 12 million people. How many people?
One of the biggest economy in the world.
So it's part-time. You don't need somebody to be going to Abuja to go and represent you there. I don't need you to go there.
Because I think that man, that's a good point. Because the excuse that they are giving, right, for buying Jeep, they said because Jeep to access the bad road. Okay. Now you don't need to access the bad road. Go and we are building your office in your constituency. You don't even need to travel, right? We build the hospital your office in your constituency. We will equip them with the internet and everything. You don't need to drive. Come on.
President, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did you hear what did you hear what I said? I said I was suggesting that we don't need the people to go to the House of Rep anymore. They should be doing Zoom meetings now to save money.
I don't know what you're talking about, but y'all are missing the whole thing.
Okay, tell us. Obi lost. Yeah, go ahead and.
Okay, let me talk right now because I was busy earlier, so I'm relaxed to talk right now. I'm home right now. So we're talking about Obi. Like I said, that's not a priority for me to wake up that early over here and start watching that crap because for me, Mama T, you can say whatever you want over here. You can say whatever you want. I've already predetermined in my own opinion that nothing is gonna come out of it. So there's no need wasting my time. Like I said, regardless of what happened, Tinubu won the election. Whether he was elected or was appointed, it is what it is, and he won the election. But there's nothing wrong them going to the court. There's one thing I can take out of this. At least two things come out of it. That come out of this. For one of them, the result that the INEC doesn't have to transmit election. Doesn't have to transmit the result of election. That's one thing. So it's not mandatory anymore. And the 25% of Abuja, which I never really believe, was an important to any kind of election. So right now we know definitely. So they have set a precedent right now going forward. At least these two things is definite right now. For like I said, 25% is not is never valid. It's not an void. The transmission of a result. It's not mandatory by INEC. So that's the two things that I take from it. So other ones, whatever come out of it, whether they think whatever article brought is invalid and other kind of, so those are not necessary. That's what that's one thing that I take out from the whole
Hold on.
come
You
out
said
of it.
something now. You said something that is important now. That INEC will not transmit result electronically. Abi?
I say it's not mandatory. That's what they say.
Yeah. Which is right. And that has been my argument. I don't know if you did listen. I say when they were having that debate about this electoral bill, regarding this specific electoral transmission of results and all that, I said there is a silent argument. Those that lost the argument, what was their argument? The argument was that, it is not possible for you to transmit a result from my own constituency. I'm quoting Senator Alain Ndume from Borno State. That you cannot that pretty much a lot of them are in the ID camp. It's not accessible, and you cannot do that. But guess what? Everybody say, no, just so because of your own zone now, you now hold the whole country ransom. No. So they won. Those who won the argument now, people will say, okay, maybe they run electronically.
But remember at Chatham House over here, the INEC chairman was misleading. He misled a lot of people. I mean, he said it is going to be transmitted electronically. He was very specific. He did not equivocate on that area.
The guy lied. Or you will say he do what he had to do because now person give him the job. But what I'm saying is that at times, when we are having not like me and you, like at the country, when we are having some important conversation, right? We always look towards the winning side. And guess what? Now the losing side, now these elites they use, they do whatever they are doing. And that's exactly what happened in the election. The winning side now, electoral transmission. Yes, Yakubu will come out and promise the whole world that is going to transmit the electronic. But again, silently, they also say they will do manual in those areas that they cannot do. But again, now they now switch everything around. They decide to do pretty much manual.
But
and that's why they won the argument.
I'm just saying, as professor, as brilliant as as educated as he is, he would have been very specific. People wouldn't have been crying right now. Not me. I'm not crying. He would have put a caveat.
No,
on that
if
statement.
you put that caveat, people will not agree, because the only way people agree to participate was because it make that promise. Because we know how they do it before now. Obasanjo na they write the numbers during the good law. Yeah, the Buhari, they know what they do. So they have to that's what they did to win everybody over. Oh, we are going to transmit electronically. That's why the election was even take place in the first place, because people believe in it small.
Exactly.
Right?
People
Now, make I
think
tell you
it's
what
a
will happen.
people
Let me
people
tell you what
think
will
it's a new
happen.
paradigm, in Nigeria
Yes.
right now. We're gonna
Yes.
have the technology. We're gonna behave like like advanced country. So that was
Yes.
what motivated people. Even people in diaspora go home and vote and something like that. So that was my reason. But now it has been clarified. They are not
No,
mandatory. So
but
I'm not even bothered about that. I
no,
don't
but
know
look
who
at it.
people.
No, I like that you actually pay attention to the verdict, and you take you at least you see something out of it. Some people know just the verdict, they don't want just know. So, and that's what I like. You they say who they cry they see road. You see,
No, I definitely, like I said, I definitely pick out two
but,
things
but
from it.
this
The
is where we are going to
Abuja,
lose it.
you
This
know,
is
the
where we are going
Abuja,
to
the
lose.
Abuja phenomenon that has been. So now it's clarified whether they go give them, whether they go give them mayor and all that kind of thing for them to have people in the assembly. That I don't know, but at least that has been clarified going future. So it's a president going from now. So I'm not even worried about whomever come into the position or the other kind of stuff. That's even, like I said, I supported Obi. It's not like I'm obedient like that,
But
but
look at what is going to happen going forward now. What will happen? No, see, now everybody's kind of everybody verse. This is discouraged. Yeah, they no send election again, right? And just even next election, if Bola Tinubu is contesting again, the election no go, people no be interested in the election, right? They go still do their thing. But 2031, what happened in 2023? 2031 will they more interested class. People will be more interested in 2031. They will find a way. And guess what? Make I tell you what will happen. This 2023 election, let's say na two generation, now then they verse, right? The new millennial and the Gen Z, they are totally out of the equation. They will nothing, right? And then make the noise pass. Come 20, because they are disadvantaged the most. Come 2031, we are going to have three generations who will be at disadvantage. You understand? So what am I saying? Maybe the hardship wey they face now go worse. So that will drive people to the poll, and the electronic will not improve. So these people, they know what they are doing. They go not improve. They go not improve this electronic voting. That will give hope. But what will make people verse pass now, because we are going to have three generations who are going to be at disadvantage. Who they don't get power. That is the millennial now. Those who are in their 30s, going 40s, they don't go get power. They don't get money. Nothing. Majority of them. The Gen Z now, they will be in their late 20s and early 30s. No power, no money, because job no day. We will now have those people where they call. I never know the way they give those generation who are in their 13, who are like 10. Yeah, who are like 10, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 15 to 16 now. Themselves will come of age to vote. So we have three generations who are at disadvantage. You don't have money, don't have power, you are poor. Three generations. So that are chunk people. So whoever can appeal to that generation, we have the upper hand. We have the noise, like the way Obi get these two generations behind him. Now, I don't know the kind players who go see they alive then among these elite then who go see die, who go see the I don't know who is going to, where the person will go capture these three generations as we end up winning the election, or they will see Riga. You understand? That's what I'm saying. That's my prediction, because nothing has changed so far for the past 20 years.
Well, the situation right now,
I don't expect it to change.
Looking
I don't
at
expect it to change.
I think my issue I have with this present government, I'm looking at the economic indicator of Nigeria. This borrowing they are doing, they cannot borrow themselves out of this economic, quagmire they are. Borrowing. There has to be a change. They have to do something. I know they have I know they have all this due and all finance, all these people they have, it's brilliant people that supposedly, but it's on the surface. But
They are
what
not
can they
working for
do?
us. So those guys are
Huh?
working for. They are working for the America. They're working for the
Yeah,
person.
you may be you have a point, but what okay, that's the same thing I'm talking about. It's on the surface, whether they're working for America or
No,
not working.
no, what I'm
It's
saying
on the
that
surface. I mean,
what
their
I'm saying that
brilliance is on
don't
the
expect
surface.
anything from these people. We are fucked. that's it. There's nothing. We are
But it seems
fucked.
like they don't even have the tools to the tools to rescue Nigeria. I mean,
We are fucked, man. For the next 4 years. But I just hope Obi, and that's I know for me, I know my novel called Obi Atiku or Kongoso. I just hope say LP, PDP, NNPP, and show all of them. I hope they can come together. They will stand a chance in taking Tinubu out. They will stand a chance. And I'm not saying on 100%, but they will stand a chance if all of them can work together.
can they work together? I mean,
That's,
but
that's a big
look,
question.
I'm not even focused on that. I don't think that's what Nigeria need. Nigeria need a total orientation. Everybody,
That's how we
including
do it
we,
now. You
all of
cannot
us.
change it if you don't have power. You have to take over power first to change things.
Okay, what happened if they gang together and become one? No changes in Nigeria. I mean, it just. I mean, look at what happened today.
That's scary. That's
Okay,
scary.
did you see the news about what happened in Imo State, Ondo, and Abia State? All these Oyute people, they are finding a way. They planted a camera at the tree. Did you see that?
No.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
They caught them. They planted a camera, so they find another way. To thief our oil. They find it. Imo, Abia, and Ondo State. They planted a camera at the tree whereby they monitor.
Oh, they
Whereby they
monitor
monitor
how
the
the oil
police
take
and
they move.
everybody. Huh?
They monitor how the oil take they move.
Right. Google it. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't hear about it. It's
When
making a big news.
when did this happen?
It came out today. Over the weekend. Yeah, I think it happened over the weekend, but the news came out today. It was a breaking news about about another loophole about people, stealing Nigerian oil. The means they use to,
Yeah, but that's no be now them they thief them now. Then see Nigeria no be foreigners they can't thief our oil. Not them. This elites, not them and their families and friends they thief our oil. Nobody else. There's nobody else. If you go catch those people now, you'll find out when you start digging deep, you'll find out that people will get the where they supply them the equipment, whatever they use. Now our people where they that the government, our military guys. Now they know.
I can't believe we
It's
still
not spiritual now. Don't be spiritual. No, they disappear now. Human being they can't carry on with big vessels.
I can't believe we're still losing about 700 million per monthly from the oil theft.
That one I just waiting and tell us. So that's what they told us, Abi.
Mm-hmm.
Nigeria is like a basket. Like basket. Things just a come out, just a move. Everything is going out. Just they go, nothing. That's why they could not build anything now. Every day we hear about our economy is over 500 billion economy, but we don't get anything. Ghana no reach 10 billion. I don't think so. Their GP this in the reach 10 billion.
I think people
Ethiopia, all those other countries where get small thing, their budget is not up to their economy is not up to ours.
Yeah, I think people are being misguided and misled about when they say Nigeria has the highest GDP. Okay, if it has the highest GDP, how about per capita income? That's what you measure a country by.
What I'm even saying, there's nothing to show for that 500 billion economy because it goes into private pockets.
Yeah.
That's why we don't get infrastructures and the people know the per capita you're talking about is low, right? Because they steal this money. There's no accountability, nothing. There's everybody they thief, everybody they go, foreigners they carry. Like it's just See, it's a jungle. If I see, that's why I'm always angry when we are focusing on things that we cannot control. There are some things that you know. That's why I keep asking. If you find out that Bola Tinubu na woman is 80 years old, he no go school at all, what are you going to do? You cannot do anything. So why are you wasting your energy? Why? You know. That's why they vex with this Atiku Chicago thing. Atiku use us. They starting campaign for 2027. Why do I say that? If there's anybody that know Tinubu more than any Nigerian is Atiku. They are like twins. They do business together. They start politics together under Yaradowa. They confess it. They told us. 2007, they want the Tinubu give Atiku political party to run on. Atiku said he refused to take Tinubu because he's a Muslim. I mean, these people know themselves more than we know them. Why am I saying this? If you know Bola that much, why don't you start this case 2 years ago? Why don't you start this case 3 years ago? Why don't you start this case 6 months ago before the election? Or you want to tell me you don't know? Okay, let me give David Odeyi credit. He's been screaming about it. So they know, but he kept quiet until after they do whatever they were doing, right? And I say, this is about 20 and I make I go start some things that even if we discover what they are talking about in Chicago, we cannot change anything. You cannot change. The man don't get power. How do you want to? He's not going to resign. We are not in control of the Senate to impeach him. So why are we wasting our time when we already know the outcome of the result? Now, instead of us to pay attention, and you know why they do this thing they did? Because I know it's planned. You know why they did this? When I mean this Chicago thing, you know why they do it late? Because this is a new government. What does that mean? Everything will change. Every parastatal, everybody will change them. They know. So who did they change? And I can argue. Say, if you go ask out of all the appointments from minister to PA and all that they appoint across the length and breadth of Nigeria, I can guarantee you that at least 10 out of those people are directly from Atiku. Directly. So they successfully take our attention away from how they want to set up a new government. And we fell for it. We fell cheaply for it. Because these people, as I said, Tinubu no just come from America and run for elect presidency now. Atiku no just. These people, they have been together. Lagos State is their home. Obi is a private businessman, a billionaire. He made his chunk of his money from Lagos. So you want to tell me he don't know Tinubu don't know him? Tinubu where they run Lagos? They know themselves. All of them, they're in one place. Everybody was once in Lagos. All the generals, all the business captains, they all live in Lagos. Now Lagos be our heaven. Even all the abokis, all of them go. All the emirs, they all lived in Lagos at one point. They know themselves. These are friends. They are business partners. They go the same church, the same, but they do shit together. Their kids go to the same school. These are one life. But we fall for this cheap bullshit every day. We can't change that, but pay attention to who they how they do this so that we go understand. And if we just as what you said something that actually scared me, that okay, even if we successfully come together and take power from Tinubu, what is the guarantee that the country will still change? And that is a very, very, very legitimate question. Final question that is scary to answer because I don't know. So who could they pay attention? These motherfuckers, they know what they are doing. They are not stupid. Trust me. A man of prestige. The most dangerous man alive now, person will get money. You know. No matter how dumb that person is, he has the resources to bring the best people around him when it matters most. And we go see they say, oh, they are stupid. They know they are not educated. No. They are very, very sound. They know what they are doing. Every policy, everything is deliberate. Or we just fall for cheap shit every day. We just run around, they go Chicago, they do like make noise. What is that going to bring when you find out the man is already a president? He's not going to resign. You cannot impeach him. So if you find out what you're going to do, you know, go go war. All this noise where they make. You can't do it. You have a politician as a president for the first time. A politician who is street credibility is top notch. So he has his agents everywhere. Just look at the appointments across the left and bend. Now, hungry men people for post, people that will wrestle, who will fight for them for the next election. That's what I would do. That's what anybody.
Did you hear what Asari Doku said?
Yeah, I know that guy. Now, if he's genuine, if he's genuinely criticizing Tinubu, he's saying all the same with us are true.
No, he's not genuine.
No. If it's genuine, that means you don't lose out either the contract, or something. But I know saying I could just not talk.
Yeah.
So they will just continue like that. I'm telling you, these people are Bola Tinubu na street guy. He knows. Guy, he's been around for like 10, 15 years. Talk, contest. He just did they study things. You think by this time get everywhere cover. All the civil society of Nigeria, then they in pocket. He has approved 18 billion for military guys. They say for insurance rating for people that lost their life. Like bullshit.
But
that's crap. So he don't settle that department. That part of the elite has been settled. 18 billion, I give them. They don't go talk again. All the military chiefs where we know both serving and retired, and then go share that money. So this guy is he's a master at this game. So we should not underrate him.
Let me give you one over. Let me give you something. I had a new computer, I was testing it to see how my computer look, the computer. But anyway, I think the brilliant about Tinubu, he has been preparing for this election for so long, almost about 30 years and something like that.
Yeah.
So in terms of what he said, he is the guy. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you can say he's smart or whatever. After all, Pablo Escobar was smart too, So I'm just using that as an example. I'm not calling him that.
No, he's smart. Hold on. I like when they bring this kind of example. Pablo and this other guy, this Mexican guy, what's his name?
The one that is in jail right now. I forgot his name.
See, all they wanted is legal power to rule their country. That's all they wanted. If you go watch it, if you go follow their story, they want to be in power. They want to be legally be president. And now they put them control with that. So for Tinubu to succeed, Tinubu and Babangida was in that mix too, whether they accused as a drug lord. Now only the two of them, if he succeed, be president. So there's something about them. If those guys end up in jail, them end up being the president of their country. Respect them. So why am I saying this? He don't know who to buy, who to threaten, who to give position. Like he had it all figured out, and he come and say he hold Lagos. And guess what? As far as I'm concerned, Bola Tinubu has what it takes to cripple the country.
Yes, he does. It does. That's what I'm afraid. That's what I'm afraid. But I'm just hoping.
That's what he used now. Now, what's it make him feel win be that? Everybody, if you do anyhow, if you do anyhow, you see anyhow. And that's how Lagos is very strategic.
You know what, Ovie? Let me tell you what I recently found out. Like I said, I'm a very novice when it comes to Nigerian politics. Like I started following Nigerian politics late last year, but everything about Nigerian sports, otherwise, I follow music, entertainment deeply, but I was never into politics because, until recently last year when I joined One Man Show, I started following politics. But since that time, particularly in recent months, I've been reading a lot about Nigerian politics and, what transpire, and everything that's going on in Nigeria. Then I found out something about Tinubu that was very intriguing. Remember, we was here talking about the billion van and everything, how he stole Lagos State money. Actually, that man did not really steal in that way. He was able to put Lagos State in his pocket. I mean, everything from tax and everything, getting about 10% and some of that is he just corral the whole Lagos state around him. I don't know how he managed to do it. You know, that's exactly what happened.
Now Chicago
I mean,
guy, now American, now
it's not
American
like a
politics.
corrupt.
Now.
It's not like a corruption like Atiku goes to money, but it was able to manipulate the sixth or the fifth largest economy in Africa, put them under his pocket. So up to right now, his next generation, next one, then go they reach. This is exactly what he did.
And that is what is success. Now, in one just why he needed this power so much is to solidify that empire.
Yeah, he's doing it. That's exactly what he's doing right now.
No, if you say he no become president, and maybe if he die 5 to 10 years after he die, everything we don't acquire, they will take out from him, take out from his family. If to say he no become president, but now that's what they want to do. You go solidify him. Oh my God. Oh, like that. Now, Chicago guy, now, when we're talking about politics, man of prestige, you know the reputation of Chicago.
No, he's a Chicago guy, but let me tell you.
Either good or bad, though. Either good or bad.
I have somebody, an older guy, here. I think he's like about 70, that came here during the early time of Tinubu when they came. And he was talking about how easy it is to get into college here. I mean, he came here on a visit and decided to stay. I mean, he has a PhD right now, but by that time he came, it was very, very early 70s. It was very, very easy. You don't need social security. You don't need anything. It was very, very easy, and you can even use somebody's name. I mean, like I'm saying, the way Tinubu, everything about him, at least we know who he is. I can tell that Tinubu, probably, he didn't go to other school. He stayed in Nigeria, but is he smart?
And during that time, now Chicago said they hot in terms of politics, right? But both good, bad, and the ugly. That was the time in Chicago. So I think he learned one or two things. And now the system with the practice, heck, everything is hard up for him. I think it's a man that I came out at the. I mean, I want him to write a book. I don't lie. I want him to write a book. I will buy that book. It's something about that guy. How he.
It is something about him. He has a lot of. I've never seen such a complex power. I've never seen such a complex human being in my lifetime.
He literally fought every power in Nigeria to win presidency.
Yeah.
I have to give him that. Every power that, even at the presidency, at the center of power, they don't want to make him the president.
But the final, I mean, regardless of how he got there, he is there right now. He's been there for how long right now?
You just have to give it to him.
More than 140 days. I already know he's the president. But the problem I'm having is he going to perform at least to a substantial level, because somebody is forecasting today.
Let me
Naira is going to be.
Let me advise you.
Yeah.
Let me advise you. Since you just follow Nigeria, let me advise you. Don't expect anything. If they do something, give it to them. Don't expect anything. Don't expect Nigeria life will all better like that. No. If it better, clap. But
the problem we have in Nigeria is not about just Tinubu. It's Nigeria. Period.
I'm just telling you where we are now. I look at things as it is. I'm just telling you as it is. There's nothing Tinubu won't do. If you do something, I'll give it to him. But I don't expect anything. What I expect though is that a lot of individuals are going to be wealthy. People who get this power go chop. You will see the Obasanjo time, right? During PDP time, Nigeria, especially in the South, everywhere was bubbling. Terms of life, right? Social life. It was the PDP now share the money now. So you will see that they do party everywhere, big concert. That's when the 50 Cent were coming to Nigeria and all that. So you are going to see that again. It has started already, right? Davido is throwing one of his biggest concert already this coming weekend. So we are going to be seeing. That's what we are going to see. I don't expect anything drastic, but you feel see individuals now we will just come out shine. Just like the Minister of Interior is doing. He's doing good. He's actually doing good. The little thing he has done, he's done it well. So you will see things like that, but on a larger scale. That's why when people they say, why it's like you are supporting Buhari? No, I'm not supporting him. In fact, I expect him to take us back 30 years, right? And which he did. But there are some things where we say the way they do run the government with ease. Now it surprised me past. It's like there's no challenge. Just do whatever I do. Like so. The railway I do that's a surprise for me, and I'm giving that. I never expected. I don't expect anything. So don't expect this man will make Nigeria great as you expect it to be. No, it's not. But if it happens, go to Thanksgiving. That's how you should follow this man. Because how did Nigeria want to change? We are not manufacturing anything. We nothing. There's nothing that give you hope that okay, things are going to change within the next 10 years. I'm not seeing anything. All I see is that they just share money. They just believe in Nigeria. Every Nigeria is a destitute, so they want to share money for people, right? They will share. They want to share 75,000 for 3 months, and to them that's excellently well. The one bank officials are giving them credit. That's so. How so? When things are like this, how do you expect? What are you expecting? They are the billion whether they collect. They are just distributing it. The name of poverty alleviation program. How do you now expect to be productive when you are giving that money free? Instead of you to now invest that money, make sure we have electricity. And I waited it. And again, I know they invest for them like that in a way. Instead, even though I'm not supposed to be angry with ordinary Nigerians, home and abroad, but in a way, I'm kind of because why is it that this is 2023? We are not alarmed collectively that we don't have power. So how do you want to develop when you don't even get light? And we talk about it like but once anything happen to our religion, we are ready to burn the whole country down. When anything happen to any of our tribe, we are ready to burn the country down. But 2023, that the world has gone electronics, information age now with it, we don't have power. No light. We are still in darkness. But for some reason, that's not an emergency. For some reason, maybe Bola Tinubu die is more important. As if he die or if you know it again, then like so when I see things like this, I don't have any hope. So that change that you are talking about, you are going to see. It's not there.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long road. I mean, I don't expect that much. Like I properly stated earlier. The people they are just all these ministers, they appointed, they are just brilliant on the surface. Like you properly stated, they may be working for America. So they don't have the tools to rescue Nigeria economically. I will probably say that. I mean, in this dispensation, that we have on the ground right now, every government apparatus has to go to work because what they should have done, if Tinubu had hit the ground and started cutting costs immediately, that would have been started blocking the loophole. I'm not the subsidy. Maybe the way he announced it wasn't the proper way to announce or whatever. I mean.
No,
so I'm not going to be staying here, if I go to any platform, I'm not going to stay there. Somebody asked me a question, what if article has been there, B had been there, would things have changed? I'm not going to answer that question because that's not relevant. None of them are president. So we don't know what could have happened.
Yeah.
Those kind of questions are not relevant anymore. We need to focus on what we have, right now.
Well, I think that was the plan for Tinubu. What I mean, that was the plan. The script where they give him that the people, the power that stand behind him to stay in power. I think that's how it's supposed to be. Come out.
But it's not doing the right thing. I mean, look at right now.
Hold on now. But Prestige, I keep telling you, stop expecting. You need to look at some quarters. Who say me and you know that it's not doing the right thing, but the international community are happy for that singular act. You don't ever see anybody who can criticize that from the international community. No,
nobody.
Exactly. So that was not for us. That's why I say he did what he was supposed to do. They didn't do that for Nigerians. No, he did that for people who he benefited or people put him there. That's what he did that for, right? That's why I say, and again, just look at the elite. Look at our elite. When I mean elite, I don't just stop at the politician alone. Their dream is to belong to the community of Manhattan, to be among the Hollywood, to live in the best community in LA, to live the best community in Dubai. That is their dream. So how the heck do you want Nigeria to better when them themselves, Nigeria is not in their dream? They want to have penthouse in New York. They want to have one of the live in the best neighborhood in Atlanta, in New Jersey, in New York. That is what every one of them aspire for.
Yes. I gotta go. You coming tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow is Friday.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
All right.
Bye-bye.
So these are our leaders. They aspire to be, to live among the best community outside their own country. I don't care where they're from outside. Even the northern folks too, the same thing. So when we have society that is so screwed up like this, nobody's looking inward, and you are expecting things to get better the way. No, I don't expect anything. But if they do something that their work community, I'll give it to them. But no. Their vision, I won't say they are visionless. Their vision has nothing to do with Nigeria. Their vision is to key into the international, elite and just go with the flow. Even at that, now regardless of how they try to assimilate or go into that neighborhood, they can still enjoy the life or how the kind of standard of life they think they can't, because power get level. I think I come today to listen to Nigerians vent their anger for the Supreme Court judgment, according to through Twitter, and just for me to begin rant too. I like it. So you get luck.
Look at the go now. You want to leave?
So you get luck.
Which kind of luck I get?
I won't close your panel now.
I said, I can't greet you. If you don't get finish, but you better close. Don't use me. Sorry, if you never said yeah for me to go close.
Hey.
Nothing that happened, John. What's up?
Nah, man. So, nothing much.
You know, something I see here. I don't know that's true. First of all, Kayomi receiving with the mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner.
Is meeting?
Did they have meeting?
No, what you talk? I don't understand.
I got one picture I see. I don't know if it's First of Kayomi with the mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner.
When you see the picture,
I will flash that picture again. Maybe now, if my eye deceive me, I don't know.
you want me to enter road now? You want me to enter road?
I go see where the picture there. I go so that we make confirm if our minister of education be that. With a local government chairman, but they don't make our own. If not him, they not make our own local government for Nigeria work. But he say mayor na president, where you can't depose. They give him award. I don't know. I saw that picture. I was like, I never still understand. That is Nigerian cruise, man. That's a cruise. See, FSK. Don't got the challenge Gumi. He want buy favor. Everybody, yay, he's back. Hey, Nigeria cruise. You know my point? FSK, no say the only way to come back to sympathy of Nigeria now is Gumi talk. Now he the challenge Gumi. Conde, Igbo did this one, Igbo did Yoruba. That guy, Nigerian cruise, I'm telling you, not just don't die into their war, according to the left of me.
I tell you now, on politics, I know here.
Don't die into their war. Sometimes they come out, see, I don't know about politics though, but at the end of the day, things that happen for it. I never the day when brother kidnap brother a day for the election.
Now, see, the politics why they talk. When I say all na politics, nobody say they talk and joke. It's real. Now, not be human. No, this thing is real now, but now them know they take them to hard the way we they take them.
Yeah, now we.
You understand?
Yeah.
They go. Okay. You say they kidnap, but they no reconcile. They no life no they go on for them now.
Nah, that the thing that time we they grow up. Just for
But
local government election, state rep. Oh boy, a date for election, the brother disappear. You don't know when they cast election, when they cast vote. The man don't say, hey, brother disappear.
Baba,
Not say that. No,
I
not
know.
the same mama, but the same father, but different mothers. You know my
But look
point.
at us. But look at me. Look at us. Oh. Imagine say na me and you won't then I can't go kidnap you now. You go kidnap me now. One of us don't die, yo. So we know they look. We know they feel. We know they feel fight settle.
Do you know what people point is this stupid? You still don't even know what thing they happen for your back. People go they keep people for you.
Yeah.
Like I know say people go just you don't think will happen. They don't say if you go India, the other don't change. All right. Anybody who want make no go do not be send them they know they clear road they go. Just they keep people they go. Like I sorry your brother now. You don't I don't think you don't touch him.
Who?
I'm sorry now.
Yeah, Asari. I don't know if he be say like these people. Okay, now I see her in two ways. If he mean am, if he waiting it also no be just
You know, Tinubu select him cabinet. Everything don't dey in place. Before you go see and then go follow the main process. You know, be like that time you just enter new. If you call her for number, he go just answer you. But right now, if you call her now, maybe na
no. Hold on first. Hold on. Oh, who's that? Waiting do you listen?
now chief of staff
So
dey,
in the
people dey.
complaint, say Bola Tinubu they do one side appointment and be. Now, if it now two way I see him, if he say they serious, yes, now he say one. Then nothing reach inside. They no and nothing reach inside in terms of people we know or they no contract no coming way and all kind of thing. But me believe say I just talk. Now in the criticize me.
What did happen for the pipeline contract? Boilo and Topolo. I don't say what did happen that I hear Kebu on that pipeline contract. You know why they call Tinubu now? Make him take over.
Now they talk. Now
I
they
know
talk.
Boilo don't come surface with his own group. Topolo there. Let's say they want to make him take over. Now that be the money now.
But again, I didn't feel say na just na game that they play. Why I talk so because I think come and criticize Gumi so. And normal thing now, the vision of Tinubu send down. You understand? If you know criticize Tinubu, they go say na Tinubu. No be say na me and you go talk. Hold on. No be say na me and you go dey talk am. These men, they know where they meet. They go dey reason okay.
No, but for him, Tino reaching hand again, man. He knows say to see Tinubu self to see Tinubu now, even your own family, Tinubu family to see him. They have to go through this process.
Uzo. No, they read minute to these people for public like that. Na lie. Election don't finish. Election should they come now? No be now. Tinubu no they do like that. Tinubu no they work like that. That's what they do. Tinubu go right from day one now. Tinubu they sort them from time. No be saying that now their thing starts. They be paddy. So
the one I mean now,
he has to, and because he criticizes Gumi, he gets some men from out where go they talk that because they give him power, so he has to throw that one to win. Guy, these people they don't be mumu. These people are not stupid. It's too early to come out and criticize.
come out from work. I say, I hire you small.
It's too early for you to criticize Tinubu. Even if Tinubu do am bad, it's too early. He go see small.
Now when they don't take everything, they want to complain. Things they fresh. Now they see they share money, share contract and work, give people. Making collecting own, not go too late.
Hold on, if Tinubu won't give her anything, no matter when he shout to make you no shout, president now God. Nobody, you know, they fear anybody. Make you know that one.
No be before
President, no say
NJ
president
Gala
be
is
God.
still God. Who know? The issue that not be even Tinubu. You the Gala and see Tinubu now. Because now Tinubu goes somewhere from where you go pass through the channel before you see him.
You no
That no
need to
before you
see.
just come see
You
him.
no need to see Tinubu's or what do you want to see Tinubu for?
Okay.
You if you get
But alone.
if you get that kind of relationship with Tinubu, what do you concern if you say you know see her when you know say things they flow your way? What do you want to here for?
When I come the shout, to say my politics. Okay, we'll talk later, Jare. I don't reach house.
Okay, Uzo, now game
Maybe
these people
I'll
they
call late.
play.
We'll talk later, Jare. We'll talk later.
These people now game players. I don't agree. Sorry, know this to be like that. It's too early for him to criticize Tinubu from his heart. It's just a game. He don't criticize Gumi as before the Ariwas quarters will begin to say that Tinubu not well even however you want to and they go see I'm true like that. If me feel they say that bullshit in the criticize Tinubu, they should be able to see it too. But I think that's the flaw. That's the flaw. The fact that it's been well received and also I mean not that it well received, just they make your relationship known to the public. So in coming out, yes, he has the right to criticize Gumi. That's for sure. I mean, Gumi will come out in public and talk. I know you expect people to react the way they react. So Gumi is not stupid either. Gumi knows this to be for him to come out and speak like that. He has his own reason, and most of the time they want to see who is going to react and who is going to say what. When I mean who, I'm not talking about normal Nigerians among their level. I want to see. So now, aside to Kubo coming out and giving you one word or two, which is everybody applaud, which is right. Everybody is saying that, but these guys are businessmen within themselves. They run business. Aside to Kubo, they run business for nuts too. So they also trying to be smart and so say Tinubu they do one side of thing. Who the fuck are you to say to tell Tinubu to actually appoint an employee? But I know say it's not that serious. But if it is serious that the man is left out of the scheme or he's not getting what is expected, and he's coming out this early to start screaming, well, he has a long road to go, but I ain't go scream tire. But I doubt time will prove wrong. Time will prove right or wrong. What is going on here? What is going on? Supreme Court judge saved Nigeria from unnecessary distraction. Omoagege. I'm with you on that. Now, Amechi don't speak. Oh. I wonder what's going on. Let me see. Let me read this. I should like this. All former presidents are ethnic leaders except Obasanjo. Oh my God. Amechi, are you trying to take over Obi sports? Okay. I'm loving this game. Are you trying to take over Obi sport? Obi fuck up, Abi. Obi is not Obi no get the winning streak. So you think you can do better? Amechi, you think you can do better than Obi? All right. For you to just come out from nowhere and start just praising Obasanjo, that's a new chapter. Former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi had said ex-President Olusegun Obasanjo is the only person near the point of nationalism, as others are ethnic leaders. Hey, Amechi. All right. Let's continue. The former governor of Rivers State said that Nigeria is still searching for a national leader, and you think you are that one? and its democracy needs serious rethinking in scope and focus. I agree. This national leader, but if your example, if your idea of your example of a national leader is Obasanjo, then nigga, I don't know what you're smoking on, but definitely gonna be crack. While lauding Nigerian nationalists who fought for independence, Amechi said genuine nationalistic leadership transcends ethnicity. I agree with you. That's the only paragraph that you said something that I can say, okay, you ain't smoking some crack. He said the only person near that point of nationalism, with all due respect, is ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. The rest are ethnic leaders. With all due respect, Amechi, Obasanjo is not a nationalistic leader. It's a conk, neopolitical. No. It's not even a. I don't think he worked for Nigeria. This is a man who ceded part of Nigeria away. Never in history have we lost any, not even an acre or an inch of our territory to anybody. This motherfucker ceded Bakassi way. Under his watch, he wrote a book under my watch. So under your watch, Bakassi was taken away. And you are telling me that's what you see as a nationalist? Come on, man. No, it's not. Amechi, I disagree with you, sir, respectively. Truly remarkable. National leadership is the ability of a leader to galvanize the totality of a nation around a common national banner with a vision and a sense of mission. That I give it to you. I agree with you. 100%. Totally agree with you. That's what a national leader is. Now, tell me, how did this motherfucker galvanize Nigeria? When under him, the Chief Justice of Nigeria was Peme. Under his watch, Chief Rotimi Williams gone. Under his watch, Harry Marshall gone. So I don't know if you actually galvanize, or are you going to include that in your definition of a galvanized? No. So as much as I want to agree with you with your definition of a nationalistic leader, truly remarkable national leader is the ability for a leader to galvanize the totality of a nation around a common national banner with a vision and a sense of mission. That's what is lacking. That last part right there, vision and sense of mission. No, if I say that's lacking, that means I'm not being fair to our leaders who are well educated, well exposed, know what they are doing, right? It's just that their vision and sense of mission is out of Nigeria. It's not in Nigeria. It's totally outside. So the true remarkable national leader is the one who can raise above limitation to take the nation and its people to that place that they long for, but have never been before. Hey, hey, this is your campaign, eh? This is how you're going to start your campaign. You flag up your campaign in a very philosophical way. You don't turn don't trade the who are your mentor? Well, Obasanjo now. But I think I will buy that message though. If that's what message you are going to sell come 2027, I'll buy it. I don't know if you have what it takes though, but I'll buy it. Buy it. You want to take us to where we long to be? Shit, I'm with you. But if you are going to ride on that back of Obasanjo, just like Obi did, Mbano, you ain't going nowhere. I promise you that. Who else will be? I will tell you. It is a place of a national greatness, pride, achievement, and shared goals, aspiration, and prosperity. This man, where you go? The last I checked, you are in school, in law school. Is that where? Okay, don't they read though? They read us all those historical leaders, have you? We are reading biographies because that's where it's coming from. Sound like a Socrates. Sound like those men of yesteryears. But that's a good thing. That would be a good competition, though. If you are coming with this is a new approach that I can relate to. Amechi further stressed that most nations are product of the amalgamation of diverse nationalities. Spot on, I agree. America is one of those ones. America is an idea, right? You can say it's individual, not necessarily nationality that came together from America. It's an idea of an individual, one of the greatest ideas ever put up forward. So, kudos. If you are seeing things from that perspective, I'm with you, sir. I'm with you. Let's go. It said many Nigerian leaders are in the corridor of power for the interest of their ethnic group. Nothing that the identity of a Nigerian is still being tormented by ethnicity. Oh my God. I'm loving this motherfucker. This is good. This is spot on, right? Nigerian leaders are in corridor of power for the interest of their ethnicity. Awalo Kon. I mean, that's you can't lie. It's a fact. Awalo Kon. This is our turn, right? That's a shot right there to the top. And I know say they go respond. Hey, yeah. All the guys they feel ignore him, man. Say you don't get power again, you don't get followership. So they can ignore if not, but this is really short to the top. He added, there can be no credible leaders for a diverse nation without some form of resolution of the national question as it pertains to the peculiar nation in question. Oh my God. Where? But this is silent though, but it's deep. It's deep. It's silent, but it's deep. It's deep. This is why I said it's deep. This is why I said it's deep. See, there can be no credible leadership for a diverse nation without some form of resolution, and that's where the deepness come into play. What do you mean by some form of revolution? That's a broad statement. That's a political statement. So, can you be specific? I would like to see that with him. I would like to see that with Amici. I think I'll get more from him if I interview him. You know, when you say some form of resolution, you know, you are. Can you unbundle that so we know exactly where you are? So he went ahead to say of the nation in question, as it pertained to the peculiar nation in question. Peculiar, right? We are peculiar, so our problem too, and the solution too. So Amechi, right on. But as I said, man, I wish he did bring a messenger into the question. I wish. It ain't gonna work for you, man, if you go that route. We tried it. It didn't work. But it's a good shot though. You're trying to take over with this sport. I like that. I like that. You went through the Yarewa, no work. So you have to go the Britain with the institution way. Oh my god. I love this game. So this is your announcement, huh? I will see if he's gonna get a response from the top. Because it took a shot. Okay, you're doing a good job, my guy. Thanks, Bakray. Don't come back, Abby. You leave me before now. You leave me. Oh. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Atiku started his 2027 campaign by going to Chicago. And, you know, you started by trying to take Obi sports. That's good. I'm waiting for Obi. He never started his own. Never started. I don't think. Is he giving up? Is he giving up? But hey, so the characters we have, we're going to deal with for the next couple of years, if not decades. I'm looking forward to Obi's and Atiku's response. That's what I'm interested in. How this every other thing no matter. Tinubu was being cheeky. He was being was being a clown when his chief his spokesperson went to congratulate him for the judgment. Now the guy say, "Well, your job is secured." Tinubu tell Ajine say your job is secure. I say, see that Iska. That's a gangster move right there. With your bagage, sorry, eh? I don't even consider you for anything safe. You fuck up. We came with Rivers and promised to support Tinubu 2027. God nigga, my nigga, this guy. A lot of politicians will get they will retire by force because of Wiki. Wiki, because of Wiki. Let's see what is up to. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has vowed to support President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election. God damn it. Of course. But the fact that he's saying it to APC at the same time when Amechi is speaking to Oga Patapata Obasanjo, is that the end of PDP in Rivers officially? Even though we know technically it's gone, but officially is that it? Then Wike will be there. I don't know. Then we have to find a way to take him out, not kill him, politically take him out. If he successfully turn Rivers State to APC, if Wike successfully turn Rivers State to APC, and he can, convert PDP now to APC and take over it. That's something. That's problem with day. Oshomole will be restless. That's for sure. The Senate president will be restless. That's for sure. Benjamin Amila will be restless. That's a given. My God, I like this game. All right, let's continue. Now, Canada Wiki stated this on Thursday in Abuja during a visit by the River chapter, and then go visit themselves, chapter of the All Progressive Congress APC, led by the National Vice Chairman, South Victor Gideon. Oh my God. Not be the same Victor Gideon, he carry boys go rush. When they almost kill him, they burn car self. I'm pretty sure it's the gun. And the same man, Victor Gideon, like, okay. Oh, wow. See, this. That's why I say there's something we should learn from this politician. They are the most organized sets of people in any society. And as far as I'm concerned, the Nigerian ones are not disappointing in that angle. You see, now this same man, we get one cent talk finish because during governorship election now, this is the guy. So now the guy now led the whole opposition party. When we get Amechi, come they see Wike, this is big. Something. This is because a lot of problem in both parties, both the PDP and APC. As I said, I don't mention a few names where go begin say, come on, where this man they go? But again, he has he's under Bola Tinubu's tutelage. The politics is just going to get interesting as we go on. If we the ordinary Nigerians, we don't want put our act together. Well, I can't help us. Anyway, the former governor of Rivers State further stated that he has no regret supporting Tinubu against the presidential candidate of his party, Atiku Abubakar of the People Democratic Party (PDP) in the last presidential election. Wait up. Say no regret supporting. Why you go regret? When you get what you wish you get everything that you more than you bargain for, if I'm not mistaken. Against the presidential candidate of the party. Yes, I think about him. It paid off, but I don't know. While addressing the APC members, Wike said, let me say clearly and to the hearing of everyone, we owe a duty to continue to support Mr. President, irrespective of the political party we belong to. See, that is the spirit I want to see among the Nigerian people. That's the spirit. Regardless of what I see, as he says, regardless of what I don't disagree with the Saudis that they want to live, regardless of you don't disagree with your Dudu and people, regardless of however you say it, you just hold on that for a minute. God, That's a symptom. The problem is power. Once you get power, those symptoms will be taken care of. That's how these leaders reason. Say, we have to rally around to support Mr. President, regardless of which party you belong to. And at this point, I'm saying, regardless of what party you belong to, if you are so mad, you are so angry that a fraud, whatever you call him, is your president, if you're so hungry, now you have to start working together with everybody. Regardless of your grievances, regardless of the injustice that you think you've been meted on, you have to put it aside and learn that thing from these people. See, put it aside, let's support Mr. President, irrespective of the political party you belong to. My position is not hidden. I owe nobody no apologies. That I stand firm with Tinubu. Why you not go talk so when Tinubu now be president? Who else you want to stand with again? How many people have that privilege to be standing on the president? I stand for equity, fairness, and just bullshit. That's where I disagree with you, motherfucker. I don't know. I think I just have to, my language on the over Barabi. Yes. That bullshit. That is bull crap. That is total nonsense. Equity, fairness, and justice. Where's that? What's that even mean? Nowhere in the world that is practice. Those are just words that are meaningless to you people in power anyway. I thank God today that the battle has ended to the glory of God. We are all members of the Nigerian states. And therefore, it is important for all of us to also understand that the Nigerian state does not belong to a particular person or group. Hallelujah. It's always easy. But when you are saying that the person must come to the side, now my turn, now our turn, all these characters were misplaced. But let's continue. A country of this nature, if it take, the next opportunity should go to be inclusive. So I am not going to discriminate against anyone. I'm here for Nigerians. I am here for those who are members of political parties and those who are not members of any political party. Mr. President having emerged is not the president of APC. He is the president of Nigeria, of course. While he is governing Nigeria, he must also take care of the interests of his political party. No one can argue that. It is natural. But are you going to use our collective common way to take care of your party? That is not significant. That's why you are saying advise the president to take care of the party. With what? Eh? Okay. But when it comes to governance, Nigeria must benefit. We are waiting. The interest of Rivers State is key to you. Okay? What will benefit our state is what we must always project. I am not a member of the APC, but I believe that the support for Asiwaju was necessary. Like that. Wike, speaking on why he supported Tinubu, said, looking at all the candidates from the South, I knew that nobody could defeat Asiwaju. The capacity and political will to take action. He has it. I like that. See, that's in that part. The capacity and the political will to take action is there. Okay, who will see? He has it, huh? Most of you worked for Asiwaju. Those who didn't work for Asiwaju will know it was not hidden. It was clear. I am not a politician for self. I am a politician for all. Okay. This guy get lyrics. I get lyrics from mouth. Not me. Nobody does that. Any person who does that does not want to survive, because at the end of the day, you need people. There's wisdom in that. It's true to that. Well, that's a good lyric. So, I'm not a politician for self. I'm a politician for all. Not me. All right, I'm not rap. But be assured that all of us are working together for President Tinubu. Bravo. I'm sure in the next election, those who okay, see, when I thought the election, 2027 will not start. Like, they go Chicago. See? I am sure this is a talk about the next election in the first 5 months of the administration. Isn't that a gangster? Those who scored 2,000 will not get 50 votes. Oh my God. We don't get 50 votes again because we have nothing to give anybody again because our vote will go for President Tinubu. Wike. I think we need that. We need that. We need that. We need that. In the balance things. Gideon speaking during the visit praised Wike. Wow. APC, chairman of APC, praising Wike for his decision to support Tinubu and begged him to carry members of the APC. Oh man. Oh, wow. Life is good. He said, this is representative delegation of the APC in Rivers State. We are here to congratulate you on your appointment and thank you for the momentum support you gave our presidential candidate in the last election. I mean, what a time. What a time. What a time to come visit. I'm not going to believe in that weekend I choose the date. What a time. What a timing. God. Oh my God. I like these guys. They don't just they do anyhow. They put thought. They do things. Man, as I said, it's not in our favor. Don't be as wicked as saying, don't be me now. I mean, you. I know, but yeah, you just have to give them credit. You have to give them credit. They put it in work. They put it in work. We urge you to continue to support and work towards the success of the administration and Nigeria. We are aware that your support for our presidential candidate was out of your deep concern for justice. When did you, this awareness, when did this awareness now? How long have you become aware of this fact, of this, sir? We have no doubt in your capacity to deliver on the mandate of your office and to protect river interests as well as to promote national unity. Politician, they get lyrics. I'm loving it. They get lyrics. They get lyrics. Ladies and gentlemen, see you tomorrow. Oh, not politics.